Weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me is Nagura, Zyronic, and Tettles to start out the day. Today, we crown the two players and the rest of their teams that are going to the global finals. We got there. And when one team is going to win the group too, right? There's some cash on the line, there's some pride, but it's really all about the spots in the global finals. Isn't that right, Nagura?
Yeah. Of course, they want to get into the global final. There's another chance you can get into the global final through the Last Stand tournament, as you can see there at the bottom in this graphic. But that would be a lot more effort. Have to do another tournament, have to practice again for that one. So, of course, the goal for the teams in these groups is to make top two. We already have Echo and Baldi that qualified in Group A. And this time around, we still have 4 teams left that could make it into the top 2 for Group B.
Yeah, true enough. And, in Group A, we obviously had Echo and Baldi go through. Group B, I think a lot of people are thinking, MONKA, Perplexed, right? But, is there a chance, Zyronic, that we might see a little bit of an upset? Without giving me a yes or no answer, give me more than just that.
See, the easy thing would just be to say no. These two teams have definitely placed themselves way out ahead of the rest of the pack. Even with these last 4 teams in the final day here, they've played better all weekend. But, we've also seen some flashes of brilliance from the lower bracket teams. Free For All and Frog Gang both already went up against 2 teams and just reset and dismissed that seemed like they were better teams, but just couldn't put it together, and the Tortoise won the race there. That technically could happen to either Perplexed or MONKA. We've seen it happen to specifically Perplexed in the past. They went out 7th, 8th place at Global Finals last year when they were pretty much a top 2 or 3 team. So, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but there is a precedence for it.
It's one of those things. It's like, how are Sunday jitters going to affect Perplexed and MONKA? How consistent are they going to be? Because that was kind of what bit Free For All and just reset and dismissed in their series versus Free For All and Frog Gang in the bud a little bit. Is just like the inconsistencies and the wipes that were happening over and over again. And it's like, whenever you're having 10 deaths, Free For All and Frog Gang can absolutely capitalize on problems like that.
I also think it's possible that whichever team loses in that upper final between Perplexed and MONKA, maybe they didn't necessarily expect to lose and then are not as prepared as maybe the lower bracket teams are for the lower final, right? And that's where I think an upset could happen in that lower final, technically.
Well, let's check out our dungeons for today that we're going through. You can see the unavoidable ones are going to be the first ones. The other side, Mist, Tazvesh Gambit, and Sanguine for our last 4 matches of the group. But there's a lot of other stuff in the mix, including that Eye of Ashara. But we've only got it in 1 series today, it looks like. Just the 3rd series, the 2nd map. Maybe banned, maybe not. It's definitely a dungeon that has created some fun moments. Both in MDI and out of MDI.
Yeah, so during TGP as well, it's one of those things that like...
Oh, like this one. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of.
Oh,
yeah. I remember this. Yeah, Tuttle. Okay, good job. Dodges the lightning. Very nicely done. Uh-oh.
Nice to fall damage.
That's so good.
That's so good.
You dodged the lightning. You did pretty well. You dodged the lightning. That's the important thing, right?
How did she die again?
If only you would have been playing a class that could heal itself to avoid that kind of thing. It is. Oh my gosh, we're really going in hard on Tuttles to start there. I'm sorry, man. I had no idea.
I deserve this. I died to fall damage randomly. Well, I was healing a little. I was literally playing a healer at that clip too.
That's just the selfless nature of healers sometimes. You just heal everybody but yourself, It does happen. It does happen. So what I'm saying is, Eye of Ashara are probably going to be banned, maybe for the memories of both Tettles and Zyronic, and that's probably a good thing. Nagura, do you have any embarrassing moments on Eye of Ashara we haven't dug up yet?
None.
I'm sure
Me neither. me neither. I always play very clean runs.
They'll be able to find something of yours too, guaranteed.
I don't know. I did make a video about shamans once.
Oh yeah, never. They'll never find anything on you.
Well, our first series of the day is going to be Perplexed versus MONKA, our two top teams. So one of these teams is going to have to go back and battle it up from the upper bracket. But, you know, it seems, I don't know, I kind of feel like MONKA's been looking really good here. Maybe that's a spicy pick. Maybe people think Perplexed is going to be the team that goes through, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be incredibly close between those two, because I think MONKA showed some brilliance in almost all of their dungeons actually that they played. But the thing with Perplexed is, like, when we just look at the performance from the last 2 days, I would say MONKA is playing better. But Perplexed maybe held back in some of their dungeons, especially in the very first series when they played against the last seeded team. Like the Plaguefall, for example, that we saw, we were saying, oh, maybe they held back, maybe they went a bit slower, and some other dungeons were similar. So I do think that Perplexed definitely can play incredibly well, but at the same time, MONKA was just like playing out of this world the last 2 days.
Well, I'm really worried about MONKA because they banned DOS, the other side, against Just Reset, and so that's the first map of this series. So like, there's no way that they can ban it. And so, I
think they did it on purpose.
Did they ban it to not show tactics, or did they ban it because they aren't like that confident in their ability? And those are the two things that you have to. It's very difficult to be able to determine like what is a this is going to be a fine dungeon for us. We just don't want to show our strategy versus we're scared to play this dungeon versus Perplexed. And with it being inspiring tyrannical, it's an incredibly difficult dungeon. There is a lot of unique pathing, so there is definitely precedence for MONKA to ban it, like Nagura said, to hold back strategies.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, people have run the other side about 1 billion times, right, at this point in the expansion, so you wouldn't be afraid of running it, I would imagine. So it's got to be a special tactics thing, because this is one of the dungeons that you can really do some creative things with the Road Drifter especially, so I hope we get to see some fun stuff. That'd be cool.
Well, this is, again, the second time we've seen MONKA ban the streets as well, right? And I remember the first time we saw them ban it, Makes was talking to Mode specifically about, they're actually trying to keep this pick as a secret for finals potentially. So they're sticking to that strategy. And I mean, if you're Perplexed, maybe you just ban that if we end up having other Perplexed MONKA finals.
Perplexed not banning Inspires is
right.
Oh gosh,
that's surprising.
I'm sketched out.
I mean, hey, it's a redemption story, right?
I mean, maybe they know they can do it better, which would be incredible, because what we've seen from MONKA Inspires was just out of this world. So if Perplex thinks they can do it better, that is very interesting.
I mean, we had a 1523 Spires for MONKA, and then a 1646 Spires for MONKA. The first time they played Spires, they didn't even die. Second time was 6 deaths, but they still had a blazing fast speed. So we will see. But it sounds like we're about ready to get into our first dungeon of the day. The other side, obviously, Perplexed versus MONKA. Let's see who takes the early lead.
Alright, so it looks like there's no surprise at all when it comes to the team comp, just running a pretty standard comp with that rogue for utility. And both of them choosing to play this first pack. Presumably finishing off the Woe Drifter and then skipping to maybe a car area, which is something that we've seen a lot recently ever since Echo had this really crazy run, and everyone kind of ran with that strategy since then.
Yeah, I think in terms of the routing, that's more of like a figured out game at this point. I don't think we're going to see any like major changes to the strategy until Global Finals, when teams actually have time to get into the grinder, into the practice room, and really figure out what the fastest way to do this dungeon is. But I mean, this is the Echo route, right? They do a pretty good job of optimizing their strats, so this might be the best we see, and it'll come down to just pure execution. Of course, we talked about this earlier this weekend. The one major change that you have to make in this poll is to CC that Inspired High Priest, but honestly, if you have the burst damage, you can actually just stun it down with the Night Fae Urn here. That does go through Inspiring. It does stun everything for those 8 seconds. So if you can just burst it down in those 8 seconds, you don't even have to CC that Inspired mob. And looks like MONKA and Perplexed are not doing that.
Yeah, MONKA chose to not to see either of the Inspired mobs, while Perplexed chose to see one of the Inspired mobs and use Shining Force to get it away, so they can use a Shadow Fury on the casters that turn into suns if you don't interrupt them. So very interesting. You see the blind in the back on Perplexed side, while MONKA just chose to just gather them all up, which seems to be working out for MONKA. They don't have any issues. The Inspired mobs are that for both of the teams, so they can now interrupt the mobs if they choose to do so, which obviously they should. And then we'll see if they also do this other strategy with getting in the relics afterwards. And it looks like Ashine is already walking back there to the mob, to the High Priest that seems to be trapped by Swag Shop.
Yep, getting the blind off, making sure they get in combat with it. Both rogues doing that job, so we should see a High Priest plus a set of relics coming in on this boss in about a minute from now. But gotta get through the boss first, so let's see how quickly they can burn these bosses down. The Bloodlust is used here for both teams. On the bosses, not the trash. It is Tyrannical, of course. And let's see how close the damage is here. I mean, these two teams are both at the top of the bracket for a reason. They have extremely quality players that know how to play their classes perfectly, and as you can see, the damage for both teams is pretty much equal at the board. Both teams hitting the 60% mark at the exact same time.
I think I like Perplexed's strategy of having that Inspired High Priest not in the pool previously, because now that High Priest walked in after that blind ran out from Ashine, and now they have some extra kind of funnel damage, some extra targets to maybe get extra shards for, you know, Havoc targets and so on. And then afterward, after this High Priest is done, they get the second High Priest that they also sleep. So I kind of like the strategy, and that's why I think Perplexed is also doing a little bit more damage to Hakar. As you can see, they're quite a bit lower on the boss compared to MONKA.
And there you see, at the exact same time for both teams, there come the relics, there comes that High Priest. Let's get that Woe relic down, get the Drifter spawned, finish the boss off, and then while they're, you know, waiting for the RP to happen, they can finish off the Priest as well as the Drifter and skip on to the rest of the room. And yeah, you can actually kind of see the funnel damage from having that extra mob has really helped out Perplexed. You're finishing the boss about 10% faster than MONKA. Doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal when you think about it, but these tiny little differences tend to add up over the course of the dungeon. But now MONKA did get a little bit of extra damage on their trash, though.
Yeah, because in the end, killing the boss a little bit earlier is not gonna make a big difference if you still have to finish off the Woe Drifter and that High Priest anyway. But it looks like Perplex is doing that quicker as well, but just by a couple of seconds. Now they're running out of the area, while MONKA just like 2-3 seconds later dealt with it. So this is still incredibly close between those two teams. And those Sons of Hakar, they are just gonna walk past them with that Woe Drifter invisibility to have the shroud effect. And now they're going to be moving into that Ardenweald area. And in Ardenweald, we have seen quite a few differences between like the Echo strategy and the Group B strategy because of Inspired versus bolstering what they had last week. But let's see if they pull the Enraged Spirit into this pack, and it looks like both teams are doing so. So this can be very dangerous if they don't finish off that Enraged Spirit after the first Rage cast.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on how many Enrage casts they get off. The first one will be coming out for both teams just about now. That's the Rage going off, and they shouldn't get a second one inside of Perplex. Their Enrage Spirit's almost already dead. The Enrage Spirit's still pretty healthy for MONKA, but honestly, they did a pretty good amount of damage to everything else, so while it's not dead yet, they'll definitely be beating the second Rage cast. I mean, pretty even damage from MONKA. Actually, they're going to kill this pack a little bit faster than Perplexed, I think. More AoE. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Alright, so MONKA moving on, even though they pulled the pack a little bit later, did manage to finish it off earlier. And they are moving, not in the Ardenweald area, as I said earlier. They are, of course, moving into that Mechagon area first, and just skipping all of the trash. Probably going to be aggroing these Sentient Oils, and then snapping them to the boss, which can be dangerous sometimes, because these Sentient Oils actually hook their aggro target to them if they are not in range. And that can sometimes cause some issues. And Wolf Disco actually going down, presumably to maybe the oil coming through the pipe, or to the oils, not sure. And this is going to be hard to get them back up, because they're in combat now with those oils. So this might be difficult for Perplex to actually get Wolf back up.
They actually have to just kill the oils on their own.
Yeah.
We don't know where is Wolf Disco? What?
I think he fell off. Probably.
Okay, well, they just have to kill the oil so they can get a mass res on them. That is a huge, huge time loss. I mean, this is going to cost them something like 45 seconds. They should be killing these oils with the boss, like we're seeing from MONKA here. MONKA is going to be pulling ahead here significantly off of this mistake.
Yeah, this is a big time loss for Perplexed. MONKA, of course, already through the first phase of Millhouse here and already finished off those oils as well, plus the relics that they finished. Just can be a pretty dangerous pull at the very start, but they executed it perfectly on their side. And now they just have to finish off the the rest of the boss fight. It is still at 22 tyrannical, but without anything else happening, with only the boss, really shouldn't be a big issue for a MONKA. And now Perplexed did finish off those ads, and they can mass res Wolf Disco up. But yeah, that was very bad for Perplexed. Probably lost a minute, maybe even more.
Yeah, that was a huge time loss, and with how close these teams are in terms of the general execution outside of that one mistake, I don't know how they're going to get back in this. They're going to have to go for some crazy pulls on the Ardenweald wing to try to make up time, but MONKA should be they should know that they're probably going to have to make those pulls themselves in order to stay in the lead, so it's not going to be easy for Perplexed to get back into this one. You're also not going to get it just from pure single target damage unless they also have some pretty significant trash pulls on top of the bosses, so MONKA probably secured themselves about a minute lead here, and man, it's going to be hard for Perplexed to find their way back into this one.
Yeah, at this point, if their routes are similar, it almost requires like a smaller mistake by MONKA for Perplexed to catch up, which of course is still very possible. They still have the whole Ardenweald left to do, and they also need to do the last boss, which, if for example MONKA wouldn't be able to finish one of the Visages in the intermission phase, which we've seen before, then that would be close to a minute as well of a loss. So, but yeah, Perplex kind of needs that to happen for MONKA now, if their routes are similar in speed. And it looks like MONKA is getting closer and closer to finishing off the boss, though. They didn't finish off Millhouse. Actually, they did, so yeah, this is going to be fine. They're not going to get the other AoE here, so they should be okay. And now they're going to be, again, pulling that trash that they skipped earlier to get the Woe Drifter buff, and then they're going to be moving in that Ardenweald area, which is the last thing they still have to do.
Yeah. Well, we can see the difference in the boss 2-timers there at the bottom here. We'll see how big of an advantage that MONKA has secured themselves. I'm guessing it's going to be between 1 and 1.5 minutes, because they were through like an entire phase and a half of the boss by the time Perplexed actually engaged the boss, also not to mention Perplexed lost all of that focused funnel damage on the boss, so pretty big deal. MONKA already through this Arfarf here, no issues whatsoever. Honestly, this is one of the safer spots in the dungeon to have a death if you were to have a death, right? Because you can just release right in the Mana Storm's lair and you're kind of good to go, but no issues once again for MONKA. They've been playing lights out this weekend. Very few dungeons where they have any major amounts of deaths.
Yeah, they're playing really clean, while also keeping up insane routes and strategies and risky pulls. So that is really impressive by MONKA. But yeah, we'll see how they deal with this Ardenweald area. Not sure if they might do a pull here first. Usually we see them skip this, but no, there we go. MONKA is actually engaging this pull. And they have an urn if they want to click it. I think the only Night Fae is the Warlock. So sometimes teams just decide to not even click the urn because it's going to be a damage loss for the Warlocks to click it. And if you don't need it, it's going to be just fine. Even though there is an inspired mob in there, so they can't actually interrupt the Death Speak or anything.
Yeah, nothing can be interrupted, nothing can be CC'd, but that doesn't really matter when you have 3 classes that can do significant AoE. Believe it or not, Rogue can actually do pretty good AoE if they just spam Black Powder out instead of, their focus single target. But in this comp, you don't really need that, right? The Warlock and the Hunter pretty much do it all on their own. Yeah, no issues whatsoever. Inspired mob, Shadow Coring the tank, no problem. Just blitz it down with AoE, refresh the Woe Drifter buff, and we'll be into the Ardenweald wing. Let's see what the strategy is going to be for MONKA here, because we know if they're able to pull off the bigger pulls, they've pretty much secured themselves this dungeon.
Yeah, let's take a look at MONKA. I also just noticed this Moat is actually playing Mecha Gnome. Interestingly enough, on that Holy Priest. While most other priests we've seen play Night Fae, having the Shadow Melt for situations, maybe there's a wipe, you can Shadow Melt off aggro and then maybe rest everyone back up. But that didn't work out for Perplexed. That would have been such a good save for them. Whenever Wolf Disco fell off, if Ryzen would have managed to Shadow Melt off aggro from the oils to get a rest off, but you can actually only mass rest, right? Because there was no line of sight for a normal rest, and you cannot mass rest if someone else is in combat of your group, right? So I guess that wouldn't have even saved them either, unless everyone somehow got rid of the aggro from their oils.
Look at the pull size for MONKA here, though. I think they pulled every single mob in this front area of Ardenweald. Started about 50% trash count. Let's see where they ended. I think it's going to be somewhere in the mid-70s when everything is said and done here. Great job from Skylark of kiting this around. Not actually getting hit by that many of the pecks. You can see he only has a 14 stack of the buff. Doesn't have the Dancing Rune weapon up, but doesn't matter. Was able to kite that out cleanly. 80% trash on the board. That was a pull that gave them 30% trash count. no issues whatsoever abusing that Night Fae Urn perfectly. Same pull coming in for Perplexed on the left side of your monitor here now as well. They have to pull this off to stay in the dungeon.
And MONKA might actually just pull the rest of this trash on top of D-Life's access, so finishing the whole Ardenweald area in 2 pulls, which is crazy. But their Bloodlust is actually still on cooldown for a couple of seconds here, so they might be slightly faster than what they are used to. But Bloodlust is going to come up in 2, so they should be popping it immediately as soon as all of this trash is going to come into the Saxa room. But yeah, Perplexed, as you said, doing the same pull, and it looks like they're executing it pretty perfectly as well. But they finished off the Relic instead of getting the Woe Relic for the movement speed.
Well, they have the and the Vi too, right? So they'll be doing max DPS here on this boss once they both go down here. There's the Relic, there's the Vi Relic, dead for MONKA, and here we go. Time to do as much boss damage as possible. Check the meters out. The Destro Lock just under 200k. Just can't do more damage because they've already killed everything, man. Unfortunate. You'd love to see them go higher.
They even pulled the Matriarch as well. Like, they don't care about the Matriarchs enraging all the other mobs because they die so fast, the enrage probably doesn't even come out before they're dead, so it's no problem for them. And Perplexed doing the same thing. It's actually very interesting to see that Perplexed and MONKA are running the seemingly exact same route, but because of that one mistake that they had earlier, they're just slightly behind on Perplexed side. You can see they're also popping the Bloodlust on Perplexed side. They're also just gathered up all of this trash here as well. They didn't quite get up to 80% on that pull compared to MONKA, but they pulled more trash into Saexa, so they should be ending up at 92% as well, approximately, on their side too.
Wow, MONKA threw the boss at the 13-minute mark. That is incredibly fast. And remember, they've already dealt with that speaker pack where the boss is. They don't actually need to clear an extra trash pack. I don't believe Perplex has dealt with that pack yet. So MONKA's in a fantastic position here. Now, unfortunately, not having that pack to deal with means you just have to wait for the boss RP. You have to wait for the boss to come over to your side. But you know what? They're in a good position nonetheless. And MONKA looking great in this dungeon so far.
Yeah, MONKA looking so good. Not even 14 minutes in, already in the last boss. And yeah, as you said, the trash they still have to do is just going to be dealt with during the boss fight after that intermission. The last thing that could really cause them to lose a lot of time is being able to not finish off the Visages in the intermission phase, which is something we've seen before. We've seen a Rogue, for example, not manage the Visage. We've seen maybe the Warlocks, if they don't have their Infernal ready, or if they don't want to commit the Infernal, being a little bit greedy. But they should know that they're... I don't want to say they're far ahead, but they're ahead enough that they can commit everything to the Visages, and then they're gonna win, right? So they should commit everything that they have, potions, any offensive that they have available as well. They should delay killing off the Vi Interceptor as well to make sure they have the haste buff going into their intermission, because that's the thing that is going to be losing them the game if they don't finish off those Visages in the intermission.
Exactly. And honestly, we're probably going to see the exact opposite from Perplexed. They know they're behind because of that pull that they failed on. Or because of that one spot death, they know they're behind. So they're probably going to attempt to pull this trash with the boss and use cooldowns there to try to make it as clean as possible, which means that their Visage phase is going to be very dangerous. No Infernal for the Warlock, if they do try to commit it here, means that with bad RNG, they're not going to be able to solo their phase. So let's see how the Visage phase goes for MONKA here, as Perplexed engages the boss with the trash here. Hopefully they engage it with the trash with the boss. If they don't, they are probably not going to win this dungeon.
There's also one more thing they have to watch out for, because they didn't finish off both of the Enraged Spirits. There's one spirit patrolling around, probably where RX went, because Rogues are usually pretty good at, even if they pull them, they can use Cloak, Vanish, Shadow Melt to de-aggro them. And there you can see the spirit actually in the small window on RX. Did manage to avoid the spirit, and now he's making sure he's not going to aggro it there, just walking away before the boss pulls them in. And this is the last dangerous pull, as they have the last pack that they didn't deal with earlier. They have to cleave it down with the boss. They also finished up Earth to get some cooldown reduction here, and they need to dodge the mechanics of the boss while doing this. And there's an Inspired mob in there too. That means none of the casts can be interrupted just yet before they finish up that Inspired mob.
Yep. MONKA gotten through all their trash, no issues whatsoever. All they have to do now is deal this last 6% of the boss's HP, and they will take the first map of our upper finals here. Now, that's still a long ways off. This is still a single target tank that they have to get through. Remember, it's tyrannical. They probably have to do 2.53 million damage to this boss to finish him off, so not quite over just yet, but Perplexed still just now getting to that intermission phase, so it's just a firm lead for MONKA here.
I quickly want to compare the time that we have here, even though they're not done yet, with last weekend's time, because last weekend we did have Tyrannical, the other side, that was 21, so 1 key level lower, and they had bolstering instead of inspiring, which presumably is gonna take a little bit more time, bolstering, right? But Echo cleared it in 18 minutes and 42 seconds. Was the best time by far we saw last week. And MONKA is going to beat that time pretty easily, even though that key level is 1 level higher. So that is pretty crazy to see.
Yep, just 1.5% left to go for MONKA here. Boss size at 10.5%. Now that it's 11, we know it's pretty close to being done. Just a couple more spells will take this boss down. Give us the sub 18 minutes, MONKA. There it is,
wow.
17:46 on the timer. Blazing fast run, incredible strategies. Well played, MONKA.
Yeah, MONKA absolutely crushing that one. Honestly, both teams would have. It's going to be victory for MONKA, but that one death for Perplexed, so impactful. Nagura was talking a little bit about the other side from last weekend, and this weekend we had Dismissed finish it as the only other team that won the other side run, and they did it in 24 minutes and 8 seconds. So MONKA absolutely blowing those other times out of the water. I know, right? It's crazy. Both teams, in fact, going super speed, but yeah, that one death for Perplexed, that's all it took, and MONKA with a clean run, they're going to grab dungeon number 1.
That one death definitely put them fairly heavily on the back foot. They had something like a 15-second advantage going into like that second boss area, and it's just like that one death really squandered it. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they actually Perplexed missed killing one of their ads on Waizala, so that would have been a pretty big loss, especially since MONKA was able to kill off their ads. Destrolock is not the best at killing it, those Visages, but they are saving Infernal for them. So I don't know if it was the Warlock, but I would have to guess it probably was.
I think it's because of what Cyrus said earlier. They knew they were behind, and they would have to commit everything to the boss to catch up and play as risky as possible with the Visages, and then it just didn't work out, right?
Yeah, check out these live stats, too, from Raider.io. 29 minutes, 53 seconds is our fastest live time for a 22 Tyrannical. And, both teams were about 11 minutes faster than that. So it's just MDI things, you know?
Well, they also have, like, max gear, too, right? They're wearing all the 285s. That helps a little bit, but that doesn't...
The Mythic Jailer weapons, you know?
Helps a little bit, yeah.
So through the first part of the dungeon, it looked like both teams were pretty neck and neck. They both had a really good patrol on this Enraged Spirit. They were making sure to utilize the rogue DPS to get all of this stuff killed off. This Woe Drifter for both ends, I mean, we saw MONKA and Perplexed basically running an identical route through the first 5 minutes of this dungeon, and it looked like Perplexed was in the lead, and they just have a Wolf Disco Death here, so he's setting up his gate. They pull these sentient oils, and he just dies on the way over while they're trying to get this all stuff set up. And then at that point, their group has to solo the sentient oils without him.
Gripped by the oils?
Masters. That's what I assume. He either got gripped by the oils or he fell off the ledge. It's really hard to tell what happened specifically. Whenever you have the Woe Drifter buff, it's kind of easy to fall. It is kind of easy to fall off whenever you do have that Woe Drifter buff. But even such, that costs them somewhere in the range of like a minute and a half because they have to solo the sentient oils and they're unable to pull the boss. And it's like pretty unfortunate. MONKA really just puts the pedal to the metal here. They're doing a full lake pull with all of these birds. All of the birds must go, except for the matriarchs, of course. We wouldn't be crazy or anything. No way that we would pull the matriarchs. But both sides of the lake get pulled all the way in here.
Wow.
They do utilize the urn. It stuns everything all the way through Inspiring. And from here, once MONKA is able to get through this pack, they were able to just be able to clinch this map.
Yeah, that was almost bear pull levels of mobs in that one. But they got it done. Like, we renamed this Lake MONKA at this point. Because that's one of the biggest pulls I think we've seen in the MDI this season yet.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's going to be a close series, though. I think if Perplexed, again, if they didn't have that one death, that kind of one bizarre death, this would have been an extremely tight dungeon. So, you know, we'll see what happens on the next one we go to, because this could still be a series that goes to our third map.
I really want to look... I wish we had a better POV of that death, because I think he had to have just fallen off or gotten maybe hit by the sentient oils, because the way that gateway works is once you click the gateway, you are going to go to the other gateway, regardless of what happens to you in between. The only thing that's going to stop you from going to the second gateway is if you die. So you can't get knocked off if you click the gateway. Yeah, that's just such a weird death. Unfortunate.
It seemed like it was kind of on the other end away from the oils, you know, where the tunnel kind of begins, so...
Yeah.
I don't know. And he died early, and then the slime started moving on. It was weird. It was weird. But once in a while, like we said, woe buff. There's a lot of extra speed sometimes that gets in the way. There's funky things that happen. But
he could have gotten like healer threats somehow and got gripped by the sentient oils, because the sentient oils will like snap you back if you're in range of them. But like the DK dropped to D&D, so it's really hard. I mean, this is the issue with snapping, is like we don't know if he fell off or if he got snapped back to the mobs because of how dangerous those mobs can be.
Yeah, well, either way, we're moving on to Spires of Ascension with MONKA in one map lead. Obviously, Plaguefall banned by Perplexed, so that means we're going to our third map in the series, Spires, and a chance for Perplexed to catch back up again, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because we've talked about this before. Spires is a dungeon we've seen MONKA play twice already. And the first time we've seen them play it, they had a perfect run with 0 deaths, and they finished it in 15 minutes 23 with a really crazy fast route. Now, they did have a full team wipe the second time they played it, but still won the dungeon. And we haven't seen Perplex play this dungeon at all, but since they didn't ban it, they must have a strategy for it, and they think they can beat their best time of MONKA, right? So I'm hopeful for this dungeon. I think it's going to be really close between those two.
Yeah, this is a fun one, too. This is always one of my favorite dungeons to watch, because you've got so many pulls that are just absolutely terrifying because of what some of these mobs can do to your tank. And it takes pretty extreme coordination, I think, no matter what the affixes are. That has been pretty punishing to even some of the best teams, so... we'll see. Easily a catch-up moment for Perplexed.
Could be. But man,
or a fall further behind moment.
MONKA's run in this dungeon it's a great run to watch. It's a thing of beauty, I'd even go to say.
Yeah.
A 15-minute Spires run is it's pretty fast. I remember at the very first MDI season we had of Shadowlands last year, we were like, man, sub 20, that's really fast.
Dude, how far we've come.
Oh, we've come a bit of a way since then.
So it's so interesting to me that Perplexed didn't ban this map too, because MONKA, having played it in their first 2 series, you know that they've practiced it so much. So is this Perplexed like just being super confident in their own gameplay, being like, yeah, so our Spires is just better than theirs, we're just gonna run it, we're gonna beat them in a dungeon that they should have spent more time in practicing than us?
Could be. I guess we'll find out right now. We'll see if Perplexed can tie it up or if MONKA takes it.
Yeah, we do see Perplexed also switching to that Windwalker monk, RX and Ashine playing the Windwalker instead of the Rogue, which has been very, very efficient in this Spire ski with those affixes. But mode actually going down for MONKA immediately on that pull, releasing as well, not using the Battle Rest because of course they are at the entrance here. But that's going to slow them down a little bit in comparison to Perplexed. Don't seem to be having any of those issues. And Perplex also chose to finish off instead of the Woe Relic. And I think that makes sense, just getting the extra cooldown reduction, because you're going to be flying with those angels anyway.
Alright, hear me out. Mode's death there, not a big deal. He did his job. He pressed power infusion on the character that he pressed it on. The death, it's just the 5 seconds. He didn't actually contribute anything to the pull outside that. Okay, maybe that's a little toxic, but it is true.
It is true. I mean, look at where they're even faster at the boss now, even though they had this death. So I think you're very correct in saying that. But both of the teams now actually engaging the boss with that trash bag at the same time, committing Bloodlust on both teams as well. And having any sort of mistakes here at the start is going to cost them a lot more than the death on Mode earlier. So they have to execute this perfectly.
Yep, and you want to keep it stacked here as well. You might be wondering why the tank isn't pulling everything over to the little dragon worm. What's the actual Ether Diver? I guess it's like a little bit of, they're not pulling it over there specifically because they want to make sure everything stays inside that Rain of Fire for the Warlock. If you move it out of the Rain of Fire, it's a big big damage loss, so you want to keep everything stacked up until most of it is dead. Now that they only have the Goliath and the Interceptor left, they're going to go ahead and pull everything together. And execution there from both teams, actually. But just a little bit extra damage coming out from Perplexed here. Looks like they had the Infernal cooldown up a little bit earlier, so their Warlock is doing solid about more focused boss damage. Also, I've noticed that Wolf Disco for Perplexed is actually casting a lot more Chaos Bolts into the bosses rather than just Rain of Fires. When they're playing their Eradication talent, it's actually better to cast Chaos Bolt on pure 2-target boss damage, and the focus damage coming out of the Warlock is actually helping them a lot here, 10% ahead on the bosses.
Yeah, MONKA also made a small mistake, and if the teams are so close, then that might actually mean a lot, because MONKA finished off the Woe Relic on accident, instead of the plus buy, while Perplexed had plus buy, and that's gonna mean that they're killing the boss a little bit quicker. You can see on the boss split, 5 seconds difference in favor of Perplexed, possibly because of that relic that they finished off instead of having the Woe, which didn't really do anything during that fight other than the damage reduction. You don't need the speed buff on this boss, you don't need the stealth. So yeah, Perplexed now doing the right side pull though, and they're not doing this big pull that MONKA is gearing up to do right now. So they're gonna have to catch up that trash percentage later on.
All right, here we go. Can MONKA live through this? You already see 2 bleed stacks onto Skylark there. If that refreshes any more times, especially as these mobs get into raging range, could be a big deal here. Again, the Infernal not quite up for Maesting here, but even if it was up, they'd be saving it for the extra stun whenever the mobs get into that raging range, and here we go. Either divers are there. Once those Stealth Claws get there, we're probably going to see all of the stuns coming out. There's the Shadow Fury. There's the Infernal. Where's the Ring of Peace so they can start kiting? Or are they just going to stay in there? Are you going to ego it, Skylark? Oh no! RXM goes down. A little bit of an unfortunate death, but he's able to release and run back, and most of the trash is dead already as well, so it's not too big of a deal. Just have to finish off his last couple mobs.
I think that was just the Darkseeker being enraged and charging out, like the Praetor casting Darkseeker where he charges out, and while being enraged, I think it just one-shot RX, unfortunately there. But yeah, didn't lose too much time, but I think, even though I like this pull that MONKA is doing, and I think they're really utilizing the Windwalker really well for this pull, I do think that if Perplex can get a trash pool on top of Orifrion later, like an additional trash pool, then I think I like not pulling the left side here, because the setup time takes so long that Perplex had already finished off the pool before MONKA had even gathered up their pool. So I do think if Perplex can somehow get that percentage they're missing in comparison back later more efficiently, then I like the difference in routing here from Perplex. We're gonna have to see what they do later.
We'll also have to keep an eye on how they plan on using their Carrion Spears as well. Perplexed going for this massive pull with a Goliath that we normally see a Carrion Spear attributed to. They're not using it. They're just going for a natural pull. And it's going pretty well for them as well. Most of the trash is dead. Only that Praetor is enraging right now. As long as nobody gets randomly charged by that, they should be totally fine. Goliath now in raging range, but just have to get the cast interrupts on him and they're good to go. And another great pull for Perplexed. Just securing themselves a lead in the dungeon, but not too far ahead on trash percentage.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do some pull later on that MONKA won't have to do. I assume it's gonna be in the Orifrion area, in the third boss area, because I very highly doubt they're gonna be pulling that squad leader pack here, unless they decide to pull it on top of the boss. If that's something they want to do, then I guess it could be efficient, but no. They are moving past it with that Woe Drifter buff that they have, and now they are engaging Ventinex. There's also a pack on the other side that also has a relic pack on the other side of Ventinex. That one also has a squad leader in there, and pulling squad leaders is just always pretty inefficient because of that AoE damage reduction aura that they put on all of the mobs.
The spear was used on that pull for MONKA on the right side of the screen there, and you can see Hunter and Windwalker Monk both doing over 100k DPS. Not bad. Warlock saving the Infernal, or not even saving the Infernal, it's just not off cooldown yet. For Ventinex for MONKA here. The question is the extra 8% trash that MONKA has going to actually come into play here? Remember, Perplexed hasn't used their Carrion Spear yet, so they could easily go for a massive pull in Orifrion's room, or just pull extra trash on top of the boss. We'll have to see how that goes for them later on, and they'll get there pretty soon here. MONKA just now engaging Ventinex, so in terms of actual dungeon progression, they're not too far behind. They're like maybe 45 seconds behind Perplexed, but and Perplexed can easily make up that ground here with the massive trash pull with the Carrion Spear.
Yeah, this is really clean by both teams. Of course, the 2 deaths though on MONKA didn't cost them too much time when it actually comes to the dungeon speed. But the 10 deaths, the 10 seconds death penalty, that might really just make the difference at the end because of how close those two teams are right now. Perplexed moving to the third boss area, and I'm really looking forward to see what they have planned for this area because yeah, they need to make up this trash that MONKA has on the board already. They're gonna have to do some additional pull. We do know that MONKA does the Helion pull right at the start of this platform to get the Woe Drifter buff and then goes all the way to the boss. We'll see if Perplex does something similar or if they decide to do maybe a bigger pull later on with maybe Goliaths. And it looks like they are just moving past it.
Yeah, they are. They're running to the side, not even having to go around the pillars because they're using the Mind Soothe from Rice in there to make sure things don't actually see them. Okay, looks like they're gearing up for a big pull here, not using the gateway to skip here. Goliath pack in, Justicar Helion pack in, and they're going to go into that pack that has the relics as well. This is a 3-pack pull. Once everything is nice and stacked up, we'll probably see the Carrion Spear come down for them. Where is it? Are they even using a Carrion Spear? There it is. It's down just now. Everything taking increased damage and stunned. The AoE damage is coming out from the Windwalker and the Warlock right now. Not a lot from the Hunter. Hopefully he can get some bomb procs here. Everything is out of that Carrion Spear now, so damage is going to come out on the group. Have to watch the health bars of everyone, but once most of the Helions are down, they're going to be relatively safe. Just got to get an Enraged Dispel on that final Helion, and they're good to go. Perfect execution from Perplexed. But while they've been gearing up for this pull, MONKA has gotten through the second boss, but I feel like they're pretty far behind at this point.
Yeah, because they have to do this pull as well, right? They have to do this Helion pull themselves. They have to get the Woe Drifter buff and get the stealth to be able to move to the boss. And I do think that Perplexed basically did one less pull in the dungeon now. Well, it's not actually one less pull, but... a Shine actually going down for Perplexed at the very start of the Rifrian fight here with the Usurpers all being enraged. So they have to commit a battle rest, and they won't have another one for 2 minutes. So they have to be very careful for the rest of the fight here, as they did finish off the Vi Interceptor, getting that haste buff for Rifrian. It also looks like they already set up the gateway to be able to move to that other trash pack that they're probably going to be engaging in just a second.
That death on a Shine might not seem like that big of a deal, and in the grand scheme of things it might not turn out to be that big of a deal, but dying when those Usurpers are alive means he doesn't have spinning crank kick stacks, which means the single target damage on the boss is a little bit lower than it normally would be. You can see he's just going to be below the Priest until they get into that damage out phase. Kind of unfortunate. Probably would be more about where the blood decay is right now if he was alive while those Usurpers were there.
Yeah, and that might be the window that MONKA needed to get back into this game, because they also now engaged the Rifrian, did finish off the Usurpers, and they're also going to be engaging that same trash pack that Perplexed engaged already. So this is still incredibly close, and also only a 5 seconds death penalty differential now in favor of Perplexed with that death on a Shine that we had there. But the boss is just melting now for Perplexed at that first recharge phase is starting, and it looks like the boss is just going to die immediately after. Wow, that's just a lot of damage coming out of Perplexed there.
Yeah, almost got the one phase off. That was very, very clean boss damage from Perplexed. They're going to be heading up to that Angel section of the dungeon. They have one final Carrion Spear available for it. Looking at the cooldowns across the board, the Infernal is there. The Tiger is not there for a Shine. Might be a big deal. Still has a touch of death, of course. But we'll have to see how that goes for them in about 30 seconds when they get to the top here. MONKA is going into their damage amp phase here. Let's see if they're going to be able to one-phase the boss just like Perplexed did. Remember, when that white bar at the bottom of the health bar fills up, the boss is no longer taking double damage. Still have some trash to deal with. Let's see how close they'll get.
Yeah, they're not quite as close as Perplexed was, so the boss is going to take them a little bit longer. Yes. But one thing to note is that Perplexed actually doesn't have Bloodlust ready. And usually we see teams commit Bloodlust for this Triple Angel pull, and they're just waiting around. Are they going to be waiting 20 seconds?
I don't...
It might be the
Can you?
play? I'm not sure. No, they're just going. Still 15 seconds left on lust.
I think that the amount that they waited was just fine, because they were probably also waiting on the Tiger from Ashine as well, which is just up now and probably will be instantly up, if I had to guess. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was serving double duty there. They have the lust up now as well, but that was like a little 15 to 20 second time waste, unfortunately, because they were just going too fast in the dungeon. Now that they have everyone alive here, just got to play clean here. Make sure you don't get hit by any of those stray frontals, and they should be good to go. Let's see how they're able to execute the last 20% of these 3 angels here. Lotus is quite a bit lower than the other two. Have to even those out. Remember, you do have the Touch of Death as well to finish off the last one. If it's not clean enough, Looks like they have everything pretty low together here, and as they die, they get the touchdown on the last one. Perfect execution there from Perplexed. MONKA now going for a pull of their own, but Perplexed, man, significantly in the lead now.
Yeah, and it really looked like that they have mismanaged the damage on those 3 angels. Then we saw Wolf Disco switching to Chaos Bolt instead of spamming those fires. And Skylocked actually going down for MONKA. They do have a battle rest and immediately get Skylocked back up. That can be very dangerous because now all of those angels are just running around having aggro on everyone else. Crimson going down as well on the Hunter there. And yeah, this is just causing so many problems. And it doesn't even look like Skylark got rest. Skylark just released. Which was
unfortunate.
Very bad decision, right? Should have waited for the rest for sure. This is just going to be a full wipe now without the tank being there.
Yeah, that they just can't live there. I wonder if that was a scenario where the release button is in the exact same spot that the res accept button is, and he thought that the soulstone went off and clicked the button without looking at actually what it was. If that's the case, that's really unfortunate. But honestly, the second that he dies there, the pull becomes completely undone because nobody wants to get hit by those mobs. Everything is spread out. Nothing is stacked for your Warlock's Arena Fires anymore, which means that their damage essentially goes to 0 at that point because they're not generating any soul shards. And yeah, that's just absolute worst case scenario. We can see that MONKA is trying to solve the problem and just keeping everything going by pulling 2 of the angels, but really everything is just in the hands of Perplexed right now, as they're already into phase 2 of Devos. They have the Vi Interceptor buff for the second phase, and they're looking pretty good now.
Yeah, all eyes on Perplexed. They just have to finish off the boss. They are already in phase 2. They did delay the Vi Interceptor kill to be able to get the haste buff in that phase 2 as well. Stacked up with the offensive cooldowns that are available. You can see the PI on Wolf Disco, Placid Infernal being used. So lots of damage coming out of the Dastro Warlock here as well. They're going to be through this phase in no time. And, I mean, if we look at the comparison, the best time we've seen so far in Spires this weekend was 15 minutes and 23 by MONKA. And Perplexed looking to beat that time by quite a bit. So that's just a very impressive run by Perplexed. And I'm not surprised anymore why they didn't ban Spires.
Yeah, we were all wondering, man, you guys saw MONKA's run, right? You leave that unbanned? And it makes much more sense now that we see that they're going to be easily underneath the 15-minute mark with Devos coming down at 14% with 45 seconds left to beat that mark. Yeah, this boss is going to be dying very, very quickly here, and we're going to be putting ourselves into a Game 3 in our upper finals. Remember, this is a big deal. The winner of this match automatically qualifies for Globals. Kind of a big deal, and you get a lot of practice time for finals to give yourself a little extra time to guarantee yourself that first seed. So this next map that we have between Perplexed and MONKA is a big deal. A lot is on the line here.
Wow, and that is it. Yeah, we are going to dungeon number 3. Perplexed, able to take out MONKA in Spires of Ascension with our fastest time yet, sub 15 minutes. So MONKA put on some good performances in Spires over the last couple days, but Perplexed comes in and says, you know what, we're gonna do you one better. But that said, I mean, MONKA without a couple of those deaths again would have been just as close. This is one of the closest series I think we've had in MDI yet this season.
I absolutely agree, and it's one of those things that we were questioning Perplexed for leaving that Spires of Ascension unbanned, like Zyronic was saying. Do not be alarmed. Perplexed is an incredibly good team. They know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, and I do want to also mention that the next... no one banned Sanguine Depths, right? So we're going to be going to Sanguine. And we haven't seen either of those teams play Sanguine Depths yet. But in the final game of today, like the last game of today to determine the winner of the whole tournament, we're going to see Sanguine Depths as the first dungeon that cannot be banned. So pretty sure that both Perplexed and MONKA have a really, really good route for Sanguine Depths as well. So I think it can go either way at this point. Those teams are just playing crazy.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see who takes it. But Tettles has a little bit of routing information to share with us.
So looking at this Pat, this is like a Perplexed pull that they ended up doing. So they ended up grabbing this Goliath. They grabbed all the Ether Divers. And for those who don't know, that like Goliath and those Ether Divers have like a pretty dangerous patrol. It's just like the Ether Divers in particular. And so for Perplexed, we were interested. I was very interested to see like what they were going to do with their route. And so we can actually look and talk through some of the pulls that they were doing. So at the very beginning, they did this smaller pull off to the side, and I was interested to see like where they were going to make up count. We ended up seeing it was like those spear pulls later on in the dungeon. But for 2, it was like, why are they doing this pack? And it was because this allowed them to get that patrol of those ether divers into a spot to where they were going to be able to like triple pull that pack. They weren't going to have to end up using any spears, and they were able to do that pack without anything outside of just like offensive CDs. Whenever you looked at the side of MONKA, they were doing a lot bigger of a pull, but this delayed their pull by somewhere in the range of like maybe a minute. Somewhere maybe like 45 seconds, but that would just like put the ether divers at a completely different patrol relative to the dungeon, and put MONKA in a spot where they weren't able to do that pull in just like one big pull, or they had to wait for that patrol to get to a spot where they were able to set it up in the same way that Perplexed did. And that really allowed Perplexed to just kind of, in my mind, take the lead, because whenever they're not committing those Kyrian spears here, like, just look at this pull. This pull is absolutely insane for them to not commit Kyrian spears to, and they're just able to burn all of their offensive CDs here, but not use some of those finite resources. And this right here, I think, kind of separated Perplexed from MONKA, just in regards to time. And then MONKA did have some issues towards the back half of the dungeon. I think their tank fell off the platform on the angel pull.
Oh,
that's not really recoverable in a super meaningful way. But I think that this, for me, this was a point where Perplexed kind of took the lead in the dungeon, and their route made a lot more sense, because whenever they're not committing those spears, they're able to do spear pulls like this. Dude, this is an insane pull for Perplexed, and this is like kind of one of the final moments of the dungeon where they absolutely can wipe. You see they're utilizing that blood DK to get everything gripped in. They do a great job of utilizing that leg sweep to just get the pack stunned before that spear comes out. The Dismantler respond, and they have enough kill power on all of these mobs to get them killed off before any heals are coming through. And I really do think that Perplexed's route was just a little bit better than that from what we saw from MONKA, even though MONKA's route was exceptionally good as well.
It's cool to see, too, that teams are also kind of taking into account the patrol routes, right? Where it's like, all right, if we do this much damage on these packs and all that, then generally this patrol is going to be around here, and we can kind of utilize that. But Zyronic, like, how easy is it to do that consistently?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, well,
that's what happens.
That is a problem, yep.
Sorry, what were you asking? I got completely...
I was a little bit distracted there, too.
I got stunned.
Yeah. You don't see that every day, but no. What I was gonna ask is how easy is it to kind of like manipulate the patrol timings, right? Where, you know, there's a lot of things that go into it, obviously, but if you've run a dungeon a bunch of times, if you're very familiar with the amount of time it takes your party with that comp to kill those packs, how consistently can you set things up like what we saw Perplexed do? Because I feel like it's something really cool and something a lot of teams would try to do, but how easy is it to do that in practice?
The top-end teams will absolutely be able to manipulate things like that. I remember I would talk with Ben, who was one of the players for the Golden Guardians team for a long time, about the things that they would do in the MDI to manipulate extra damage. You remember back in the Ashara raid in
Eternal Palace?
In Eternal Palace, when they would have pieces of gear that would give their group tiny little stat buffs every 2 minutes? They would plan pulls around having those stat buffs up. So I can absolutely see people changing their route just to manipulate a patrol that happens every 48 seconds or something. I think the ether divers are. It's a really weird patrol timing. And make it so that when you get up to that platform, they're right where you need them to be. I believe it completely.
I mean, that's great. I mean, it's one of the things that requires precision, right? If you have like a couple deaths here and there, that throws it off completely. But if you're operating like Perplexed did on that dungeon, you can make it happen, and you can put in a sub 15-minute times on Spires, which is nutty. But we're going ahead and looking at the next dungeon. The final dungeon in this series is going to be Sanguine Depths, 23 Tyrannical, Bursting Volcanic. And this one's going to be a little bit wild. I think we've only seen this once so far this weekend. Yeah, that's right. We saw Free For All win it with a 23-minute time back in their first lower bracket match. But that's it so far.
Yeah, I have a feeling that both of those teams are going to be running this dungeon quite a bit faster than 23 minutes. And I'm just excited to see how fast they can run this, because there's so many crazy things you can do in Sanguine Depths. But it's just so difficult because it's a 23 tyrannical, and the boss fights, they all are really dangerous. Like, all 4 of the bosses can do some crazy stuff, especially if you pull trash on top of it, which is probably something we're gonna see from those 2 teams. So it's incredibly volatile as well, especially if you lose the lantern buffs whenever some player goes down. It's a big damage loss and might make or break a pull.
Yeah, we talked about this before, where it's like, how much are your lantern pulls affected by bursting, right? Because it's a little bit more dangerous to pull in as many mobs as before. I mean, yeah, you've got the priest ability, you've got, but at the same to clear debuffs, but at the same time, it gets a little bit scary, doesn't it?
Yeah, I also wonder if the teams are going to commit a Curse of Spell class in this dungeon. Nope, okay, no Curse of Spell.
All right.
He's going in without one. Man, I think Sanguine Depths is probably one of the most interesting dungeons in Shadowlands. I love being able to chain the lantern buffs from pack to pack. It's such a high skill cap strategy the teams have to go forth, and right at the start of the dungeon we have the first lantern buff, easy 10 stack that they're going to be able to chain maybe into the boss. After they deal with this first pull, you can see they've already set up the Woe Drifter to get ready to skip straight to that first boss room afterwards. Not too much danger in this first pull, just have to watch the frontals from, I believe, the Mist Dancers. As long as you're doing that, you're doing pretty okay here.
Yeah, and everyone for both Perplexed and MONKA all switched to Dwarf now to have that stone form to get rid of the bursting stacks, in addition to having the Master Spell from their priests. So really nice to see small adaptation with the racial effects to be able to get to control that affix a little bit more, so they can do those bigger pulls. And now both MONKA and Perplexed moving into the boss. I have no doubt that both of them are going to be pulling the boss with all of this trash that they have here. And there we go, Perplexed pulling the boss. It's like 1 or 2 seconds earlier.
How much damage are they going to do here? What are we going to see? What's the peak, you think? Already 400k for Swag Shot and climbing! Oh man, he hit 450k for a second there, and the Warlock's like, I'm ramping too, but there's no trash left to ramp on, unfortunately for you, Wolf Disco. Similar numbers coming out of MONKA on their side. But man, boss absolutely melting with that 10 stack damage buff. Remember, that's a 50% damage and healing buff that they're gaining for this boss. And 23 Tyrannical boss being made short work of. Very, very quick.
Yeah, Crims only hit 400k DPS, so maybe missing a few procs compared to Swag there for Perplexed side. But look at the difference in boss HP. Perplexed definitely pulled the boss like 2 or 3 seconds faster. But yeah, I think that might just be the difference. Like 2 or 3 seconds for 10%, that might be it. I mean, those teams are just doing so much damage and having such insane routes and speed. This is crazy to compare. Like, I don't even know. All 3 dungeons were so close so far, and barely any mistakes by either of those teams. And just having one single death might just cost you the game, when both of the teams are playing so perfectly.
What is MONKA up to here? They actually went back and killed another set of relics. They got a Woe Drifter buff. You can see they're setting up, it seems, for another big pull here. You can see Skylark is off screen now, pulling pretty much everything in. They're definitely going to be proccing the Lantern here. Everyone line of sighting around this corner here. Remember, they have the 50% damage from the Woe Drifter buff, so that's going to be very useful. Quick little mass script to get everything in. And the AoE CCs are going to come out. This is an incredibly dangerous pull. If you get single targeted down by any of these mobs, you will instantly die here. Dread Bindings come out. Going to have to get out of range for that. You can see Crimsy is disengaging away to make sure he breaks that chain. There we go. Everything is stacked up. Good AoE stuns on the Curse of Suppressions here, making sure nobody gets silenced. That is also very important. And again, another insane pull made quick work of by MONKA here, and they've actually given themselves a slight lead over Perplexed. Perplexed hasn't quite dealt with their pull yet.
Wow, so even though it took them some time to set this pull up, they did gain a lot of time. Well, a lot. I would say like 5 to 10 seconds gain from this pull. While Perplexed, though, they are not actually dealing with the trash from inside this room that MONKA engaged afterwards. They're just using their Shroud to move past this area, and I do think they're going to be extending their buff. So they're going to be moving to that to the next urn, and it looks like they're just moving the mini-boss with them. So this is really dangerous, as they have that mini-boss still have a lot of time left on their buff, so they don't even have to walk to the urn immediately to the Lantern. They can delay it by a little bit as long as they refresh it before it runs out.
Yeah, this strategy has minimal backtracking, but I think I like what MONKA did better. not only did they get a refresh on their first lantern before they entered this circle gauntlet of the area, but they also got another Woe Drifter buff. You can see they still have it up, so they still all have that 15% damage reduction, which means they're going to be that much more safe for this pull. And again, they'll just get another refresh on the lantern here too, so they've kept their buff up for a solid extra 30 seconds over what Perplexed has currently done, and they've gotten more trash count out of it. Both teams going for similar strategies, but I think MONKA's just a little bit more nuanced and a little bit more good. I don't know a better description for that.
If you look at the trash percentage, they're at the exact same percentage at the same time. And RX is going down, so I do think they're like perfectly even at this point, except that one death, of course, that happened on RX. They're losing the 10 stack buff at the very end. So this is actually not only costing them the 5 seconds on the board, this is also costing them the 10 stack buff, and they're engaging Tarvald on MONKA's side. So not having that buff on the Rogue is actually going to be a big deal, because Rogues provide a lot of single target damage. So not having them is going to cost them possibly. Perplexed, though, chose to do a different route. They're not engaging the boss. They are pulling another set of trash pack, possibly trying to extend that buff one more time with the other urn before they engage Tarvald on their side.
This is actually a pretty big deal to not have the 10 stack on the Rogue here. This boss is going to probably take about 20 to 30 seconds longer without having the 50% damage on the Rogue. You can see he's actually doing less damage than the Holy Priest right now. So it actually is quite a big deal. Now, here's the thing. MONKA's strategy, they still have one lantern left, whereas Perplexed has used all 3 of their lanterns on this section of the dungeon. What MONKA is very likely going to do after this boss dies, and you can see them sort of backpedaling backwards, they are probably going to be pulling the mini-boss to that 3rd lantern, and what this is going to allow them to do is it's going to let them get a 10 stack and pull that into the 3rd boss as well with all of the trash. So if they're able to pull that off, I think that MONKA is actually in a very, very huge advantage right now. It all comes down to whether or not they're going to be able to pull off these last 2 big pulls they're going to do. And yep, they're absolutely going for that. See the gateway backwards towards that final lantern. This is what they're going to be going for.
Alright, we'll see if it pays off, because of course setting up all of this it's a little bit of travel time that they lose as well. So it really has to come down to that 10 stack that they move into the next boss with, and hoping that it makes up the time from the setup, from the movement. It's Perplexed. They still have the 10 stack up on this boss, and once they finish off Tarvald, they're going to be moving to the next boss. But Wolf Disc actually potted here from the AoE damage. So that's a little bit of a damage loss for Perplexed as well, having the Warlock in the seat there.
Okay, no mini-boss for MONKA, but a big, big pull. There are like 4 or 5 scribes in here. If any of those scribes decide to all-target one person with throw research at the same time, we're going to see them instantly die. There's just no living 5 throw research casts at the same time. You can see people just pre-popping cooldowns just to live through everything. They have a 9 stack of bursting right now. Maystine even using Drain Life to live through it. Just one final Depths Warden to get through. And now they have a Woe Drifter buff to skip past the rest of the trash, plus a 10 stack of the buff, perfectly refreshed in order to deal with the 3rd boss. Yes, Perplexed is going to get there slightly before MONKA, but MONKA is going to have a 50% damage and healing buff to get through that as well. This is actually going to be huge for MONKA if they're able to pull it off. They should be able to deal with this boss much, much quicker than Perplexed.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think you're right. As they're gathering up everything, you can see the cooldowns are coming out. Infernal's still on cooldown for a little bit, and Moat dropping really low. Actually, Moat actually going into the Angel form. They're gonna have to use it. They don't have a battle rest. This might be a big problem for them. They don't have a rest for 3 minutes. Technically, they can do this boss without a healer if they allocate their defensives perfectly, but they have to finish off this trash soon, because if there's any casts that come out, then that's going to cause huge problems. You can see the bursting coming out. They don't have a Dwarf Racial on Maystine available. They do have Dwarf Racials on the others, but yeah, the really helping them through that AoE damage there. The Relic just giving them that HP regen, and still having the 10 stack buff. But it might be difficult to finish off the boss. It's still on 55%.
I mean, you can see the damage amp definitely helping them deal with the trash as well as live through the damage and just do a little bit of extra boss damage, like 15% ahead, even with a death on the priest. But I don't know how they're going to live through the residual damage that happens whenever you use Endless Torment. This is so much damage on 23 Tyrannical. Going to have to drain life through it. You can see everyone dropping incredibly, incredibly low. I think they're just lucky that this isn't Grievous, to be honest with you. The Battle Res is going to be up in a little less than a minute here. The boss will probably be dead before that if they're able to live through everything. Unfortunately, Maystine getting the debuff here, going to just have to drain life through everything here. Now, they technically can get a 5 stack of the buff every single time, but that's just time you're spending moving around and running around the room instead of doing damage to the boss. So even though they had that 10 stack damage buff coming in, I think Perplexed is going to be catching up here, probably killing the boss first.
I don't think Prims can survive this, yeah. Hunters usually don't have that much self-sustain compared to maybe the Rogue and the Warlock. And even the Rogue and the Warlock are dropping really low through the Unending Resolve that Maysteen just committed. RX still has Cloak available. Skylark should be fine, technically, with so much self-sustain on that Blood Decay. And with the Cloak and RX, they should be able to finish it off. But yeah, this is just a huge time loss. You can see Maysteen constantly having to drain life, trying to survive. And maybe even Maysteen is running out of defensives at this point.
Res is up.
Ending Resolve.
Use the res instantly.
There we go. The rest is coming out, so this should be fine for the rest of the dungeon. But yeah, you can see the boss HP. Perplex caught up in boss damage because of those 2 deaths that MONKA has, and because of all the survivability and the drain lives they had to be casting on the MONKA side.
And that was really unfortunate. And honestly, you can see the strategy that came out from them. Even with a DPS dead for the last 30 seconds, they're actually going to end up killing this boss at roughly the same time as Perplexed. That is actually incredible that they're still in this dungeon. Now, the important thing is no battle res is available for MONKA. Also, 3-second death timers on the board. Those are all going to come into play here. I mean, I loved the route that we saw from MONKA here. If that death didn't happen from mode, unfortunately, I mean, MONKA would have finished this boss probably a good 30 seconds before Perplexed and would set themselves up for an insane run. I mean, you guys said it earlier, Sanguine Depths, right, is the first dungeon of our Grand Finals. If MONKA's able to pull off this strat, if they get back to the Grand Finals, if they don't end up winning this map, ooh, that's going to be a spicy one. But we still have to finish off the map here. Perplexed did get to the first phase of General Call probably about 20 seconds faster. MONKA's going to have to find a lot of damage here in order to catch up.
Yeah, I agree. That strategy of MONKA, if actually executed perfectly, should be faster than what Perplex is running. So we'll see what happens. But because of those 3 deaths that they have and just doing the boss a little bit slower, they're going to have to make up some time. We also do see a difference in Covenant choices. Maysteen on MONKA's side is actually playing Kyrian Destro Warlock, which we've seen a lot in different dungeons, but Perplexed Wolf Disco is running Night Phase still, so slight difference in Covenant choices as well.
Yeah, I think that both Night Fae and Kyrian are solid options. I can't really see a major difference between the two. They both pretty much solve the same function of just giving you extra shard generation on massive AoE pulls, so I think they're both pretty fine. I think actually the mastery that you gain from Kyrian is pretty nice. It's, you know, mastery for Destro is a little bit of a damage reduction. It's not that big of a deal though, so I can't say that I hate either option. I think the biggest thing though is as Night Fae you get that Pod Tender. Cheat Death is just so useful in so many situations.
That's true, and I mean Wolf Disco procs the Pod Tender during Tarvold, right? So saving them 5-second death timer basically, and also all the buffs that Wolf Disco had, because Wolf Disco would have lost those 10 stacks from the Lantern if he didn't proc the Pot Tender. So that is actually really valuable in case something like that happens. Yeah, there we go. Perplexed is now just moving on in that area. That area actually can also be really dangerous because of it being a 23 and also a tyrannical. So whenever that boss jumps around, puts the bleed on somebody, it does a lot of initial damage. And then also the bleed afterwards is a lot of damage. So we do see Ryzen using the Dwarf Racial to get rid of that bleed effect because both Divine Field and Ryzen get hit. And now they opened the Lantern. They're going to be on a 10-stack buff in just a second. And it is possible that they might pull the rest of the trash into the boss once they finished off Khal here. Because they do have Bloodlust available and they have the 10-stack. So that would be another risky play if they actually want to pull that off.
I think it's incredibly important to mention that we are nowhere near calling a winner in this dungeon yet. Perplexed only phased the final phase of General Call 15 seconds before MONKA. So 30-second difference in overall time when you include the deaths means that we are actually very, very close together here in terms of overall time spent in the dungeon. The Woedrifter buff will come out for MONKA as well here, so they'll have a little bit of extra movement speed to catch up to the boss. We might actually even see these teams pulling the boss at roughly the exact same time here. One final extent here for MONKA as they deal with these final Stonewall Gorgons. And yeah, this is going to be really, really close. One minor mistake from Perplexed will put this on pretty much even footing between the two teams.
Yeah, Perplexed is now pulling the rest of the trash into the boss. They have the 10-sec buff, they have the Bloodlust available. Now let's see if they can actually execute this. It's very dangerous to do this. You can see all of the swirlies coming out from the Sentinel, plus the charge coming out from the boss on Rise in there. And they do have everything available to them to deal with this, and the trash just melting with the amount of damage coming out of the Survival Hunter and the Dasher Warlock. It's looking pretty clean so far, but they still have some trash mobs alive.
MONKA not far behind, also going for a similar pull. Trash similarly melting for them, 250k. Peak DPS coming out from Crims as well. The trash actually just instantly died for MONKA as well, so they'll be able to get a little bit more extra funnel damage on the boss. And we are actually very, very close together here. 5% boss health difference between the teams. If anything goes wrong for Perplexed, MONKA will be right there to capitalize. All eyes, though, on Perplexed as they get to the final 25% of the HP they need to chew through to take the dungeon in the series.
MONKA still has the damage buff, right? They still have that 10-stack buff, so they could technically catch up on the boss HP. Still 15 seconds death penalty on MONKA's side. It is incredible how close this is, though, even though MONKA did have these issues, right? So Perplexed having a clean run here with 0 deaths is so important for them. If they made any sort of mistakes, it would have been MONKA winning this. But Perplexed now downing the boss, it is going to be Perplexed winning this upper final against MONKA and qualifying for the global final.
That's right, Perplexed takes it. They're going to the global finals already. They still get to fight it out for first place in the group a little bit later today, but that guarantees them a spot in the global finals. So the pressure's off at this point. They made it. Super clean runs in the last 2 dungeons, of course, and here we are, you know? MONKA put up a great fight, and like, I don't know, I find it hard to believe the lower bracket's going to be able to take down MONKA. They're looking insanely good too, you know?
I would tend to agree. I think that there would have to be a collapse by MONKA, because even when they made a mistake, so okay, the Spires of Ascension, there was a big mistake there with the tank death on the Triple Angel, but they made mistakes in the Sanguine Depths, and they still looked like, I think if they had a perfect run, they would have beaten Perplexed. I'm pretty sure their routing with how they were just dealing with their lanterns, like we're going to talk about some of those issues that they had, but I think that their routing around the ring with the lantern buff and just utilizing the uptime on that was slightly better than what we saw from Perplexed.
I think it was a lot better. I think you're understating how good it was. I think it was really good.
But I mean, okay, so Sanguine Depths is the first match of the upper finals. Do you expect MONKA to be able to kind of pull it together, not have those 3 random deaths where they're losing their lantern buffs and stuff like that, and kind of clutch it out?
You'd hope so. Yeah, I mean, I love that that's our first map, if we do indeed get the rematch, because I think it's going to be so close and so hard fought. But let's look at some of the moments in Blast Dungeon.
Dude, I think Crims hit 400 or 500k DPS on this pull, by the way. He was doing just an insane amount of damage, and of course, a lot of this has to do with like the Sinfall Boon buff, giving him like 50% increased damage. Just yes, very okay, so Serve Hunter, 400k DPS. Destrolock, 250k. Rogue, 75k.
And even that is kind of a lot when you think about it, you know?
Well,
like,
yes.
That's nothing, you know?
So this is one of the moments where I thought that this was going to be a more impactful issue than it was. So RX doesn't get clipped by the Mass Dispel, and he ends up dying to the 11 stack of bursting there. Because he didn't have his cloak up, it was down for like 10 seconds or something like that. But then just how they were able to do Tarvald and get this 10 stack of the Lantern buff relatively quickly and pull it into Borrelia, I thought that MONKA was going to win, just because the amount of damage that they were going to have on Borrelia should be a lot higher than what we saw from Perplexed. But Mo just gets bolted a couple of times and ends up going down. They don't have the battle res because they B-resed RX earlier, and it was just like, oh. And so that was kind of the end of it. Perplex was able to play out the back half of the dungeon virtually identical to where MONKA was, so there wasn't a ton of difference, and they were able to like take this massive lantern buff into the end of General Call. Super smart play. We've seen this a couple of times over the course of the MDI seasons, this expansion. Perplex ended up looking really good just across all 3 maps. I think they only have 1 death across all 3 games. I think that's
right,
correct.
Yeah.
Which
it was just the 1 death that lost them the DOS. So
dude, the 1 death literally lost them the DOS.
And 1 in DOS, 1 in Spires, and 0 here.
Okay, so
2 total though. Still pretty good. Less deaths than dungeons ran. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Is that the metric you're supposed to go for? I thought you were supposed to have less deaths in the key level.
You are supposed to have. Okay, so if your deaths exceed the key level, pugs. You're legally required to leave the dungeon. I don't make the rules.
Oh, is that how it goes? Okay.
You're legally required to leave the dungeon at that point.
I do also want to say though that we were looking at PERPLEXED the past 2 days, and we were kind of saying, oh, they're not like really blowing us away with their strategies compared to what MONKA has been showing. But I think they really were holding back in some of those dungeons. They were banning dungeons that they didn't want to show their strategy on. For example, they played Plaguefall in the first series, and they banned the Plaguefall this time around because we were saying, oh, they're kind of slow. Like, this is not really a Perplex that we know. And I guess they just really hit their strategy and really went for this upper final and for the grand final. So it's really cool to see that they're really showing up now and showing what they can do.
Someone just drove a motorcycle through my office. That was amazing. Dude, how did they? I was like, I'm lucky I didn't get hit.
Was it the sequel or the duck?
I should really close that hole in the wall. Yeah. Oh well. Perplexed takes on MONKA. They are going to the global finals. That's right, but we are not anywhere close to done yet today. We still have 3 more matches, starting with Free For All versus Frog Gang down in the lower bracket. The winner of that will go on to face MONKA for a spot in the finals of Group B. Should be fun. I mean, Free For All, Frog Gang, like Free For All, just like throwing out those interrupts whenever people feel like it. Frog Gang playing slow but safe. It's going to be interesting. But man, MONKA just feels like a raid boss in themselves, looking at that lower bracket finals.
Yeah, the winner of this match gets the honor of going up against a very mad MONKA for losing a map that they probably just should have won if they played a little bit cleaner and a little bit safer.
So have they turned from MONKA to Madge is the real question.
I prefer Smudge. Smudge is the new one that people like.
What is that? I gotta hold on. I'm not up to date
It's like
on my
Madge,
lore.
but it's got like rivers of tears coming out of its eyes. Yeah.
You look kind of sad if you're going to be facing MONKA in the lower bracket finals, though. That's good.
So whenever they lose the Sanguine Depth to a healer death, they're Smudge. Ah, yes.
Yeah, they're Smudge. Or they're Smudging, which is a mashup of Smudge and the chatting emote.
Oh, chatting.
Yeah.
We have a lot. I just want that clip of Tuttles going, oh, chatting. Using various circumstances. Well, it's going to be a good time for the rest of the day. It's already been a good time here at MDI today. I believe we're going to take a short break, and when we return, it is going to be Perplexed. No, that's not. It's going to be our lower bracket match. It's going to be Free For All taking on Frog Gang. That's right. We just saw Perplexed punch your ticket to the global finals and the finals of this group. But do not go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few with our next series. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doe here, along with Dratanos, Mix, and Nagura. And guess what? It's time to go down to the lower bracket where Free for All is ready to take on Frog Gang. It's gonna be a good one. I feel like these teams match up fairly evenly. Frog Gang's style, though, of being safe but slow, they've gotten them this far. But Dratanos, I don't know how much farther it can really take them.
Yeah, it's interesting because both teams sort of had that character in their match to get into Sunday. Both teams ended up having 2-0 upsets over teams with faster routes but more deaths, and they were both on these 0 death or 1 death runs through these dungeons. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up against each other, because I think it's going to be very close between these two teams. And of course, they also have that looming specter of an enraged MONKA team in their next match that whichever team wins is going to have to worry about. So the question of like how much you prep for this series versus next series, because you got to win both of them if you want that ticket out of this group, is another interesting one.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Megs, are you Team MONKA or Team Pizza right now?
Team MONKA or Team Pizza? I mean,
Team Frog?
MONKA still has some time, right? So we're Pizza or Frog.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's true. Oh, you're right. Well, I mean, you could just be Team MONKA too.
I would love to be Team Frog, but I think Free for All is going to take it in a 2-for-1 if you would have me betting. I think they're just overall a little bit faster in the style that they bring in, and Frog Gang had some oopsies here and there coming into this tournament, so I feel like they're probably gonna get kicked out here. But I'm happy to eat my words if it goes any other way.
We'll find out. How about this, Nagura? Both teams banning Gambit. So we've got Mist, Streets, and if we need it, Necrotic Wake for this series.
Yeah, so I think what happened was that one of the teams was banking on the other team banning Streets, probably. Because we did see Free for All actually had banned Streets against Just Reset. So they already had banned this map before, and they also banned Gambit before. And Frog Gang also banned Gambit before, so maybe they were kind of banning, oh, we're going to ban Gambit, and then the other team is going to ban Streets, and we're just going to play together. But then it didn't work out this way, so now we're going to see Streets as the second dungeon.
Now, Free for All did win Streets with 0 deaths against Just Reset yesterday. So they have done okay on this map in the past. It was a 24-minute Streets, so definitely a bit longer than we've seen some other teams do it throughout MDI, but it was clean at least. So going up against Frog Gang, who also is kind of playing clean as well, you know, we'll see who ends up putting together the faster route in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, while you were talking, Nagura, I was checking up on those bans as well. And it's really funny that in their lower bracket, whenever they were offered it, Frog Gang has actually banned Gambit. So against Soundproof, their ban was Gambit. Against Dismiss, their ban was Gambit. So I'm not sure if Free for All here just, you know, hinted maybe a little bit on the ban, as you could probably have been sure that Frog Gang would have gone for the Gambit if you did not want to play that Streets.
It's a really good point. You know, the funny thing is that if they make it onto the lower finals, you have to play Gambit. It's the first map, so can't avoid it forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta get that far first.
Very good point, actually. Maybe they're hiding their strategy, but I don't think that a lower bracket team...
Yeah, I don't think they're in a position to do that.
Yeah.
You don't think so? No secret strats? Going
so
the
it gets even more difficult.
Fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about taking on MONKA and having the first dungeon be the one you've been banning all tournament? Yeah, that's
oh no.
That might be a little bit rough, but we're going into Mist first of all. Free for All versus Frog Gang. I think Frog Gang is probably one of my favorite logos we've had yet. I was gonna say it, but let's see who takes the first map.
Yeah, and we're gonna go right in, and I'm happy to report that we're not seeing the Rest of Shaman on the side of Free for All, a pick that they've been showing throughout this tournament. Also yesterday, once again, both teams here going for the skip. I really like this, but it also adds additional risk. You cannot die in these further packs. And with Fortified Sanguine Grievous, the pull with the Drusts and eventually the Bowbreakers here in the beginning, Nagura, that's a really tough one.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many things that can go wrong, and the Bowbreakers, of course, not being CCable. If they start channeling their AoE, for example, and they're standing in a Sanguine pool, then you're going to be in trouble. So they definitely don't want that to happen, as both of them are now engaging that pool that we just talked about after they just got the Night Fae buffs, the stat buff from opening fence. But yeah, we already saw Frocking actually play this dungeon. They did have an 18-minute 45 clear, but they lost against Soundproof, even though it was very close. We have not seen Free For All yet play this dungeon, so Free For All technically has an idea of how fast their route has to be able to beat Frocking, because they already have seen them play the dungeon.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The last time we saw Frocking, and they're actually taking so much damage here for a second, but managed to recover. The bow breakers just do so much extra damage onto the group with the fortified on 23, but hopefully it's not going to come to another cast. They won't let that happen. I do want to say DICE is running Purgatory, something we have seen from the Minefield, from Perplexed as well, just to be a little bit safer in these pulls. Zealot, on the other hand, has decided to go for a little bit more damage and is not running that Purgatory trait. As we go into this fight here, Free For All is just a little bit ahead. And what I was saying, Frocking, the last time they did this, they struggled with getting this boss one phase push down to the court. They killed it in the very last second where it was possible, after the burn phase had already been finished.
Yeah, and we also do see a little bit of difference in the approach here from Frocking and Free For All. And I think I like the Free For All approach a little bit further. You can see Ingram Malloc is already at 90% for Free For All. So that means they are cleaving the boss a little bit more to maybe make sure that they're going to be getting Ingra down on that first phase. Frocking now also 90%, so they also decided to cleave a bit more. But yeah, let's take a look. The phase did start for Free For All a little bit earlier than for Frocking. Bloodlust has been used, all of the offensives have been popped as well, so let's see if they can get the one phase.
Yeah, and for both teams, Ingram Malloc is melting in front of our eyes. It looks like it's going simultaneously for these teams here, and Frocking has actually pulled on over and overtaken Free For All, who had started this fight a little earlier on. This time around, they didn't come to play. They decided we're gonna ace this boss burn, and now it's Free For All who are actually struggling to finish off this boss.
Yeah, Frocking really showing that they do have those SK Pieces raiders in there who know how to press their damage buttons perfectly, right? They know how to min-max the single target damage, so they managed to pull it off here and actually make up quite a lot of time. If you look at the first boss timer there at the bottom, you can see that it's a 21-second advantage for Frocking. So we'll see if they also have a good strategy for the mace. We already see them pull some trash from the right side. Presumably with the Fell Hunter pet. Yeah, there we go. Splat resummoning the Fell Hunter pet. First he was channeling the full cast, and then he realized, oh, I actually have my, is it called Fell Domination? This ability that makes it quicker. So it's like, oh, I'm not casting this full thing. Let me just use that cooldown.
I actually don't know what it's called, but same thing coming out of Free For All. They didn't use the Fell Hunter. Tetsu actually sent on over a pet. We saw him revive, and then the group was coming on over through the wall. DICE dropping pretty low together with KSP here, but it seems like they can manage. And now the scary part comes. You can shave so much time off in this maze. Tizu going down, if you are able to outplay those Sanguini patches. And we have seen so much healing, especially on the Mistcaller boss, where just one of the ads that we pull into dies in an unfortunate place, and then the other one channels on top of it. So it can happen, but we really should be trying to get rid of that. Yeah, it did.
950k Sanguine healing for Frocking on that first pull. And this is why they are behind again now. Even though they finished off the boss 20 seconds faster, they're now again behind because of that 950k Sanguine healing that went off there. And yeah, as you mentioned, some of those mobs are just really hard to move around. You don't necessarily have the best composition either for a lot of displacements, right? You really only have the Shining Force and the grips from the tank. And outside of that, it's kind of hard for them to displace the mobs out of the Sanguine. And additionally, with constant pulling of trash through the walls, you're gonna just have mismatched HP values all the time, because you already start fighting the trash that is there, and then later the other trash bags are coming in, and there's just gonna be all different kinds of HP values, which makes it even harder to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then on top of that, because it is Warlock Heaven meta, you also have the Warlock 4-piece, which at random times just likes to stun. So sometimes it comes in very unfortunate moments. There's just nothing you can do about that. But here is the pack that's coming in for free-for-all. There goes the Guardian Angel onto Riddler, as they were the one to pull through the wall here and apparently had a little bit of aggro. Even though there's a rogue and a hunter in the group, they really should have helped their Warlock out with some tricks here. But it seems like everything went right through the help of the healer here to manage off that pull. And seems like Froggang is also doing that same pull, but a little bit ahead here. I think they started pulling through the wall earlier.
Yeah, it looks like it. They're up to 38% now already. As free-for-all, you can see the Sanguine healing as well. 1 million Sanguine heal for free-for-all on this pull. Very unfortunate. Yeah, it's just really hard to handle.
This will be a common theme.
Yeah, yeah, you might be right. But this is a common theme throughout the rest of this dungeon. Hopefully not on the boss, if they decide to pull trash on top of it. Because that will be devastating if Mistcaller heals up. We'll see as they're moving on and trying to figure out the maze. The maze, of course, is the same for both of the teams, but it is random when they start a dungeon. So they don't know which maze they get beforehand, but then they will have the same one for both teams.
Tizu going down a second time for Froggang here. Now Splat also on the floor. We are in the siege, I take it? Or we were in the seat and then
died.
Instantly, yeah, he died. He instantly released and is now walking back to the group. For a second I was like, that was so quick, but he actually just pressed release. And this will be a lot of damage loss. Dice now also struggling, as free-for-all is doing pretty well with that Mistveil Matriarch, nearly down to 0 HP. Froggang still has about 70 to chew through. Ooh.
Yeah, but now free-for-all also losing their healer, as the rest is going down, popping that angel form. But thankfully they are done with the pool, so not too big of a time loss as they actually commit the battle rest here. So very offensive battle rest by free-for-all. They could have just had the priest release and run back, but decided to just rest for time save. And rest dropping really low again, has to commit the desperate prayer to stay alive, as some of those casts from the stalkers go through. They can be very dangerous. There's a lot of initial damage on top of applying that bleed effect afterwards.
Yeah, and if I saw correctly, we could only see them come into the picture on the left side for a brief second. If I saw correctly, we also committed Fate just for like an additional defensive power. Everything that we have now not. So Raz needs to be extra safe with going into that next pull, but we're getting Guardian Angel in 10 seconds one more time. So here comes the big pull. We should be getting a lot of adds onto the boss here. Here they come. Riddler's gonna try and push as much damage onto this as possible. No Bloodlust available, but we are going to use the PI and the Warlock cooldowns, and then boom goes the Dynamite. Everything will fly into that boss.
Yeah, so this is a difficult one for free-for-all because some of these mobs are probably still going to be alive throughout this intermission phase, and then Sanguine can really cause lots of issues. If you spawn a Sanguine pool underneath one of the images that you have to kill in the intermission, then that's going to cause problems as they're actually cutting it out, and the Vulpin is just going to melee. Thankfully didn't stun anyone, but yeah, started having some trouble staying alive there with all of these mobs. And now you can see mobs start to die. They have to make sure the Sanguine is not on the boss. They did manage to even drag the Guardians out of it and the Mistcaller as well. So they're fine. But this Vi Interceptor actually just jumping so far out, and they just now managed to finish it off.
Yeah, but I don't think it's as terrible, to be honest. You probably would have liked it or when the PI and the cooldowns came off, but there's still so much boss HP to go around for this team here so that they at least don't lose out on the buff. Here comes the Vulpin. There's a Brawn close by, and I always get scared with Brawn, but everything seemed to have worked out there for a second, as Mistcaller is now on 50%.
Yeah, so they did a good job executing this pull. Froggang choosing to go the safer route, as they just pulled this trash pack without engaging the boss. They're saying, you know what, we're gonna play this safe, and if free-for-all makes a mistake, we are there to capitalize off of that. But free-for-all not doing any safe pulls as they're finishing off Mistcaller. They still have 40% trash left to do. But there's so much trash they can do after this boss, so that should be pretty easy for them. But yeah, Frog Gang, now that they finish off the Trash Gang, also engaging Mistcaller. Yeah, definitely a little bit slower now if you compare it to the first boss. Really made up some time in that maze for free-for-all.
That is very true, but Frog Gang, through one extra pull through the wall, has managed to secure 6 extra percentages. So while they are pretty big behind on that Mistcaller DPS, they have made up for it in trash just a little bit. Of course, it's never really easy to say how much that makes up for, but I do want to highlight that they haven't just been behind in the maze, they just did a little bit more trash, and I think that was also something that has thrown them back, together with pulling a little bit safer, like you were saying, Nagura. But Mistcaller now on 6% for free-for-all, as the last Vulpin is chasing around. There comes the stun from the Holy Priest, and we should be able to finish the boss up here. Don't get stunned, the Vulpin will still run for one more second, but now we can go, and I expect pretty big pulls out of this team going down here.
I think so as well, as they do have their Bloodlust available in just 20 seconds too, so it is possible for them to do a pretty big pull on top of the boss. But they're not going to be able to get 40% trash on top of the boss. So they're definitely going to have to split some of their trash pulls here. And we'll see what they decide to do. We also see Riddler opening the seeds, making sure they do have the respawn point here in case something does go wrong. Because they only have one Battle Rush left on the board too. So just playing it a little bit safe, which just makes sense. But yeah, we do see Salad walk to the right here across the bridge, gathering some of the right side trash plus the left side trash. This is something we actually see on live servers a lot. This is a pull that you can execute pretty easily if you have enough interrupts for the Staghorn. There's only one in there, so they should be able to handle that.
Yeah, exactly. So the Staghorn, that's actually a little bit further up the hill. They sapped that one and just walked past it, and now we're doing the relic first just to get that little bit of reset coming in for the team here, a little bit of extra healing. And I expect with the buff that we're getting, we're going to go right into the big next pull. Here comes some drones. They're probably going to be added by this team here. The Reavers are now in fight, and this should be the moment where we're walking on to the next platform. And here goes Salad. Doesn't need Vamplet just yet, but will probably pop it in a little bit now that we're on to the next relic pack and on to the next set. And I actually expected them to pull the second platform here as well.
Yeah, Frog Gang now also managed to down the boss, but 2 minutes later in free-for-all. So there's a 2-minute gap they somehow need to make up. But I don't think the trash difference is gonna be the 2 minutes. So even though they did finish up that 6% in the maze, still just not gonna be making up for it. Unless they do some bigger pulls compared to free-for-all. Because as you said, free-for-all maybe not doing the biggest pulls possible in this area just yet. So if Frog Gang decides to do that, they might be able to catch up a little bit more. But yeah, free-for-all now gathering up this rest of the trash and just finishing it off as they need 17% enemy forces still.
Yeah, as you were saying it, Nagura, Salad just walked right into the next 2 packs and nearly dropped to death, but Raz was there to pop that Guardian Angel, save the tank, make sure they are able to live, and now they can finish off the trash here. Really beautifully done by Tank and Healer together with those DPS players, just making sure everything goes smooth as butter. And now we need to take a little bit more trash. Like you were saying, we still need 7% more, but looks like we're gonna go into Tredova first and most likely gonna pop Bloodlust here as well. We just saw the Warlock cooldowns getting pressed. You're gonna come into that fight here as well, and now we're pumping with the Bloodlust, trying to get rid of Tredova and that Vi Interceptor.
So looking at Frog Gang, they did a pretty insane pull on their side, trying to catch up because they of course know that they're a little bit behind here. So they did pull 3 or 4 packs even together at this point. And you see Dice having some issues surviving here, popping the AMS. Splat dropped a little bit low on the Warlock as well. But they did recover now, it looks like. And they have to pull a boss soon though if they want to catch up, because free-for-all already on 70% of the boss.
I mean, they still need some trash count, and I assume Frog Gang will be finished after this here. Dice will just continue to walk towards the boss here, backpedaling so nothing hits him into his back. But the rest of the team will finish off these trash packs here, and it's looking pretty decent in percentages. I'm not sure how many Gorger and Gullets we still have here. I think maybe they're also missing just a little bit that they're gonna pull into the boss when it's a little less than HP. Yeah, we're on 96 if that's correct, if there's no other at that's hiding somewhere.
Yeah, I do think they can though. It's gonna be a bit more difficult for Free For All to do that. I think Free For All is gonna have to finish off the boss and then do the trash afterwards. And Frog Gang, as you said, they can technically pull that 4% into the boss and just finish it off while doing the boss, or maybe even at the very end. So that might be the time that they need to catch up here. And you can see Frog Gang's boss actually dropping quite a bit lower. We also saw on the first boss that Frog Gang does have a little bit more single target damage, possibly. So they need to do that right now, though, because Free For All is about to finish off Turdova, 10% left. They are kind of running out of offensive cooldowns, though, so the boss is dying a bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if we're running out. I'm pretty sure Riddler doesn't want to commit another set of cooldowns into a boss that's as low as we're seeing here. So we're just going to sit on those Warlock cooldowns as we walk over and start what should be the last pull here. Salad dropping pretty low before popping that Vamp Blood, but Frog Gang is on the takeover. Turdova now down to 26% as Free For All runs into the next two packs, and they're trying their hardest to get done with these as quickly as possible. Kicking that cast here a little bit late, so the mob's just getting a little bit of extra healing here, unfortunately, but it looks like it should work out.
Frog Gang did now engage extra trash too, the 4% that they need, plus the boss is on 10%. So if Free For All doesn't finish off this trash soon, then it might actually be Frog Gang making this, as they only have 7% left on the boss, plus the 4% that they're just going to be cleaving down at the same time. 2% still though for Free For All, and there it is. Okay, there's no way for Frog Gang to make this up anymore, but yeah, still really close at the end though.
Yeah, these teams really close to each other.
Yeah, once again, as we see Free For All take the win, it seems like it was just a couple deaths and a little bit of differences in, how much you're willing to pull onto a boss that ended up making the difference. But, when two teams are evenly matched, like it appears these two squads are, that's kind of all it takes, right?
That's what we love to see as well, these nice close games between two teams. A lot of good moments as well in this one, so pretty good opening game here to our lower semis. Free For All definitely got to be really happy to take the win there in that Mists, because I don't know. I mean, again, I think these two teams are so evenly matched that getting that first map is really huge.
Yeah, you do get the momentum going definitely on a mental level as well. So it's going to the second one, you're like, all right, one more, and then we're in the lower finals. And even if that is against MONKA, you still want to get that far, right? But this one, far from over. Frog Gang, just a couple deaths here, 2 more deaths. And then I think the big thing that we noticed, Stratos, when we were watching it, was that they didn't pull a lot of trash into Mistcaller, and that kind of ended up adding a little bit more time, too, at the end of the day.
Yeah, these are both teams that are sort of known from yesterday in their lower series as taking the sort of more conservative approach to dungeons, but Free For All definitely did speed it up a little bit. Here was this first boss for Frog Gang. If you were wondering how Ingram Malik just got deleted for them, look at the number of Infernals that are currently slapping that boss right now. That's 5 of them, if my count was correct, if you're counting that Blasphemy proc as well, which is a lot of Infernals and a lot of extra Warlock damage. This gave Frog Gang a nice little advantage going into it, but then unfortunately they sort of lost it as players were dying in the mist area. They were dying in these rough spots as well, where it's like you have a player go down, but you're sort of close to the release point, so you don't end up committing the battle res or anything. People are just releasing, and then it's just a case of like, well, now we get to the end of the dungeon, we have all our battle reses, and we have deaths on the board, and we've like spent this time doing these pulls. So it's definitely a case of like, if you need that battle res later, it feels really good to have not used it in spots like that, but then sometimes you end up never using your battle res and just wishing you had. Also then, of course, the boss fight at the end, really exciting finish with killing the boss, then needing to get the trash for both teams. Ended up being about a minute separating the two teams from the final time, but, I think a little bit even closer it felt a lot closer than a 1-minute dungeon for the last 5 minutes to me, at least. Especially, it felt like Frog Gang were closing the gap towards the end.
Yeah, it certainly did. I was curious, Negro, how do you feel about adding on a little bit more trash at the end, doing some pulls through the walls in the mist versus clearing more at the beginning? Because we've seen kind of both looks. It seems like things are trending more towards, doing the clears later and skipping more at the beginning, but what's your opinion on that?
It's really hard to tell. I think Mist is a dungeon that is kind of straightforward, but in an MDI setting, it can be very complex to see what's actually more efficient.
Right.
Because pulling stuff through the walls can be very efficient, but at the same time, you can't perfectly make a route for it because of the maze being random, right? So there's a bunch of different routes that you could get in the maze, and you have to practice all of these kind of different routes to see how much trash you can actually get through the wall. Are all of these pulls that you do actually efficient, or is it just going to slow you down if you pull the trash through the walls? While the trash after Mistcaller, that is not random. That is always there. So if you don't want to spend hours and hours practicing all the different kinds of maze combinations, then I think it's better for the teams to just bank on the trash just after Mistcaller, because that's going to be more consistent for them to plan with.
Yeah, true enough. Well, we are moving on to Tazavesh Streets here, and if you're free-for-all, I think you're going to be pretty happy about this. They had a 0-death run, 24 minutes, so a little bit on the slower side, but they still got it done. So MDI, context, of course, not slow in a real-world context. But going into this one, Frog Gang, they're going to need to play it a little bit quicker, I think, than they're used to be able to take this one on. It's looking like if things go the way they did on Streets for free-for-alls they did yesterday, they're looking like a shoo-in for 2-0.
Yes. So just as a comparison, I looked at the one time we saw Frog Gang compete in Streets and compared it to the free-for-all Streets key that we saw yesterday. And free-for-all, like you said, managed to do it in 24 minutes and 11. And they were at the third boss around 16 minutes 20. Whereas Frog Gang for their key was at the third boss around 17 minutes 45. So they really need to speed up by at least a minute from what they had shown on Friday.
Yeah, that run wasn't it wasn't the cleanest of Streets runs, right? From Frog Gang where that time was recorded. So I think we have an idea of like the ceiling for free for all, right? Where it's like if we execute our safe route correctly, we're going to get somewhere around that 24-minute mark, right? Maybe if it's perfect, we can get 23 or something. The question is like, how high is Frog Gang's ceiling, and how likely are they to be able to hit that potential versus are they, is Streets on this 24 fortified bursting storming level likely to just throw a wrench in their plan almost every time they run it? And that's the kind of thing that the fact that neither team banned this means that they both think that they have the upper hand in it, right? Because the Gambit ban, I think, was pretty predictable from the other team for both of them as well. So it's a question of which of them is right.
Yeah, you add into that with some of the other Streets runs we've seen. Obviously, we saw what Echo could do. Perplexed finished Streets this weekend in 1807. So, there is, again, like that final boss of taking on a team like MONKA at the end, even though we haven't seen their Streets yet, I think.
I don't think so.
No, we haven't. Not quite yet, but we know it's got to be pretty good, I would imagine. So not only are you trying to race the opponent in this particular match, but you're kind of thinking ahead to be like, all right, well, how can we maybe speed it up even faster when we run into, a stronger team in the lower finals, perhaps. But, at the same time, you're just going to be psyched to get there, but you really want that spot in the global finals if you can get it.
Fun fact about that, MONKA, when presented with the option of going to Streets, 2 out of 2 times they banned it. So this time around, they have to play the Gambit for sure. I'm very curious to see what MONKA's going to do in that lower final. But of course, we're going to go to Free For All and Frog Gang first in their Streets key. And I would like to hear what you guys think. We just saw a very, very close 1-0 in favor of Free For All. Do you think we're going to see a reverse sweep that we saw against Soundproof as well from Frog Gang?
No, I think Free For All. No. I think Free For All have looked like the better team, the more MDI ready team, a lot less propensity for things to go a little bit wrong. So I think Free For All will take it in here 2-0.
Are you saying that because we have been repeatedly told that they're using your routes for all
Frog Gang are as well. I got routes.
Okay.
I've got my two puppets playing against each other here, so I win either way.
Okay. So it's Dratnos against Dratnos, really.
It's which of your children do you like more, Dratnos? Basically, yeah.
Neither.
You're the winner no matter what.
Yeah.
I see. It's a very like ancient Greek myths thing where there's a lot of strife between the parents and children, right? If we're putting Dratnos as Zeus here, then we've got some of the younger gods as the other two teams here. They're following Zeus's lead, but they're not a big fan, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That was a comparison everyone understands, I'm sure.
I certainly compare myself to Zeus frequently. Yeah, I agree.
You played
with
Hades lately, you know.
Yeah.
God of Thunder, yeah. There you go.
That's me.
Oh, wait, that's Thor. Well, it could also be sort of Zeus, I guess, too.
Can we stop calling Dratnos
different
a
mythologies,
god?
but
I thought
wait, hang on. Let's have a debate about this. Let's not just make a decision on the fly. Here's our live data from
Twitter
Streets,
poll?
though.
Sussy?
That's right.
Yeah,
30
we've got
minutes, 6 seconds for live, but
So we know both teams are going to be able to put up better than 30 minutes 6 seconds. The question is how much better, and the question is, or is it going to be worse because things are going to go horribly, horribly wrong? So those are the things we're looking out for, though. It looks like the Streets already getting underway here.
Yeah, we're back into it, and back comes the fan favorite. Whenever free-for-all feels like there is an option to run that Resto Shaman, Nagura, we're seeing it. How do you feel about it?
I don't mind Resto. I think it's actually really good as a healer in dungeons. It's just not as good as Priest, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the only issue with it. Priest just providing so much, having that PI as well, doing so much damage. Even if you don't count the PI, it still just does so much. But Froggang, having dice already proc Purgatory there on the Blood DK, is having some issues. But thankfully, Purgatory saving his life can continue their pull. Free-for-all, dealing with the three mobs at the start a little bit slower. So they entered this area slower, and still almost going down on the Havoc Demon Hunter too.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really scared there for a second, but Setsu's gonna fall. We have one death on the side of free-for-all, of course. The Survival Hunter doesn't have anything like the Purgatory available, is gonna go down. We also popped that Bloodlust for free-for-all, so they're trying to blast it here completely, and Setsu is actually struggling so hard. Just Hunters and their survivability. I'm not sure why they're calling it Survival Hunter in the first place. But Nagura, with this key also having bursting as one of the affixes, I don't mind Resto Shamans, I don't mind Resto Shaman healing, but wouldn't you really want to have that Master Spell for the bursting stack?
Yes, I mean obviously not only is Priest a really good choice in most situations, on bursting it just has infinite value on these MDI style keys because you want to pull all of these mobs together, you want to kill them at the same time and not worry about bursting at all, just pop the Master Spell and you're going to be fine. And not only do you want to Master Spell the bursting, you also want to Master Spell the officers who do have the refractive shield on them, right? So having a Master Spell there is really nice as dice actually goes down for Froggang without that Purgatory available. And Sumi going down again, and I hate to say this, but we have 5 deaths on the board now for both teams combined, and 4 out of the 5 deaths were the Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I said what I said. I can feel the chat's rage coming up, but you know it's true. I'm not even flaming. It's just the class doesn't have a high survivability, and then if you don't pop that turtle, which you're probably wanting to use at specific times, then you're just gonna fall. So we're gonna pull the boss for both teams here, and this looks pretty simultaneously on my board here. The relics going down, finding the relic for both teams as we are finishing off some of the trash here. Dice goes down, nearly dies, but is able to pull himself back up.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on the tanks for these pulls as well, not only on everyone else. These mobs are just very, very scary. So many paths you have to interrupt. They even teleport around, so sometimes when you try to help out the tank by moving the mobs away or the tank is running away, they're still just going to teleport on top of you, and it can be really, really dangerous. But it looks like Froggang really catching up on boss damage. So just doing a really good job providing single target damage to the boss. They're 20% ahead compared to free-for-all, even though they are on the same trash percentage. So it looked like Free For All was doing some bigger pulls, but it really turned up to not be a big time save for them in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a trend we have also seen in that Mist when it comes to that clean single target boss damage. It seems like Frog Gang is really a little bit ahead in what they can deliver to these bosses, but Free For All a little bit more willing to go for those risky pulls, and so far it has paid off for them. We're gonna add some extra trash here from Free For All into that boss. Down comes the SLT, trying to keep everybody alive, but there's so many weapons in that area that they need to dodge out of it. And then there's also the shield. This boss is relentless when you're trying to not move.
Yeah, but Frog Gang, they also doing the same thing on their side. Also finished off the Woe Relic to get the Woe Drifter buff here in just a second. They did pull a little bit later, so that means that once the boss is dead, they still have to spend some time finishing off this trash. While Free For All played it a bit riskier, they can immediately move on once Sofax is dead. But their Woe Drifter buff is almost gone, so hopefully they can still skip to wherever they want to go with this, as it's about to run out. But Frog Gang done now as well, and they're going to be moving into that broker area as well.
To be fair, I think for the most important part, you really want to skip those securities, and that they managed to do. Now, we also got away from that first pack down the stairs, and this one, I think most teams pull anyway. We've seen a pretty ridiculous pull coming out of Just Reset here, where they pulled all three of these cartel smuggler packs together, and actually Stove goes down here, is not able to live, is going to get battle rest right back with the group here. That's something you really need to keep in mind. If you use that Woe Drifter to get away and get ahead, then it's going to be really hard to come back to the group if you haven't activated those portals yet.
Yeah, that is very true. As Dice again proccing the Purgatory on Frog Gang's side, really making use of that talent, just proccing on cooldown.
I mean, it's there for a reason. We barely saw it in Mist, to be honest. So this time around, we're like, oh yeah, right, running Purgatory, pull everything.
And really increasing the efficiency on that talent choice, as Free For All now is moving into that RP kind of event area. So maybe you see even some splitting of the group members to proc different kinds of events. I do think the Demon Hunter is off. Yeah, it's going to be Stove on the Demon Hunter, who is picking up the trade goods and carrying them around while having the Woe Drifter buff. That means that you're not going to get encumbered with those strong arms. But there we go. Stove already back with the group, so dealt with that event really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Demon Hunter just having really good mobility, right? Even if we're still running Venthyr on the Havoc Demon Hunt, or running Venthyr again, we still have that double Fell Rush, Vengeful Retreat. There's just so much we can do, even Door of Shadows if we need it. Super, super quick class.
Yeah, agreed. As Free For All is finishing off this trash, but outside. So they have these haste bubbles that increase their haste, but they can't really stand in them because they spawned them outside and the rest of the trash is inside. So the strategy of pulling all of the trash out is pretty nice because all of the trash is going to group up. So we see that strategy a lot on live servers. But then, of course, you're going to just be sacrificing the haste bubbles for the next pulls. Free For All now engaging the boss with the rest of the trash in this area. And it is a 24 key, even though it's not tyrannical, this is still a very difficult boss. And we've seen a lot of teams actually struggle with this one.
Yeah, and while Free For All is fighting that Postmaster, like you said, Raz goes down, has the Ankh available, is going to Ankh right away, make sure no time is wasted. Turtle also getting popped out of Zetsu here. Something interesting happened for Frog Gang because Olby ran away from the group, and I'm not sure if we were triggering the Menagerie earlier or just trying to activate a portal or something. But I couldn't really make out what Olby was doing, as KSP is playing the event right now. So something happened there. It looked really interesting. Maybe we can get a replay or later on find more about that from Dratnos. But Free For All doing a pretty good job with this Postmaster here. We really need to watch our feet now, trying to keep a little bit of extra space available, because if these mailboxes get dropped into the AoE patches, we're gonna have a bad time. So we need to survive here. No SLT available. Everybody gonna get into the group, so no darkness either. We just need to live here. Doing a great job at that. However, 30% still on that boss.
Yeah, but on the side of Rocking, they didn't even engage the boss just yet. But they did somehow pull more trash before they even entered this room. So they're up to 72% already, and they still have trash left in this mail area. So in this Postmaster area. So that means that they're gonna be having less trash to deal with afterwards. That is something that Free For All has to catch up with. So really, really close between those two teams at this point. And yeah, that 10% on the boss, it really seemed like their single target damage has slowed down a lot. That boss is dying really slowly at this point.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, but it is dying nonetheless. Maybe one more AoE soak that we need to live? No, it's gonna go down before that. I'm sure Fargang, like they have shown in previous bosses, will be a little bit quicker here, but we have finished that boss for Free For All. 2 bosses down, 3 more to go, as it is a 5-boss dungeon. And now Froggang is pulling ahead in that trash count, like you were saying, Nagura. We're gonna move on to the Oasis for Free For All, having played that event like we saw earlier from the Demon Hunter. And here comes the Musician boss, and I'm curious to see if we're trying to pull anything else, but I don't think so. The Fell Hunter is right with us, and I didn't see Riddler walk away from the group.
It's possible that Zetsu and the Hunter might have pulled something, but no, we don't really see. Oh yeah, there's actually some ups coming in. So we do see some lackeys that possibly just sell it, pulled on the DK and just ran away. Maybe even actually no, there's no priest for a grip. Yeah, these lackeys, they're give no trash percentage, right? They're just the ones in that trade good area, I believe. So yeah, nothing really major that they pulled. With the boss fight. Froggang, though, they are dealing with the Postmaster, and it's looking pretty good for them so far on this boss. No major issues yet for them in comparison to what we've seen from Free For All. And we also saw a really cool trick with the bombs there, as they were just throwing them onto Splat, who positioned himself close to the vent to make sure he can just throw them in there.
Yeah, that was really beautiful. Just 2 right away, hop, throwing them into the vent like a very well-played team. Tizu using Turtle here, make sure no additional damage comes onto the group. Really good usage of that immunity. Now not available if they should need it, but hopefully they won't. So Froggang dealing with that Postmaster most efficiently. The mailboxes are down, so we are on a timer reset. Send it, 7% remaining. The boss needs to die before these bombs in the backgrounds go off. And it's looking like that could maybe get a little bit close, but they're managing anyway, and finished off the 2 out of 5 bosses as well. Now with a big lead in percentage against Free For All.
Yeah, and Free For All, committing the Bloodlust for this boss is very interesting. I do think the reason why they do it is because they want to get a 3rd Bloodlust. But you can see they have the Bloodlust running and they're just standing around doing nothing. So Bloodlust on this boss is definitely not too efficient unless you're pulling trash on top that you can actually deal with while the RP is happening. But yeah, I think it's just a timing thing. As Froggang is now also in the Oasis, going to be engaging the boss in just a second.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if there comes any mobs for Froggang, as they already played so much of the trash. I'm not sure they even want to play anything else with the event here. I think it's a really good moment to add something onto it when you can, because you're just not dealing with so much anyway, except the fact that you have to get these buffs running. But doesn't look like it. This should be the normal boss's trash that we're seeing right now. And I wonder if they're also deciding to use Bloodlust here, given the factor that they haven't pulled anything extra either, because they have it available, but it seems like they're just going to save it for something else.
Yeah, I think they might just concede the 3rd Bloodlust and just go with a 2nd one, and then use that in a moment where they can really make use of it, maybe a bigger trash pull later on or something. But yeah, having that extra trash on the board, really means a lot for Froggang, in my opinion, because all the trash after this area, like that is kind of in the menagerie area, that one is really dangerous and it's hard to pull a lot of it. We have seen some bigger pulls with Peacekeepers, but it's really dangerous to pull that off, so I don't think Free For All wants to do that, but let's take a look.
I mean, we could just ask Dratnos if that is in the weekly Dratnos route. I hope it isn't, as like you said, it's really dangerous to do, but maybe they took a book from the other teams that have done streets yet and have decided to do really scary pulls here around the corner. You see Riddler walking ahead, triggering the event, definitely making sure that we can pull the boss, and now we're going to line of sight everything as Salad keeps walking towards the group. We're trying to get all of the ads into this room that we just pulled so we can get some clean damage onto them.
Yeah, so this does look like they gathered up quite a lot of mobs as they're trying to just get them all around the corner. There's a lot of Peacekeepers in there. So this is going to be dangerous on the tank and also in the group if they don't stack up. You can see the storming is actually an affix that usually is not too dangerous, but it can be dangerous if you get knocked out of range and all of those Peacekeepers are charging you. They're also engaging the boss at the same time, so this is gonna be very difficult once all of these mobs die, because again, they don't have a master spell for all of this bursting, and you can see they have to dodge this area of denial that Alcrux is casting while the Peacekeepers are there and ready to charge people. So this is pretty difficult for them to pull off. They're executing it pretty nicely so far.
That was actually such an insane pull coming from Free For All. I don't think anyone of us expected them to go for it. The Peacekeepers, not only one, not only two, not only three, all of these Peacekeepers together with the boss was such a risky pull, but they managed to pull it off. One more is in this pack, and Alcrux is nearly dead already. They saved so much time doing this. And I'm curious to see if Froggang is going to do something similar. However, they have already saved so much of their trash count that they don't really need to do that if they don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think they need to do that, and they also don't need to wait for the RP, because I am pretty sure earlier when you said that the priest walked off, I'm pretty sure the priest has started the menagerie event. And the reason why they did this is because they don't want to pull trash here in this area, so they just want to engage the boss. So I do think they're going to be much quicker here. Actually, never mind. They are pulling some trash at least. They are dealing with those two Peacekeepers that have the relics attached to them. So to at least get the relic
there's
buff,
a third one.
we need to see the gateway set up as well by Splat. And they're engaging even more trash. So it's not only one trash pack they're pulling, it is two on top of each other. So not quite as big of a pull as we saw from Free For All there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind they also had the boss onto all of this, but Froggang, not needing as much like we said, is going to be pretty happy with their trash count once this is over. There comes a Peacekeeper charge onto Olby, but should be safe here. These Peacekeepers just keep on charging, gonna get gripped back by Dice, and I'm pretty sure that Olby right now is actually walking to trigger it, because it only has a 2-minute cooldown thingy, so if he had walked off earlier, it wouldn't have done as much, right? So I'm pretty sure Olby was just walking to trigger it, and we're now actually gonna pull even more. There's an Enforcer, and Olby comes back just in time to use the Guardian Angel onto Dice to make sure there is no oopsie daisies happening, but this Enforcer makes this a lot scarier.
Yeah, we did see the boss actually getting engaged there for Froggang for just a moment, of course resetting because no one was in the room. So that means once the boss respawns, they have to be in the room to be able to pull that boss. But yeah, there we go, the Enforcer going down in just a second, and then that might be close to enough trash that they need if they want to skip the mini-boss, which is something the Gate Warden, but they still need 7%. While Free For All is now done with the boss, and they still need 30% trash, so they're gonna have to deal with quite a lot in this area.
I'm so scared that they're just gonna take everything up, but thankfully it doesn't look like that. We're gonna do a pretty big pull here, popping that SLT on top of the Dark Pack to make sure nobody dies here. I'm a little worried for Setso, who just doesn't have as much survivability as that Warlock, but they're looking to make good on their promise, doing pretty risky pulls. Salad is struggling. Setso now dropping pretty low, should probably stand a little bit more in melee range. I think they got charged here for a second, but Raz is pumping the entire group, so much healing coming out of that little Resto Shaman, and now goes down, just adding so much more sustain to this group here. Careful with those power kicks, but everything seems to be going just free-for-all's way as the pack closely but surely dies.
And it's still so close between those two teams, because look at how little percentage this pool just gave them.
Yeah.
And this took them a long time, and they just got 8% trash. They still need 22% on the board, while Frocking only needs 7. So this trash that Free for All decides to deal with is not as efficient as the trash that Frocking decided to deal with earlier. So there's definitely a big chance for Frocking to make up to be ahead in this dungeon, because once they have dealt with this boss, they are basically done. They still have to do maybe 1 or 2 trash pulls, can even maybe snap an Enforcer onto the last boss to get the damage increase. I would love to see that by both of the teams, but not sure if they want to take the risk.
I'm pretty sure the Enforcer on the end boss isn't as scary with the Fortified as it is with Tyrannical Weeks, probably.
Still 20% increased damage on all the trash. Just a lot, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still risky, but I think it's getting to one of those things where teams just do it because everybody does it, I feel like. But yeah, you're so right. Free for All still needs so much more trash. 13% more that we are in need of. And now we're deciding to pull Zotar, which is the mini boss on a Fortified week. Is this right?
I think that is not the most efficient thing you can do for sure, because this mini boss is just very hard to deal with, has so much HP, and you can't necessarily pull that much trash on top of it because it's just so hard to handle. So yeah, whenever you have to pull a single mob, you don't feel good about it in the MDI. And Frocking is now done
feel good about
with the boss, and they're ahead, right? They're 100% sure ahead at this point. They're 1 death. So 5 seconds in favor of Frocking with the death penalties, and they're 5% trash ahead too. So it does look like Frocking is skipping that mini boss. No, never mind, they're playing it too. So both Frocking and Free for All are dealing with this mini boss, while we saw some people actually jump up already, and now they're coming back down. I wonder what they did out there.
I'm not sure if it wasn't the same for both teams, because for Free for All, we could see the Demon Hunter go up, and for Frocking, it was KSP, the Rogue, who had already gone up. And I feel like they both got in fight, and then the tanks decided to pull. Maybe that is the case, what's happening here. If it is, that's pretty devastating for anybody that's wondering.
Oh no! Riddler! No, this is really bad for them, because Riddler had the demonic circle upstairs.
Oh no!
Went back down to pull the Enforcer to do this whole snapping pull, and then he used the demonic circle to go back up but he was running while activating the circle and then walked off the platform. So now the Enforcer reset. So they have to pull the boss without the Enforcer at this point, which means they're going to be quite a bit slower on the boss because they don't have the 20% damage increase, and they are going to have to do the 5% trash afterwards. So very unfortunate for them, as Frocking now is also engaging the boss, and they don't need any more trash. They are on 100%, and this might just be Frocking winning because of that unfortunate mistake there at the very end by the Warlock.
This is so devastating, just the walking off. It's the second time tonight that we've seen a member just walk or get kicked off a platform. Actually, I think the third. So much falling in tonight's MDI keys. I don't even know what's going on. We should turn the gravity back on for these guys. But Free for All is giving it their best shot. So Asmi is down to 40%. And you said they definitely need those 5% afterwards. And they also raked up 2 more deaths, accounting to 10% more or 10 more seconds. That's going to be on the timer for them. Now, Frocking, on the other hand, is trying to catch up in the boss's HP. currently at 52, but like you said, they also don't have an enforcer, so this boss isn't dying as quickly as maybe they would like to. Urbuff coming in for the team here is going to speed up things a little bit, but they still need to play the little puzzle here, which I love, by the way. And so Asme is nearly down for free-for-all.
Yeah, Froggang also didn't have the Bloodlust available here, while Free-for-all did have their third Bloodlust back up. And there we go, the boss is going down in just a second. They have to jump down really quickly and then kill that Enforcer pack that they wanted to snap onto the boss fight. You see everyone's jumping. Froggang does still have a 10-second advantage on the death penalty, right? So once Soasmin goes down, Froggang is just winning. I think Free-for-all is going to have a hard time finishing this trash pack, but let's take a look how fast they can kill this.
Yeah, and actually we're not even seeing the trash pack. It's in the left bottom corner. Here we go. There is one Enforcer in there. That's the one we would have liked to have up there, but Froggang manages to kill the boss and get that point.
Wow, that was all right. That's another one where again it just comes down to a couple little deaths, a couple little mismanaged micro mechanics, and Froggang ties up the series with a win on Tazavesh Streets. That means we're going to go to that next map. It's going to be Necrotic Wake a little bit later, but Dratnos, that was interesting. That was it was tight, but it was a little bit of a comedy of errors at points too.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had fairly clean runs throughout the dungeon there. Froggang, though, taking it in the end with just I think a slightly more aggressive pathing through the dungeon, a little bit more of a plan to do it quickly, and then, of course, the free-for-all at the end there. I mean, they were in the lead up until that snap mishap, at which point they fell. That probably cost them something on the order of a minute, which you can see they ended up losing by less than a minute here at the end. 24 minutes, 58 seconds for Free-for-all, so 24 minutes, 7 seconds for Froggang. Free-for-all definitely have sped up their route from yesterday, but it wasn't by enough. And then when you add the deaths in, it actually slowed them back down again.
That's right, and so now it's on Free-for-all. The pressure is on to try to come back and win this series. Froggang, though, I mean, it seems like reverse sweeps might just kind of start to be their specialty. We'll see. They did it against Soundproof. They did manage to get the 2-0 against Dismissed, but, you know, they've been in this position before this weekend.
So here was where Froggang fired off Lust number 2 in the dungeon. Free-for-all fired off Lust number 2 in the dungeon, which Froggang notably didn't do, right? So Free-for-all were planning for this to be a 3-Lust dungeon. Froggang were not. Froggang were on the 2-Lust lifestyle, which is, again, it's more ambitious. It means that you're thinking, hey, maybe we can get this thing done in sub 21 minutes, right? Or, you know, we don't want to press our Lust exactly on cooldown, right? We want to hold it for a couple minutes at the start, something like that. Then we did see Free-for-all running this strat of just fighting trash in the middle of the bazaar or of the marketplace here at the end, and this is not something we've seen out of a lot of teams. There is actually Perplexed have done a big pull in this area, although they did bring it into the menagerie room. So this trash is actually not that inefficient. It is quite dangerous. Those peacekeepers are pretty lethal to range players. That's why you have to have the whole group standing under this pack, making sure nobody's getting charged by them. But then here was the moment that lost it for Free-for-all, right? Was this is how it's supposed to look, right? Then you circle back up, but then ended up, I think, just the facing after the circle, falling right back down. Not enough time for the mobs to snap up, and that is just tragic and a full-on catastrophe that cost the run there. So really, really close from Free-for-all. That's the kind of thing, of course, everybody's going to be kicking themselves over how that went, but they still have another shot in this series. They can't let it get to them yet because there is still Game 3, and we know that these teams are both capable of putting up some pretty good runs, and either team with a clean run, I think, have a very good shot of taking the series here in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the previous dungeons that we've seen. We did see Free-for-all win a Necrotic Wake against Boomba Boomba. Again, Necrotic Wake is our final map of this series. They did it pretty cleanly, 2 deaths, 1639, so it was pretty fast, really. Look at the other ones, and that seems to be it. I don't think, from what I can see, Froggang played Necrotic Wake this series yet, so a little bit of an unknown there, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they've got, I guess.
I do think that Free-for-all, because we've seen them play it twice, and the second time they played it, they improved their route a lot. Like, I actually saw, I was casting both of the games, and I was kind of assuming they would just do the same route again. but they didn't. They actually improved their route from Friday to Saturday and doing bigger pulls and having a faster clear. So maybe even improve the route again for today, which is possible. And not having seen Froggang do Necrotic Wake at all, I'm not sure if they can pull off these kind of MDI style pulls in Necrotic Wake, because I think Necrotic Wake is one of the hardest dungeons for our new MDI team to pull off properly, because it's just so different to live keys. Like on live servers, you don't pull like 50 mobs into the boss with a Goliath orb and just nuke it all down. So we'll see how Froggang is gonna do in this dungeon.
I mean, it really does come down to execution, as it always does. And honestly, both of these maps that we've seen so far, it's been tight. It's just come down to deaths, right? If you can prevent a couple of those DPS deaths, maybe, that is it. And like you're saying, on a map like Necrotic Wake, you're going to be doing some very, very big high-risk pulls. And so that's going to be a situation where, you know, those DPS deaths are even easier to have happen than before. So we'll see if the execution is there, basically, because the winner again moves on to face MONKA in the lower bracket finals, which is a daunting task in itself. But at least being able to say you got their mix is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and I feel like, while I really love the narrative of MONKA just being so strong, they're definitely gonna win this, there have been cases where the team that we definitely expected to win didn't. So I wouldn't even call them they move on until MONKA and then they're gonna knock out. I think whatever team moved on for a reason, and they're gonna fight and throw hands to stay in the tournament as much as they can. So I'm really happy to see what comes out of this. If it is Froggang and they go 0-0 in the first game against MONKA, then the Sweep Masters are at it, is all I'm saying.
That's how they power up, you know? It's like a DBZ thing. They have to get beaten up a little bit first, and then they go Super Saiyan, right?
It's like enraging, but backwards.
That's right, yeah. They are literally the team that enrages, yep. Pretty much. Well, we'll see if Free For All was tossed to Sensu Bean after that one to see if they can catch up again, but I don't know. It's a Froggang in the lower bracket finals. What a run for the gang of frogs. It'd be the stuff of legends, right? But
yeah,
the question is, you know, we've gone from the expert Dratnos route to the elite Dratnos route. Is there a level higher than that? Is there like a double elite specialty
MDI
platinum Dratnos route?
Speciale.
I'll let you guys in on a little secret. They just named their routes that. It's not actually mine.
No. Don't break the illusion.
No way.
Just a little peek behind the curtain as to how things work in MDI routing.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I mean, 23 tyrannical, volcanic as well. The Necrotic Wake here with Raging. Like, these affixes at this key level, this is nasty, but you have to still go so big to try and beat any other MDI team in a dungeon like this. Especially, it's such a weird one, because looking back at last weekend, we had the same affixes, but one key level lower. So, like, you can look back at what Echo did in this dungeon, right? You can look back at what Evolve did in this dungeon, and you can be like, oh, look, here are these cool pulls. But then somewhere in the back of your mind, it's like, but we're a key level higher. So, you know, if we spend an hour trying to make this pull work and it doesn't, like, do we keep assuming it's possible? Or do we just be like, okay, maybe that's the one key level thing. Let's split this pull in half, right? Those are the kinds of things that these teams, I'm sure, were grappling with during practice, during prep for this weekend.
See, so that's where you can pull a different, like, anime mechanic into it, and instead of being like the Super Saiyan, you just got to give yourself the hot blood speech, right? Where it's like, just who the hell do you think I am? Like, you just have to hype yourself up to the point where you just like hit the next level. Maybe that's it.
Just scream at the computer.
Your eyes are just jiggling for like 10 minutes straight. Yeah. we don't have time in these keys for a full DBZ power up. That's like several episodes in length, you know.
True. So
Either
maybe
way.
just a mini power up. Maybe we can fusion with someone to make it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think teams are just waiting to start here. I'm really excited to see what we're dealing with. Maybe we're going to see a Resto Shaman again. But somehow they only bring these out for bursting keys for some reason that's unknown to me. But, you know, it's not like Raz is unable to play Holy Priest. Raz plays a perfectly fine Holy Priest. But whenever they see bursting, they just decide to send the Resto Shaman.
You got to play the priest in this dungeon, right? Like you need that mind control point, at the end so bad that if you're not playing the priest in the necrotic wake, this is the dungeon for it.
It's so ridiculous to me that at this point I think they're just doing it to assert dominance. Like they say we're not needing a priest for bursting, we're just gonna slot the rest of Shaman in.
Our producer figured it out. He says they need the Dratnos Ultra Instinct route. That's and we can really see if this is the power of Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, if you're really trying to bump up that average death statistic that we have on the screen right now, that's the way to do it.
There you go. The Ultra Instinct route. Sounds good to me. I'm going to run some of those after the show today. I'll tell you how it goes.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it goes great.
It won't.
But it looks like the dungeon is about to start one more time. The last time for today, it is free-for-all against Frog Gang, the little pizza slices, and the little buff frog dude making their way into Necrotic Wake. And we spoke about this so many times, Nagura. It's really going to come down to, I wouldn't even say the Dratnos routing, but how are you going to pull off those big pulls with the Kyrian weapons? I'm not going to let it go.
Here we go. This is it for a spot in the lower bracket finals. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, so I am going to predict that free-for-all is going to win this if they play it clean, because I think the route that they have is really good. So if they can execute it cleanly without having any major mistakes, I think free-for-all is winning it. But at the same time, free-for-all does have those big, very risky pulls. So if they make any sort of mistakes, then that really is the key for Frog Gang to make it back. Because you can see Frog Gang already doing kind of a lifestyle key strategy by just pulling everything at the start, while free-for-all is doing like the MDI kind of strat, where they wait for the Goliath orbs and then pull the boss with all of this trash. So Frog Gang definitely going a little bit slower, but safer for sure, because they don't have as much risk attached to these kind of pulls that they're doing. So if they wipe, they're not going to be 5 minutes behind all of a sudden. They can catch up pretty easily again, while free-for-all cannot.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it's going to come down to. But we've seen free-for-all absolutely ace this route before. So I'm just hoping they can do it again. And I really love these moments. Dice through the purgatory goes down in the Blightbone fight. Going to get picked up with the battle rest, but it's not enough. Goes down a second time. Spat and Tizu also on the floor. This is going to be a full wipe for Frog Gang, putting them quite behind already. Now you said it, we don't necessarily use too much to do this here, but it's devastating nonetheless. Yeah, we put a weapon
used
in, didn't we?
The Goliath orbs. You can see the rogue still has the Goliath buff on them, and then they also used a spear, I'm pretty sure, as well. So they used two weapons for this, and Bloodlust as well. So they actually lost a lot, unfortunately.
Oh no,
Tsumi going down again. They didn't engage the boss yet, so Tsumi can just release. But yeah, this is a big time loss for Frog Gang, as free-for-all is already finishing off Blightbone, and they can move on to the next Goliath.
Yeah, I mean, that was painful. That was really painful. I did not want them to do that. I don't think they wanted to do that. And now they're just having to play really slowly because, like you said, so much was sacrificed that they now don't have available. We're probably even waiting for cooldowns right now while dealing with these vanguards because we don't want them in the boss enraged. So we're just finishing them off, and this feels so bad when you're in the MDI, and like you said, we're doing this single mob gaming or two mob gaming. It's just devastating. But on the other side, free-for-all has moved on, has picked up the second set of these Goliath orbs, and Raz is actually not a care in the world running further, pulling these Marauders for the rest of the group while everybody else just holds on to their dear life. Salad is death striking for everything that matters, but it will be enough here. Raz coming back, topping the group up, and then we also have the buff coming in to support a little bit. Really beautifully done.
That looked so scary just looking at Salad's HP there for free-for-all, with the absorb debuffs as well from those necrotic bolts going off. But thankfully did manage to survive. They didn't get rid of the shield from one of the Marauders, you can see. So they're gonna have to get rid of the shield right now, even though their buffs ran out. But they should be fine, a little bit more damage, and there we go. Alright, so they do have the Woe Drifter buff, but it's only really going to be Stove using this buff. As you can see, Stove running off to the boss, starting the event, while Res did actually pick up the hammer here and engage 2 more mobs. That looks like he's going to die on purpose, because it looks like it was an accident. Didn't actually want to get those 2 mobs pulled.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the idea here was, to be honest. I don't know. I really can't figure that out at the moment. Maybe we were trying to mind soothe them and then being able to sneakily pick them up, or they were supposed to be sapped and it ran out while Ras was moving there, or I don't know, he got disoriented by IRL things and walked in the wrong direction. I really can't tell you. But we're going to finish off the Necromancer here, pick up the orbs from this Goliath, and then we're going to do the best pull in the dungeon, if you ask me, because it's going to get big and really, really scary for this team.
Do they have cool... Let's see, how many Kyrians do they have? They have a Priest Kyrian plus also their Hunter Kyrian. Their DK is actually playing Necrolord, but it looks like they don't have a Steward ready. I'm not sure if they used 2 Stewards already for the previous 2 Goliaths, but they're just waiting around. They only have both the Hunter and the Priest, and it really does look like it's still on cooldown. We are 5 minutes into the dungeon, and the Steward does have a 5-minute CD, so if they have used it on that very first Goliath, then it's still going to be a couple of seconds, but it should be soon, yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, there it comes.
There we go.
Salad being... It wasn't even Salad, Salad's Necrolord. But there comes the Kyrian Steward helping them out. And maybe in their practice, they weren't even quick enough so that this was a problem, is what I'm assuming. But here comes the move. We're going to walk into everything here. Salad is going to try and get the aggro of everything that's in the way. And it looks like we're not even going to go for it. We're just going to pull everything here. That's a little bit disappointing, but also understandable.
Yeah, I think they probably... Because we have seen them do this bigger pull before. We've seen them do this yesterday, where they just gather up everything and pull it into a Marth, into the boss. But at this point, they probably know, well, Frog Gang, they got to the first boss. They lost, like, Bloodlust plus the 2 weapons to it as well. So going a bit slower is probably the correct play for free-for-all. Because as long as they just play clean from here on out and don't have any major mistakes, they should be able to win this. Unless Frog Gang does something completely crazy, like pulling everything into the boss. We'll see if they do that, as Frog Gang is now also in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're spot on with that take. They probably just decided to play it safe, knowing what was going on the other side. I'm still a little bit disappointed just because I love that pull so much. All right? Yeah. I think I'm allowed to feel that way. I would have liked to see that go through. Actually, the Frostbolt volley coming through here on top of the team's not going to do too much, though. Amarth is slowly but surely ticking down now, sub 50%. There's going to be another wave that we will have to deal with on the side of free-for-all, but Frog Gang surely but slowly making their way to where free-for-all is. I don't think, I mean, yes, the loss that they had at the beginning was devastating, but I don't think free-for-all should feel just too safe right now.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely cannot pull the Necropolis like pack by pack by pack and still be fine, right? They're definitely gonna have to do some bigger pulls there. But if you look at the amount of weapons they still have left, they have so much. They have 3 hammers, 2 anima orbs, and 2 spears. So they can actually do a bunch of big pulls in the Necropolis because they didn't have to commit anything because they did the safer pull here. Usually they would commit those anima orbs and the spear on the Amarth plus trash pull, but they went slower, so now they have it for the Necropolis, making that area a lot safer for them.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Just making sure we can execute those Necropolis pulls without too much going wrong. And also, if you do this big pull, hello, there are Frostbolt bodies. Sorry. Just so many of them went off and the group was dropping, but we managed to kill off Amarth before it became a big problem. But yeah, I think you're right. We really want to make sure we don't die up there Because if you do the big pull and you sacrifice a lot, it's not only the pull and the weapon that goes wrong, but also the boss fight. Whereas in the Necropolis, if something goes wrong, yes, you lose the weapon. But one, you're quicker back with the group. And two, you don't have a boss fight that is also getting reset. So it's just a safer way to use these weapons here and make sure we're executing everything perfectly and going a little bit safer on the Marth, I feel like.
Yeah, I definitely like this decision by Free For All, and you can see they already did commit to both of those Goliath orbs that pulsing AoE, doing 4.5 million damage to this trash pack that they pulled here, the whole left side that they engaged. But yeah, as you said, Frog Gang not that far behind anymore, as they're now also on a Marth. So it's one boss fight difference between those two teams. That's definitely something that that Frog Gang can catch up on if Free For All doesn't play perfectly. Also have 25 seconds. Death penalty though, so that is something that you have to consider too.
Yeah, for sure. It's not going to do them any favors, that is clear. But they are making their way up to the Necropolis as well, catching up on everything that they missed out earlier. It's not as quick as obviously you would love them to be, but they are still fighting and kicking and won't let this one go just yet. Free For All on the other side is finished with a bunch of trash right now, finishing up the last soldier here. I'm not sure if they have, yeah, they still have that pack here in the back with the Flash Crafter, and now they're going to take these relics here.
It looks like they're again doing a strategy where they just finish off the Harvester instead of keeping it as a seat in the corner. We've talked about this before. This is the safer strategy. Because usually we see the teams that want to like really speedrun the dungeon and play as risky as possible to get more damage. You would just have the Flash Crafters to sit in a corner, and then once in a while you break the CC and use the cleavers to help you out with the trash and also help you out with the bosses as well. But Free For All deciding to just let it be in with the assistants and just kill it off to make sure they don't have to deal with that extra risk and just do the trash and the bosses a little bit slower. But yeah, again, as long as they don't make mistakes, they technically should be ahead of Frog Gang. So I think I do like that decision.
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. I think it's the same thing we said the last time. It's definitely not the speediest technique, but for them right now, it is the correct one to execute. And while the two assistants and the Flash Crafter have now died, we're going to go on to the next trash pull that is already start of the boss RP. But here comes Frog Gang also entering the Necropolis, trying to save some time. And I'm curious to see if they actually go big here.
Yeah, let's take a look at Frog Gang. As Setso did actually go down for Free For All, but they used a Battle Rush to get them back up. Actually, no, didn't use a Battle Rush. So a little bit more of a time loss for Free For All, and this might be Frog Gang's way to get back in. And there we go. We do see a big pull come in. Looks like the whole left side was pulled, but that is something we've also seen from Free For All. The Anima Orb was committed by DICE, but they're not using the Anima Orb that is on Olby there. So that is one less weapon that they're committing in comparison to Free For All.
Yeah, and they really should kick that Flash Crafter that's just repairing in the background, but they managed to do that just now. And the pack is still kicking and screaming, now getting enraged, which is always a little bit critical. DICE has that Purgatory if needed. It's gonna proc now. So much damage coming onto the tank with the Loyal Creation enraged and still on this tank, trying to kill him. But the team is doing their best to finish it off and save the tank. Not as easy as it might look like when watching Free For All earlier on. But like you said, we still have an orb. So maybe we're going to pull the complete right side here? No.
I do think like the other two mobs that are still standing there are not even something you have to pull anyway. Because one is a Loyal Creation you mind control with the DK, right?
Yeah, fair.
And the other one is a Flash Crafter. So not really too efficient to pull it in here if you want that extra damage from those mind-controlled mobs. But yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with these orbs, because there's not really any big pulls you can do anymore, and the orb is mainly something that you want to use for AoE rather than single target. Because yeah, the two assistants, it's only two mobs, and then even the packs afterwards with the creations are not too heavy AoE packs. But Free For All, they're already on Surgeon Stitch Flash now.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're hoping they can aim all of these meat hooks correctly. The first one's gonna hit. There is still an relic in their way that they would like to finish off to just get that little extra buff, but we need to get as much damage as possible onto Surgeon Stitch Flash right now. Relic still looking pretty healthy, around 25% of health, now slowly dropping as we deal with the rest, but the Stitch Flash Surgeon will go back up in just a little bit. So we need to deal with the creation now, because there's going to be a second one coming, and it will be really hard for Celit to deal with 2 of these.
I agree. That creation really is still high, and they need to make sure that they get it a bit lower. It looks like they used another spear. They actually used both spears now. So yeah, really big commitment by them, because something went wrong with maybe the initial spear. So now they did use a second one to make sure Stitch Flash is not going to jump up again. Because if the boss is below 5%, it doesn't actually jump up back to the platform. And that is exactly why they used the second spear, just to be safe. They still have the 3 hammers left for the last boss. That will mean that it's going to take them a little bit longer to finish off the last boss.
Yeah, and right as they finish the boss... Oh, I thought we're starting the boss fight. Okay, never mind. Right as they finish the boss, Rocking is still fighting Trash. They looked at Surgeon Stitch Flash. I was like, are we ready to pull? But no, there's still a little bit more RP that we need to deal with. Now, for Free For All, we have one battle res that we can use if we want to avoid getting sent down. The last time we did this, Riddler used a gate when he was supposed to get sent down, and then obviously the debuff got applied, and after I think 20 or 30 seconds he died, and they used the battle res to pick him back up. This time it seems like we're actually going down for Riddler, maybe dying down there. Let's see what happens. Seems like he's actually going to play it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to play it because only having one battle rest available for them does mean that they technically want to use it possibly in the second one when they have the Bloodlust available. Because if Riddler comes back... Oh, they're just lasting now. Okay, yeah. So they do just last as soon as Riddler is still downstairs, so they're gonna have to use maybe drums when Riddler is back up. Very interesting choice of Bloodlust there. I would say it would have made more sense to wait for Riddler to be back and also get that buff. But there we go. Now Setsu had to go down, which is actually good because Setsu does have the hammer. So when Setsu comes back, you can use the hammer on the shield with the crit buff that you're gaining as well from being downstairs.
Yeah, and we still have 2 of those hammers on Raz and Salad, so there's a lot of hammers to go around for Free For All. Still, that battle Raz that we spoke about before, I'm not too mad that they that they bloodlusted before Riddler was back up, because he's gonna get sent down anyway.
Well, the PI is she got buffed.
Yeah, that was a little bit devastating, I'm sure, but you know, Warlock had so much time to shine. Now we're actually seeing the Rogue shine for once, with the Warlock always getting sent down. Rogue can once and for all show that they're actually doing a lot of single target damage too.
Perfect. I think the Rogue even vanished. Maybe the Rogue did that on purpose, because if you vanish the exile, it will just be cast on someone else. And it looked like that was happened if you look at the cooldown.
I think
they were like, Riddler is going down. I don't care if you just got PI'd or not, so we're sending you down.
I think that might actually what has been happening. It's just bullying of poor Riddler. But now they're down to 10%. No hammers left anymore. Riddler trying to come back up here will put down the eyes area one more time as the shield needs to be broken. A spell not spoken. They can do it. 9% on this boss. Desperate Prayers on. Dark Pact is on. Everything they have just to stay a little bit safer here as they push the boss onto the final last meters, and it goes down. This is the 2-1 for Free For All.
That's right, Free For All take it. They are going on to the lower bracket finals against MONKA for a possible spot in the global finals. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a mountain to climb, but Free For All has been able to make it that far at least. Unfortunately, that means Frog Gang has been denied their reverse sweep. They are out of Group B. Still an opportunity to come back with the last chance tournament a little bit later, but for now, they are done. But free-for-all, I mean, playing a pretty clean run there. It was just kind of that kind of disastrous first push for Frog Game that kind of made it a little bit of a easy cruise for free-for-all, as easy as it can be on a dungeon like this.
Yeah, it was another case where it felt like Free-for-all's route may have been slightly slower than Frog Gang's, but once Frog Gang had that wipe at the start, there was just no way to claw back that advantage with how cleanly Free-for-all have been able to play. And Free-for-all, to their credit as well, put up a really, really impressive rendition of their run, right? They were able to get things done so smoothly. They took decisions that made so much sense as well for a team in their position from where I'm sitting. It seems so smart to play like Free-for-all have been playing, and to take just a couple of extra steps to sacrifice a few seconds here or there and gain a bunch of extra time. So here is the first pull into Blightbone, actually, for Free-for-all. This pull looks really scary, but actually going straight into Blightbone, bringing a bunch of trash in, getting all that Kyrian orb value, it provides so much damage that you only have to live for like 10 seconds. Your defensives are covering that. And if you're all stacked on top of each other, that orb is going to be healing everybody too, which makes it a lot easier. On the other hand, you can still wipe this even if you pull the trash at the start, right? What Frog Gang did, they pulled the trash at the start. They got 13% just out of the way. But then you still just have, if you can have your tank go down and everybody can die here. And see how the group is not as all stacked on each other as they were for Free-for-all? That's something that makes that pull so much harder, is if you're not stacked and not all cleaving that healing onto each other. Here's Free-for-all suffering from success. This is a good sign. Anytime you're 5-minute cooldown, you get to this Goliath and it's like, oh, that's not up yet. Well, that's probably just meaning that this is better than they ever were doing in practice, right? They were there 30 seconds earlier than they used to be, and so they just waited out that timer to get those next orbs from the Goliath. And then one thing that I really loved was the decision to just commit 2 spears to this boss. I mean, look at the Kyrian weapons damage on this boss. In theory, especially if you're still going to be able to hook the boss down in 1 or 0 escapes, using 1 spear and saving 1 for the last boss, that can make a lot of sense. But using them both on this boss guarantees you're going to kill it. It guarantees it's not going to do anything weird to you. Guarantees you're not going to have 4 abominations murdering your group and having to any kind of weird audible need to be called. So very, very, very good plan from Free-for-all. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, we take those for sure. And the thing is their Necrotic Wake took about 1.5 minutes longer than the earlier one they did in the tournament to win against Boomba Boomba. So still opportunities to clean things up a little bit, and they're going to need to really bring their like A+++++ game against MONKA, who will be their opponent coming up next. So it's cool for Free-for-all to make it this far, but they are really going to need to play like on another level, I think, to make it back up to the grand finals of the group for sure. Get that spot in the global finals.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a difficult one for Free-for-all to win against MONKA, especially with the first dungeon being that Gambit that they have banned twice already. So
yeah,
that's going to be a hard one.
Yeah, I'm glad we get to see Gambit first, because it's a fun map, right? It's been avoided, I'm pretty sure, nearly all weekend. We did have it be the start of the matchup between MONKA and Just Reset, so we have seen MONKA's Gambit already. It was sub 11 minutes. It was like, I think, was that the fastest one we've seen yet? I think it was.
It's the fastest one we've seen. It's not the fastest one we know of, because we know that there are some time trial ones that are at that 9-minute or sub 9 mark, although different affixes, lower key levels, so very, very impressive out of MONKA for sure.
Mm-hmm. And that's what we'll start, the 22 Gambit. Then we'll see if the eye gets through. It's the only one of the day. I would imagine it's probably going to get banned by somebody, but you never know. You never know, right?
Yeah,
and those can be they can be a bloodbath if they do get through. So here's hoping, right?
I mean, I would love to see an Eye of Ashara. I'm just trying to see if one of the teams that we're seeing has banned the Eye of Ashara before. It doesn't seem like it, so neither MONKA
Free-for-all did. Against
really?
Just Reset. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what was that? Oh, in the bottom? Yeah, okay. No, it says Just Reset banned it. Free-for-all banned... Oh, they both banned it, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Never mind. I was like,
there you go.
Oh yeah, okay.
Mega
they
ban.
both banned it. All right.
All right.
I mean, maybe they leave it open. That would be cool.
They've done it before.
Yeah.
They played it once,
possible.
right?
Yeah.
They did have 19 deaths though, and wiped twice to the first boss.
They lost the map, they won the series, right? So that is something that maybe makes you think, oh, we actually really need to ban this. But I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely a big question mark, those Legion dungeons, and in such a pivotal series as well, right? The winner of next series is getting a ticket to global finals, and the loser is not. So that is probably the most important match we have in our weekend. Is this one coming right up between MONKA and Free for All?
Agreed. We will see if Free for All has decided to ban the eye. You know, 19 deaths on the last one out. I think you probably ban that if you're them. But we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna take a quick break though, and when we come back, we will find out what the second team to go to the global finals out of Group B is going to be. Will it be Free for All? Will it be MONKA? We're gonna find out right after this here on MDI. And we're back here at the MDI Group B for the weekend. We're about to go into our lower bracket finals. It's going to be MONKA versus Free For All, and it's a little bit of a David versus Goliath thing. It's a little bit of a, like Frieza versus Gohan, before Gohan got tough, right? It's a mismatch. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be tough. Free For All's got a chance, sure. All teams do, but MONKA is looking pretty strong, aren't they, Nagura?
Yes, it's definitely going to be difficult for Free For All to make it into the global final, which is this match the decider of, right? Yeah. But the first game being that Gambit, that is something that we haven't seen Free For All play at all. They banned it 2 times against Dismissed and Frog Gang. So it's unlikely that they were hiding a strategy because they had a tough time even getting here. It's more likely that they maybe haven't practiced Gambit that much, or they're not very certain that their route is very good. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. It looks like Free For All did ban Eye of Ashara though, which does make sense considering they had so many issues with it before.
Yeah, it was 19 deaths the last time they played that against Boomba Boomba. It was the only map they lost in that series, so probably good to just get it out of the way this time around. MONKA with the Theater of Pain ban, so that means it's going to be Tazavesh Gambit, Halls of Atonement, and then Mists if we get there. Should be an interesting series, but I'm excited to see Gambit again. We have not gotten to see a lot of Gambit this weekend, so it should be fun.
Yeah, MONKA, a team that we did see in that Gambit as well, that did quite a lot of speed in that dungeon. So I'm curious to see how consistent they are there, and if Free For All. I mean, I have to imagine that this one, if Free For All wins this series, it's probably in a reverse sweep type situation, because I have to imagine that with the way that the bans, the texture this weekend have gone, this is probably the most MONKA favored of our 3 maps.
To be honest, I think they may have just banned that Theater of Pain because it's such a long dungeon, and they know they have to face off against Perplexed after this, so they want to get through it quickly before they get tired. With Gambit, Halls of Atonement, those are 2 really quick dungeons. So if it goes to that 3rd map, taking out the Theater of Pain is a really smart move here.
Yeah, MONKA actually, they're in a position as well where if they think they can get through this quickly, right, like that actually does help a lot, because right now, the longer they're playing, as you said, makes the more fatigued they're getting, but also the more time that Perplexed are having to just fully practice those finals maps, which are likely to be some maps that are less practiced for both teams, because that final doesn't have the golden ticket associated, right? This map, this series is the most important one. This is the one that MONKA really needs to win if they want that global final spot.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, win or lose for both of these teams is an accomplishment to come this far. Obviously, it's an accomplishment to even get into the group, but to get all the way to one of the finals, even if it is in the lower bracket, have that shot at the global final spot is pretty huge. So I'm excited. I hope we have a good series. Again, I mean, it seems like a bit of a mismatch, but you never know. You never know. Any given Sunday, as they say in the meat sports realm.
What?
Yeah, we got esports, we got meat sports,
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what you call it. I didn't make the rules. I didn't invent that one, but so.
Kind of sounds like you did, to be honest, but I'm going to take your word for it.
That's right. I'm just here to enforce them. Yep, that's right. Well, we're waiting for the players to get set. We did give them a little bit longer of a break to get ready, but we want to make sure all the proper things are in order before they jump into the dungeon. As far as Gambit goes, this is the one we're talking right here. This is Gambit. We're checking it out. MONKA versus Free For All. MONKA, again, it's not a look of fear. It's a look of intensity. It's a look of just dedication to the embracing the stress of the moment and channeling it into victory. That's what's going on in that gargoyle's face right now.
That's what's running through your mind is they're more scared of me than I am of them. You're just trying to repeat that to yourself over and over.
Yeah. Or I mean, honestly, the gargoyle just looks kind of hungry. Looking at that pizza, it's like, oh, I want it so bad.
That's the look of somebody who's lactose intolerant, but is still about to run it on those 2 pizza slices.
Or you've been asleep for 1,000 years and you wake up and you see that and you're like, yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
Pizza wasn't invented when I went to sleep. What was that? When was pizza invented? We're gonna look that up. I'll have an answer for you soon. Don't worry.
So sorry to cut you off, Noah.
All right, well, we do have MONKA versus Free For All. Free For All deploying that, I think, classic now Free For All option of the Resto Shaman that they've really liked in a lot of dungeons, and they're going to use that Spirit Link right off the bat. Meanwhile, MONKA also going into a huge pull. They're getting a Woe Drifter primed here, along with so many Murlocs and a Giant.
I'm really surprised they're playing the Resto Shaman, even though we don't have Bursting as an affix in this dungeon. But it does look like MONKA is, again, as you said, doing that Woe Drifter. And the last time we saw MONKA, they did have a 10-minute 48 clear. What they said afterwards that they actually accidentally ninja pulled something, and they would have been even faster if that didn't happen. So we might actually see a sub 10-minute run here by MONKA if everything goes by plan.
Yeah, 25% count now. They are going to still need some of the stuff from this Murloc area, but we'll see exactly how they decide to do it. Mode is running ahead here, getting into that boss room just to start the RP. Meanwhile, it looks like Skylark has got a pull going here. It's going to be 2 of those Guardians plus a bunch of Murlocs. We see an Inspired Murloc CC'd off to the side. With Inspiring active, it is so important to do this. This is not the kind of area, even on a pretty low key, where you can get by with an Inspired mob in a pull, because those fish sticks will just heal everything up. It'll be really annoying. You really would prefer to instead stun those fish sticks cast to prevent them from going off, and to do that you need to keep the Inspiring mob out.
Yeah, and they are now using those AoE stuns and the banning shot to make sure Skylark is not going to go down to those mobs once they drop lower, and they also have an enrage effect as well. Not an affix, but that's just what the mobs do in this area. And they also run away, which can be really annoying, so you want to prevent that by using as many AoE CCs as possible. And yeah, they are slowly finishing it off. Free-for-all, definitely going a bit slower. They're up to 32% trash now, while MONKA is already in 46.
Yeah, so MONKA have enough here to exit after they finish these mobs. They don't need any more Murlocs, but they're going to need almost all of the rest of the dungeon, as they are taking these last 2 Guardians into boss. They haven't pressed Bloodlust yet. With a dungeon that they potentially have planned to be sub 10 minutes, that means you only get 1 Bloodlust, right? In a 10-minute dungeon or less, you only get to press Bloodlust 1 time. So they are not using it in the Murloc area. They're not using it here. Whereas by contrast, Free-for-all sent that Bloodlust on the very first pull of the dungeon. Free-for-all are executing a much more controlled, slower path through the dungeon. You know, they're getting their count still very quickly, still very dangerous to do this Murloc area like this, but they are relying on something going wrong from MONKA's side.
Yeah, RX actually proccing cheap death there. Again, this pull is very dangerous for melee, because these Guardians just create so much area of denial for melee, and also casting these lines constantly to people as well. But it is sufficient to pull them on top of this boss, because you can actually hit something while the boss is immune to damage whenever you do this intermission phase / event. So still pretty efficient for them, and the Survival Hunter has a lot of tools to be able to hit from afar, so not too bad for the Survival Hunter. You can see Crim still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can still cast like Serpent String, you can still throw Wildfire Bombs, you can press Aspect of the Eagle as well for some of the time, so you're definitely not the most concerned about it. The Rogue can Cloak and stand in as well, which you can see Cloak is indeed on cooldown there, so a lot of ways to minimize the drawback of those mobs being pretty hostile to melee. You can see they've done an amazing job here, though, of killing Hillbrand well before the second sanitizing cycle. That's a really important breakpoint. Anytime you see the boss casting like a sanitizing cycle at like 3% or 2%, you just know, like, if we did a little bit more damage, we would have saved a minute here. But MONKA beating that timer by a lot.
And they even still had the Vibe buff up when the boss went down, so not even getting the full usage of that buff. And now all eyes on MONKA, though, because we do know that they have a pretty crazy pull coming up in just a second. They're going to be pulling this whole boss area into the boss, and that's where they are committing their Bloodlust. So if anything goes wrong there, that could be a huge time loss. But first, they are going to finish off this pack in this area to make sure they do have another relic. Looks like it's a Woe Drift.
Yeah, now this is one of the pulls that it doesn't look like an MDI pull, but if you've ever pulled this on live, you'll know, oh, this just feels like an MDI pull when you're just fighting these mobs normally, right? These things are all so dangerous, so MONKA doing a good job of taking care of these, and it's very difficult to pull this down into the next room anyways, because a lot of the mobs have those haymakers will just punch whoever's near them. They'll be spam casting those brackish bolts on you from afar, and so much easier to just take them out or skip past them even and do more Murlocs instead. But you can see we come in with the sap, the death grip used by Skylark there, and not actually attacking the mob after the grip. Just maneuver it out of the boss area, out of where they want all these mobs. Then we're going to have every single mob hit with an AoE stun into a mass grip. Now they just have to kill these off before those defensives run out on Skylark.
Yeah, we even see some of some Curse of Tongues coming out of Maestin here as well to make sure the casts are easier to interrupt. So nice utility usage by their Warlock there. And it looks like we killed it off by Interceptor and also an So they get the haste buff plus cooldown reduction, and they still have the Woe Drifter buff up for a couple of seconds as well. So they had the damage reduction too, just having all 3 relic buffs up at once basically.
Yeah, they've collected the 3 Infinity Stones there of the different buffs. Oh, Maestein getting hit there. Beautiful life grip though by Mode to take him out of danger. In that pod tender still, of course. This boss, I really like the way that Skylark handles this boss as well, which is when we're fighting this boss at the start and we have all of these trash mobs, those trash mobs are so much more dangerous than the boss adds, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to ignore the boss adds, right? We're not going to worry about hitting them with the breath. We're going to keep positioning the boss to avoid tail swiping people, to dodge cannon shots. And once we deal with all of the actual trash, right, the fortified trash, we can hit the boss mobs afterwards, right? That's something that's a problem for future us to deal with, not current us.
And they have to wait for this kind of RP event to start anyway, right? So it's very efficient to just finish up the boss, so you can still deal with trash while waiting around anyway. So now not even 7 minutes into the dungeon and they're already in that last boss room. Gonna have to deal with 22% trash in this area. But I do think they do it in 2 pulls, so actually really fast. And again, this can be a difficult situation though, because all of these mobs have dangerous casts to deal with. There's heals that you have to interrupt, there's rifts to do AoE damage, and then on top of that you have the Star Seeker just spawning the pulsing, wandering pulsar, as you can see right there, plus that frontal that needs to be dodged.
Yeah, the frontal is, I think, the most, it's gotten the most kills in the runs I've seen. That frontal just catching people by surprise, right? Because you're looking at all these other things, and it travels so fast, and it just goes through your whole group, and, 5 people are dead. Yeah. Okay, so they're going to go into the other side here and do much the same pull, and I think what they're going to do, they're leaving the last hack to pull at the start of P2 of the boss encounter for a little bit of extra cleave, and again, like you mentioned on Hillbrand, have something efficient to do with your damage while the boss itself is immune at that 40% push time.
Yeah, and I do think I remember them actually pulling the boss into this pack at the end, but I do believe they know that they're pretty far ahead. 1 whole boss fight plus 18% trash ahead.
Oh, they're going for it.
They don't necessarily have to go really fast, but they're pulling it anyway, as still some of those mobs are alive, but they are really low HP. Still need to make sure they're interrupting them though, to not have any heals go off. And yeah, there we go, finishing off the Relic to get some cooldown reduction on their offensives.
Yeah, it's actually really nice for your Warlock single target in the opener as well. If you can pull the trash with like 20 seconds of trash that will, or if you can pull the boss with 20 seconds of trash that'll still be alive, that is really nice, as you can see for Maestein on the damage meters, to have all of those extra soul shards and be super powered up at the start of the pull. So definitely a lot of big value coming in here. This Relic, really nice on Grievous against the collapsing star mechanic as well. It'll basically handle the entire mechanic for you if you have the Cipher while you're dealing with that star. So really well done. And Solia already pushing now. We are crossing the 9-minute mark, and the question is whether they can kill this boss, and maybe we can see that sub 10 minute. They did use the Bloodlust, so they don't have that available here. 1 more minute. It's a 22 fortified boss. It does still have a lot of health. I don't know if they can get this done in time to beat the 10-minute marker that I've arbitrarily just set in my head, to be clear.
Yeah, I don't think they are gonna quite make it, probably, because this boss does have a lot of HP even on a non-tyrannical environment. It's still at 22, and we also saw a little bit of a scary moment there for Mode, as Mode was triggering that star and got knocked into the frontal of the Relic, but thankfully it did not go down, did manage to walk out of it just in time. Yeah, they're also moving the boss into this corner to make sure they have an easier time dodging those projectiles coming out of the relics, the stars. And some of them don't even reach this area at all. They disappear before they get there, and the others are really spread out because the cone is wider, so much easier for them to dodge everything here.
Yeah, it's so nice when all of the projectiles are coming from the same 180 degrees rather than like 360 degrees all around you. As you can see, they are now going to put down the AMZ as well. It looks like they're actually just letting that collapsing star explode there. And look at this. They have turtle, float, warlock defensives, and so even though there were a couple of stacks left in that star, with the combination of some people immuning it and the other people having defensives and AMZ, they got to basically just completely ignore that collapsing star mechanic. That is really cool tech out of MONKA to just mitigate that otherwise quite annoying and not just like slow, but potentially deadly to just be trying and hit that star and take those stacks away.
Yeah, I do really like this strategy, but as we talk about that, the boss is going down and they do have the 100% crash. 10 minutes 44, 4 seconds faster than their last run, but incredibly clean by MONKA.
Wow, and that is right there why MONKA is such a terrifying opponent to go up against, because that was, like you said, a couple seconds faster than their first one. Sub 11 minutes Gambit, we know they can, I believe they did put down a sub 10, right? So we know it's out there,
yeah.
But yeah, different, levels and all that kind of stuff, but still, really quick from MONKA, very efficient. I don't think they had any deaths that I can recall. Just, yeah, perfection, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of avoided two of them barely, but beautiful. Oh, wait, yeah, I was not muted for the stream, but I was muted for you guys because I'm a very smart individual. But yeah, I was gonna say they avoided some of those deaths just barely, and I do want to highlight one of them that I saw that I thought was really cool, and we have been seeing it throughout the tournament as well. But first off, let's look at what made them so speedy in the Gambit for anybody that might not be as familiar with the dungeon as these players here. We can see that mode with that WoW buffs was running down there, triggering the boss event so they can start it right away, while the rest of the group was dealing with the pack here. That way, they didn't need to put a DPS player to do it, so they didn't lose any damage, and Skylar just being perfectly fine on his own, healing himself up, didn't need to have the healer there. So having Mode do these kind of errant runs yet another time to trigger the second boss event, just so smart and so efficient coming from MONKA here with these big pulls, beautifully done. But then when it came to the next boss, there was a short moment, I'm not sure if you caught it, but that boss can be a little bit tricky. We triggered the event early on to have the big pull of the everything together with the boss, but while we were doing the boss, Mason actually got hit by one of the frontals, I think, got into the seed pod and was gripped away from mode into safety while the frontal was on him. So really beautiful tech there. I think we're going to see it in just a second while everything else is coming in. Yeah, you can see it on the left side, just barely. Mason is in there getting procced by the deckhand, it seems like, and there the grip from mode saving him to the far side. Beautiful. And then at the end, just dealing perfectly with everything on Solia. We saw mode trigger one of these collapsing star AoE patches, getting knocked nearly into the slam, but was able to step out of it, and then with that buff that they just killed, take the other two of these debuff stacks.
Yeah, it was tight. We don't count pod tender deaths. That's not an actual death. That's just becoming a seed for a little while, and who doesn't want to do that every once in a while?
You're not running it to not use it, right? It's like the purgatory. Right? You need to be efficient on these things.
It's a cooldown. Yep, that's right. You gotta know when to use it, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're going to the Halls of Atonement next. This is one that Free For All has not played yet. It was in their match against who was it? It was in their match against Dismiss, but that ended up being a 2-0 victory for Dismiss, so we didn't get there. MONKA had it in their match against Just Reset, but we didn't get there either because that was a 2-0. So I believe this is the first time we've seen each of these teams play this map this weekend, so should be cool. And this is another one that can be pretty blazing fast, too.
Yeah, I mean, even though MONKA are coming in as big favorites, right? Free For All certainly could still win in this Halls of Atonement Halls of Atonement is the kind of map where you can wipe fairly easily to all of these ambitious, aggressive strategies that teams like to run in the first part of the dungeon. Or even more damningly, if you wipe towards the end of the dungeon, you hit Release Spirit, you're starting back right at the start of the dungeon, and you're just like, oh no, there's 30 mobs that I skipped before that are between me and where I want to be, right? Yeah, that kind of thing can mean that one mistake can cost you several minutes here. And while MONKA certainly are favored, I don't know if they're favored by like 5 minutes or anything like that. So if something goes wrong for them, Free For All are certainly in a position to capitalize.
Yeah, it's one of those dungeons that's just been practiced a lot more than Gambit obviously has, you know, with Tazavesh being kind of the newer addition to the M+ rotation. So the teams will have a lot more tight strategies. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing you brought up, right, where it's like death is not an option almost, right? Because if you die, you have to go back and clear a lot of stuff you weren't planning on clearing in some cases. So you want to avoid it. We'll see. I feel like MONKA's just trying to speedrun this and get to the finals of the group. But, yeah, we'll see what Free For All has in store.
To be fair,
I'm also not sure. Sorry, I just wanted to quickly say that I'm not sure if Halls of Atonement is really something that MONKA put a lot of practice time in, just because they have not played it before, as we just mentioned, and it's not in the upper final either. So it is technically possible that MONKA only put a little bit of practice time into Halls, kind of knowing that they know how Mists plays, right? They have already shown us that Mist of Tunasath is a dungeon they can do really quickly, and Halls of Atonement is barely in the map pool. So even if they would lose Halls, they are technically still confident in their Mists. So it is, as I said, possible that MONKA maybe didn't put too much practice time into this. Which would give Free For All a chance of winning.
I mean, to be fair, I think you could be on to something, because again, MONKA didn't start practicing until they got on Tournament Realm. Because they're from different regions, so it wasn't really possible for them to do it before. And that means they had to be really time aware with what dungeons they actually run into and what dungeons they don't. So maybe the Halls of Atonement just being one of these dungeons that we've seen so many times that is pretty self-explanatory with what you're doing, as it is very much straightforward. You do 3 big pulls, boss, another big pull, boss, and then mini boss. Like, there is not much to it in terms of routing differences, except for what you're putting into this big pull. So I feel like they might have practiced it a little less, like you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think everybody kind of knows how Halls of Atonement goes, right? You're not going to get surprised by, like, an animal jumping out of nowhere on this map. You know where everything is coming from, right?
Sometimes you have to, get some support in your life.
This is what happens when the Loyal Beast cast goes off, you know?
Well, I hope this Gargan doesn't claw me to death.
He might control the Gargan as went there.
Not yet. Yep. Well, I hope we see Free For All make it competitive. It's gonna be again, like, kind of it's a David versus Goliath thing, right? Obviously, MONKA very favored, but who knows? We've seen I think we've seen series go to 3 dungeons that we haven't expected this weekend, so you just never know.
Yeah, this bracket is littered with the corpses of teams with better seeds than Free For All that they took out on the way. So
that is true.
Who knows? Never count them out.
Yep, that's right. I mean, who knows? So I mean, they're by their nature, right? They interrupt things at any time or don't. It's a free for all,
I'm really rooting for them to take a 1v1, maybe send us into game 3, because I know they have it in them to take a little bit away from MONKA here, even though they're the dominating team.
It's possible, but then again, that gargoyle staring, sweating at those 2 pieces of pizza. 2 pieces of pizza, 2 maps. It's all they need to go to the end of the final, to get to the finals. In this particular match. There you go. It's a sign.
Their icon's a gargoyle. This map has gargoyles. What more could you? The signs have been obvious. They've been there all along.
I think it's a sign. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Lord Chamberlain checking out his fingernails there. He's like, yeah, they're kind of long. Should probably clip those.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's happening.
He's like, I heard there's some, heroes coming in to try to mess with us. I'll just do it after they're gone. Nothing could happen. Nothing could go wrong.
Yeah, easy.
Toss some statues at him. Have Echelon burst out of the door, surprised like a cake. Roast some marshmallows over that cauldron in the middle. That's all you got to do.
Starting.
That's all you got to do.
Oh no!
Enjoy.
Oh, the Elemental Shaman!
Let's
oh my
go.
god, I love this from MONKA.
Wow,
This is
MONKA
something
has...
that we actually talked about, right?
Yeah, Zyro he's been advocating for this Ellie Shaman play in this dungeon. But we also have the Mage too, the Frost Mage, so 2 Curse Dispels up from the usual 0 that Free For All are running. Wow, this is so cool. And MONKA are deploying that Bloodlust, real Bloodlust as well. I guess it's Heroism because they're on the wrong faction, but still from that actual Shaman as well. Huge damage coming in, and also huge healing. Actually out-healing the Blood Decay and the healer right now with that Ancestral Guidance is the Ellie Shaman, but Maystein, the star of the show, on that Destro Lock. This is the premier Destro Lock pull in all of Shadowlands, but when you do too much damage, you fly a little bit too close to the sun, your group doesn't have a rogue or a hunter for misdirection, and all of a sudden, you reap what you sow.
Yeah, so some issues there, and that means that their damage is going to slow down for a little while until Maystein is back up ramping his Infernal procs and his Rain of Fire procs, but they are getting closer and closer to finishing off this trash. But that was a double shard pull, right? They had 2 shards, and I think this is the first time this weekend that we actually see a team do the double shard pull because it's so dangerous. Skylark trying to kite out that Necrotic did manage to reset it now, so they should be able to survive. But all of these spiteful shades running around and trying to finish off those players. Thankfully, everyone playing range DPS this time around, so no issues there.
Yeah, that's another benefit of this comp, right? You've dropped the Rogue, you've dropped the Survival Hunter, so everybody can avoid Spiteful, and you don't really need to commit globals to effects to keep the Spitefuls in place, right? If everybody just is always playing out of range of the mobs, then that will be fine, unless you're doing 300k DPS, and so you rip threat. And everything comes and hits you anyways, including the non-spiteful mobs.
So Free For All also trying to do a double shard pull on their side, but not quite managed to survive as Riddler went down and their Holy Priest went down as well. This might look like something they're gonna have to reset, as Talon is the only player alive trying to survive, catching all of these mobs around the corner, but did end up going down as well. And this is a pretty big time loss for Free For All because they committed Bloodlust for this pull, and it took them quite a while to gather up all of this as well. So yeah, they are not going to be able to attempt this pull again. They're going to have to go slower now.
Yeah, that is really rough for Free For All. I mean, it went a little bit close to that for MONKA too. They were maybe a couple of globals away from having a similar situation, but they did a really good job of recovering and of finishing out the pull. Even though they lost their Warlock, they got that battle res spent, whereas Free For All weren't able to just use a res and keep things saved. They released instead. And so MONKA still doing okay. It is worth noting that one battle res that MONKA doesn't have now could be very relevant later. That's the kind of thing where, it might seem good right now that they used the battle res, they kept the pull going better, but if they have a full wipe later as a result, then all of a sudden you might look at it very differently this early exchange.
Yeah, that is very true. And we also do have a little bit of a, I would almost say like defensive choice of Covenants by Maystein here as well with the Venthyr. First of all, the only Venthyr in the dungeon, so it's really good to be able to mind control the Stoneborns, of course, because they don't have the Rogue that usually would be running Venthyr. And then additionally, you also get just all of those curses when you do those huge pulls, having all of the Curse of Tongues and Curse of Weakness when you do these double shard pulls with like lots and lots of casters in there, really helping them out a little bit as well, on top of the Earthquake from the Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, it's so much mob control as well. You've also got slows from your Frost Mage, so your DK can kind of backpedal a little bit and kite very easily. It is a really, really clever comp. I do think that, whenever you're dropping the Survival Hunter, that is a lot of damage that you're leaving on the table. Even the Ellie Shaman, which is bringing a lot of damage, I don't think you're really rivaling that survival damage. But I do think all of those extra little things that they get as a result of being all ranged, as a result of having all these dispels and heals and that kind of stuff, mob control might well be worth it, as we are seeing even more things going a little bit wrong here for Free For All on the right-hand side, as their pull is a little bit smaller than originally intended, but they also have no Bloodlust this time, a lot less resources, and they're kind of... my Halls of Atonement runs look like this sometimes, where you do 20 deaths to the same pull and you're just fighting it where you release. That's always a rough place to be.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword to be fighting a trash bag like this at the entrance, because, you can release and come back immediately, but once you lost control of a pull like this, is really hard to recover, even if you can come back really quickly. And that's how you ramp up your death penalty really high. You can see free-for-all now up to 19 deaths because they keep releasing and maybe dying immediately after again. But thankfully they managed to finish up the poll now, and they can move on. But yeah, MONKA, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting into this pull here, and they're actually targeting down the Woe Relic, which they're going to then use to skip after this boss. But they have a lot of trash in here. I don't know if I've seen teams pulling these 3 packs all in at the end here. I've usually seen 1 or 2 with this Woe Relic, but MONKA are not scared at all. They are going in for some big damage. Cap Totem coming out. Again, you have that impending catastrophe, applying the Curse of Tongues to all these casters. A Shadow Fury going to stop all those Wicked Bolts for a second time. And now they're starting to precast a little bit, but so many of them are dead that it's actually not even too dangerous for Skylark here. Really well done, really well executed pull, and that might well be a pull that, like, hey, Venthyr Warlock, Ellie Shaman, make that so much more possible.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure. What do you think about the mage, though? Do you think... Because I was thinking Elemental Shaman makes sense, Warlock, of course, makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, having the Hunter instead of the mage? Because I'm not really sure what the mage brings, other than their Arcane Intellect. And the slow doesn't really seem like something they actually need. Because I don't see Skylark kiting anything.
Yeah.
Standing in there, tanking it, right?
Skylark also has Grip of the Dead, right? So Death and Decay slow, which is like,
yeah, it's
not as good as having a Frost Mage and Grip of the Dead, but it is still a lot of that value comes from that Death and Decay slow. So yeah, I think I agree. I think that the Mage maybe fits in here as a comfort pick, as kind of something that they know, you know, what Mage in Halls of Atonement is like. But the Frost Mage, yeah, I'm also thinking that Survival could be a good option here. But again, with Spiteful, having all your group be ranged makes a lot of sense. The Mage I've thought of as being an option in this dungeon if you don't want the Ellie Shaman, because Mage also has a Curse to Spell. But once you already have the Ellie Shaman, I think I tend to agree that I wouldn't have started here. But you know, it's doing a lot of damage on this boss. It's looking good here.
Yeah, it is true, and it is tyrannical as well. So Frost Mage providing as much single target damage, and again, the intellect buff actually has a pretty big value if you run this comp. It helps 4 of your players to do more damage, so I do think it's actually pretty big, as they are fighting Echelon and trying to get as close as possible, because they still need 16% trash, so that means they can actually skip some trash here, right? After the door, technically, if they want to do that.
Yeah, if they had a good way of skipping, like, 2 of the mobs in one of these pulls, they could with this trash count. I don't actually think there is a good way. That's the thing, right? Is if you're ever here and you're like somewhere between 80 and 90%, there's really not much you can do to be efficient with your trash count. If you're past 90%, you could just skip all the way to the boss. But if you're at this 84 number, something like that, it's actually really hard to find a way to save 4% towards the end of this dungeon. It's kind of like Plaguefall, where it's just like, oh, oops. Or maybe just a case of like, oh, yeah, this is a product of the pulls that we're doing, but we still think this is the best option, even though we're going a little over count.
We've seen Evolved, I think, last week. They did pull those 2 Gargants and the Huntsmasters, but with the Hunter. Like, basically, they just Mindsuit them, then the Hunter pulled them to the right, everyone else was moving to the left, and then the Hunter feigned death afterwards. Yeah. But they technically have a mage to do that, but that probably would take a lot of time, and might be quicker to just kill them off than doing that.
What may have happened earlier is one of the Houndmaster patrols may have not been intended to come in with a certain pull, and it did.
Maybe, yeah.
That's Splat from Frog Gang told me that was what happened for them when they were overcount in this same spot in Halls of Atonement twice. So it is definitely the kind of thing that can happen to you in this dungeon. Those patrolling Houndmaster pulls that don't necessarily mean it's a wipe, but do make pulls harder, and you kind of plan to avoid them. But especially if you're not playing a Hunter and you don't have Hunter Trap for them, they're actually pretty hard to keep from pulling into certain pulls.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. It looks like they are finishing off this pack, and then I would assume they're pulling the rest of the trash into the boss, while Free For All is just having a little bit of a dance party.
I think Free For All might be saying, all right, this is it was a good try. We made it our best, right? We made it here to this last game, but we see the writing on the wall, right? We know how this one's going. So, right, GG, which I can't say that I blame them after 26 deaths, 130 seconds of death timer, down 1-0 in this series. So Yeah.
I like that they're dancing in this. It almost looks like they're cheering on MONKA, right? Because they're they're like the cheerleaders who are cheering on MONKA to do a good job. And yeah, I mean, MONKA doing this big pull that I just talked about, that can still be incredibly dangerous. So many casts going through from the Obliterators. That's where the double curse dispel is really nice again, right? Having so many dispels to deal with those curses, so you don't have to interrupt the curses. You can just let them go through and fully focus your interrupt on the bolts that are going on a tank and other things coming out of those ranged buffs. But there we go, all of the trash finished off. They do have 2% left, which is going to be the mini boss that they're dealing with after this one.
Yeah, with that Spiteful Shades, that like 50 Spiteful Shades or whatever, 5 Spiteful Shades, all dealt with. Most of the lethality of this pull is now in the past for MONKA. They just have to make sure that they handle the last little bit of this boss fight well. And then the next question mark is going to be, do they have the damage with this comp and with the way their cooldowns are lining up? Do they have the damage to kill the mini-boss before it gets to its second Dark Communion cast? Because if not, then that takes a lot longer, but I have to assume that they have tested that and they have the damage, but again, I don't know with this comp. The Rogue adds quite a bit of damage to that. I think they should be okay, though. Usually on this with this fortified setting, you're able to get that done without too much danger.
They could even commit the Bloodlust if they felt
the
like...
tyrannical setting, rather, to make it less health on the mini-boss. Yeah.
So yeah, if they feel like it's close, they could technically use the Bloodlust. They also now have the Stoneborn still in the boss fight. They haven't mind controlled it just yet. They had previous one mind controlled, and now they're saving this one for that mini boss. So we'll see if they commit to Bloodlust as well, or if they're fine without it.
I actually really like what they did as well. A lot of teams pulled this Stoneborn towards the end of the boss fight and then just MC it. But what MONKA did was they pulled it in the last like 40% of the boss fight. My guess is that that's for like Ellie Shaman to have an extra target to put a flame shock on towards the end of the fight, because that increases their single target quite substantially if they're able to do that. And you also get a little bit of extra funnel out of your Frost Mage and your Destro Lock too from doing that. So I imagine that was the plan there. And now they're going to just start blasting the damage into the Inquisitor here, trying to make sure they kill this. It's going to do a Disperse Sin next, and then there will be 2 more Wicked Bolts. They'll probably want to interrupt this one, and then interrupt the second one towards the end of its cast, and then it'll be the next Dark Communion. So here we go. 1 more Wicked Bolt, and they've done it. They're well ahead on the timer.
Yeah, that was really good by MONKA. They didn't have to commit the Bloodlust at all. They did also finish off the Relic, so they're probably going to focus the Vi one here. Unless they want to do again, they could technically stagger it to get the double cooldown reduction if they feel like it. And yeah, it looks like that is... yes, so they are going to get a second in just a second. And yeah, we're running a different comp. It also is possible that maybe they don't... I'm not sure how Frost Mage and Elemental Shaman benefit from haste. I'm not sure if that is maybe better to go with when you have a Hunter and a Rogue. And maybe the cooldown reduction is slightly better for Frost Mage and Shaman.
The cooldown reduction is really nice for Shaman and Frost Mage. Yeah, for Shaman you just get so many more lava bursts, and for Frost Mage it's actually really nice as well, because some of your cooldown reduction effects, you just get to send out way more Frozen Orbs and stuff, especially here. So I do think the is more of a damage increase, but it's also really good for Survival Hunters. So yeah, I'm actually not sure. The way they've timed this look at this though, they are also getting value out of the health regen, because the Ritual of Woe is coming out right as it died. So that may have been pretty calculated how they wanted to allocate their damage to set it up so that it died during that incoming group damage.
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. And you can also see Skylark and Moat also doing a lot of damage. 11k DPS out of a healer, which is just always crazy to see, on top of providing PI as well on the Dastard Warlock, just boosting that damage too. And I mean, Crimson doing so much single target damage, right? 22 2k DPS, really blasting the boss here.
Yeah, Necrolord Frostmage is actually pretty solid on the 3-minute cooldown, right? You're playing your Deathborn, you turn into a big skeleton mage. You can see it's expired now, and he's sinking a little bit in terms of damage, but especially on pull, where you have all this cleave that you get to do, you're hitting everything with extra frost bolts, your Cold Front legendaries giving you even more Frozen Orbs as a result. It is actually a lot of extra single target damage and a lot of funnel damage too. even just with the encrypted affix. As you can see, is he just going to take... Nope, he's going to blink out last second of that frontal. Gotta just greed that Rune of Power a couple more globals. Just a few... Ooh! Whoa! Toxic! Unbelievable. Mode?
Wow.
I can't believe you would do that. What? That's so messed up.
That's actually just very toxic. I'm gonna remember this. Poor Crimson, I feel bad.
You love to see it, but you hate to see it at the same time. That's a bit of a bad manner move, but you know what? Why not? Why not? You've conquered this dungeon pretty much. You're going to the global finals. You're going to the finals of Group B. You're in pretty good shape.
There it is. Victory screen for MONKA. And I mean, that means they did qualify for the global finals, right? They have this top 2 spot now guaranteed, which is going to make them very happy. Of course, there's still the upper final left. They still have to fight the rematch between MONKA and Perplexed. And that's going to be another very good match to watch, because we've already seen them play against each other earlier, and that one was already incredibly close.
Yeah, went to 3 dungeons before. Could get closer here too, but there was some fun stuff happening in this one with some of the polls we've been seeing from MONKA.
So like I said, Halls of Atonement is essential. Just doing a lot of big polls and then a lot of bosses. And, you know, MONKA really surprising us with some fan favorite picks here. But what it came down to was Maystein absolutely rocking these huge polls that they just look at that Warlock damage coming out of the pack here. It's just, you know, trying to get to Maystein, knocking him down.
It's okay, that's what reses are for.
We had to use the battle res here because it was going to be hard without that Warlock. Are we actually showing that twice? No. Oh, that was the rest of the poll. They actually got in trouble here, but we're managing to pull it off in the end. Mode putting out some big heals to make the group stay alive as they finished that gigantic poll. I don't even know what else to call it. Then they did something we of course always expect, just going into Halkias itself, pulling a lot of trash onto it. They executed that beautifully, allowing them to get all of that AoE once again on Maystein, completely blasting that damage. And I asked Mode who was actually getting the PIs in this key. Okay, but before we get into it, just big shout out to Free For All. I think they're a huge fan favorite. I love the little dance they were doing. They knew they had lost at that very point in time, but then here is the reason, right? We were talking about why would you bring a mage and the Ellie shaman. You know, sometimes you just have to show a warlock where they belong in the DPS meter. It has to be done. Even if at one point you grip a mage into their death by letting them get hit by a statue, it can happen from time to time. But yeah, really, really cool strats coming out of MONKA here. And I did ask Mode who was getting the PI, because I was seeing some weird PI timing. And
here comes.
He's getting ready.
He was saying,
look at this.
The Ellie
so
shaman. Well, but of course that. Yeah, well, you know, you had to show it, right? Mode put so much effort into that one grip that we had to put it on the camera. But he was saying, the warlock got it for the most time, except for when the mage was ramping in single target, and that was something we could see in the DPS on those single target bosses. Just beautiful, that frost mage damage with the Necrolord, and Doa, you spotted it as well. Also that single target legendary just absolutely accelerating in that single target damage.
Yeah, ran the Frostbolt legendary, which was something that we definitely haven't seen yet this weekend. Normally, it's the one Dratnos talked about in the caster.
Yeah.
It's the extra frozen orb one. But yeah, that's what we usually see. But this was like as single target as it could possibly be, and man, he pumped. It was a lot of damage.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense too, right? If you have so much AoE damage from a Duster Warlock, even on those AoE pools, the shards are the things with the most HP. So if you don't have a rogue providing that funnel damage onto the single target shards, then having the mage go full single target and just making sure the shards are dying, that makes a lot of sense. I like that decision by MONKA.
Yeah, I forget the name of the legendary, but it's the one where it each frostbolt reduces the cast time of other frostbolts and increases the damage during Icy Veins. So it's like that moment where it's like you really unload on a boss, basically.
Yeah, big extra damage on the single target. It does make so much sense when you have AoE specialists. I mean, like, no amount of AoE that you're adding is really helping when Maystein's already doing 300k, right? So you may as well just do something else useful in the rest of the dungeon, right?
Yep, exactly. That's cool, though. That's cool. I love seeing a little bit of variation there, and that was neat. And that's a cool thing to show your opponents too, if you're a Monka, right? That you can bring sort of alternate looks, things that people aren't necessarily expecting going into some of these later matches, including the one that we've got coming up next, which is going to be Perplexed versus Monka. Both teams are into the global finals, but we still need to crown a champion for Group B, and we are going to do that when MDI returns in just a moment. First, we'll take a look, though, at how things worked out. Again, Perplexed and Monka through, along with Echo and Baldi from Group A, so 2 out of our 3 groups have been determined. 1 team from China is going through, and then that final team from the Last Stand tournament as well in a couple weeks. So we're figuring it out. We've figured out half of our teams going through to the global finals now. And so on that note, quick break, and when we come back, we will see who wins Group B. We stretched long enough. Let's stretch a little bit more at a break, and then we'll come back and crown a champion. Don't go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few. We are back one more time here at the MDI, getting ready for our Group B finals. It's going to be fun. Doey here along with Tettles Ironic and Makes as we get ready for Perplexed versus MONKA. And this is a rematch of our first series of the day, actually. It went to all 3 dungeons. It was very close. It was very exciting. Welcome back, Ironic. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen you. Maybe it's been an equal amount of time for Tettles, but I can't remember. Who are you expecting to take this one?
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here and give the advantage to MONKA, I believe. Now, Perplexed is our higher seeded team, but looking at the dungeon lineup here, the first matchup is that Sanguine Depths, and I'm pretty confident that if MONKA puts a clean run together, they should technically be able to go up 1-0 here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it certainly is possible. I mean, Tettles, we saw this go all the way to the 3rd map last time. It ended up being, what was it? Yeah, kind of a reverse sweep, if you will, by Perplexed, so they're able to come back anyway. I don't have a cat to hold on the screen right now. I feel very... What do I have?
Well, I don't have to hold mine. My cat runs my apartment.
I'm not holding mine either.
I have a roll of paper towels. Is that close? It's from my hobby table where I do Warhammer things. That's all I got.
Huh. I do think I have to agree. I do think I have to agree with Zyro's analysis, though. It's like this series is probably going to be MONKA favored. I really do feel like these teams are pretty back and forth, but that Sanguine Depths, just the route that we saw and the routing differences, I think that if both of the teams have a clean run, then MONKA should probably be somewhere in the range of like 30 seconds to a minute ahead of Perplexed. But Sanguine Depths is so volatile that basically like 1 or 2 mistakes, any death, if you lose a lantern buff, it can come back to bite you in a really meaningful way.
Oh, yeah. Before we get any farther into that, though, we actually have some watch parties going on for the Mythic Dungeon International in-game. That's right. People hanging out, Horde and Alliance, maybe not together per se yet, but they are chilling, watching the MDI. Thanks to Aya and Thist out there for organizing that on a couple servers here. And if you want to learn more about it, how you can participate, go to WoW Esports on the Twitter, and you can find out there. You can see, I don't know, is that a Volpera doing the robot? Like, what's going on there? But either way, they're enjoying MBI. Except for that crab in the back, I'm having like Eye of Azara flashbacks seeing that thing.
I think that's actually Aya's character that we're seeing right now. I think I've seen her transmog before, and she and our social media manager for the Warcraft esports account have set all of this up. So maybe if you're lucky, you can find a watch party in the game as well and watch with other people how these teams speedrun these dungeons. I think it's just so nice.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool to jump in game and do this. It is in Group Finder apparently, so you can find it in Group Finder. There you go. You too can
join in.
Sit on a table, which there's chairs right there. Come on, use the chairs, please. People are trying to eat off that table.
Lie down on the table.
I'm in. If you insist, okay. Don't mind if I do.
So anyway, Sanguine Depths, huh? That's an interesting first dungeon, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And we already spoke about this.
Hey.
I'm actually curious to see what
no
we're
bands?
doing.
What?
No bands?
Yeah.
What? Oh, they're coming. Okay.
What are the bands?
And coming in, drum roll. Brrr.
Streets and Plaguefall band. No, Gambit and Plaguefall.
I think that Perplexed is
probably
going to ban
the
Plaguefall.
safe ban.
Yeah.
Plaguefall probably, yeah.
Well, they banned Plaguefall Streets last time. Yeah, okay, so they're going to ban Plaguefall on Streets again. This makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Perplexed with the ban on Plaguefall, MONKA with the ban on Streets. That means we're starting on Sanguine Depths, obviously. And then Necrotic Wake, and if we need it, Tazavish Gambit. So this is going to be a fast and furious one. This is not a lot of long dungeons in this series.
Actually, I really want to see it go to that Gambit, because I think both teams are pretty confident in their Gambit times. We've seen Gambit out of MONKA 2 times, and they promised that they can do it even quicker the last time. Today, it didn't look as if they were that much quicker without the accidental body pull from the last time, but maybe they can shave off even a little more, and whatever Perplexed us, we don't really know.
These are 2 really super tense dungeons that we have to start off with, though. Sanguine Depths and Necrotic Wake, it's like... We talk about the volatility of both of these dungeons all the time and the fact that these teams are going to have to play them back-to-back. there's a lot of things that can go wrong where like 1 or 2 deaths can cause like a full team wipe, and then basically a team can win or lose off of the back of that. And so it's going to, I think, come down to the team that is maybe the most consistent between these two, just for these first 2 dungeons. I honestly even think that they could probably split them 1-to-1, and like where one team makes a mistake in one of them and the other team makes a mistake in the other.
Yeah, it's totally possible. I mean, it was a great series earlier today when we saw it. That series involved MONKA taking the other side, first of all, and then it was PERPLEXED coming back and winning 2 in a row with Spires of Ascension and Sanguine Depths as well. So, again, starting on the map, that PERPLEXED won their last meeting in earlier today. So a chance for redemption from MONKA, a chance for PERPLEXED to show their dominance on this map. And poor Crawl, just caught in the crossfire.
Is that
I guess
brother?
Crawl, I guess. I don't know. Poor Crawl. All right, so I added an R. It happens to everyone. PERPLEXED versus MONKA. Game number 1. Let's go.
All right, straight off the rip, we do see both of these teams activating this initial urn, getting that Sinfall boon buff. They really want to get 10 stacks of that. Whenever we saw the Sanguine Depths earlier, it's really important to make sure that you have 10 stacks on everybody, and nobody can die here because they are going to be pulling all of the trash into the first boss. And PERPLEXED was dropping so low there, it's ironic. I thought people were about to die.
Nah, just exactly as Ryson drew it up there. Perfect play across the board. Heal me, healer now. Yeah, notably this is going a lot slower for MONKA here. That took him extra 5 seconds or so to pull that off. Now, like we were talking about in the pre-game show there for a bit, the discussion we were having, MONKA does have a significantly faster route. However, PERPLEXED has had about all of the time that I've been on break, which has been about 2 hours at least, to practice the dungeons in this grand final. Notably, they knew that Sanguine Depths was going to be the first match and going to be unbannable. If I was them, I would have looked back at that last match and been like, oh wow, MONKA had a really fast route. Maybe we can improve on ours with what they did. It'd be very impressive. I don't know if they haven't had enough time to do that, but it'd be really impressive to see them pull it off here. Big scary pull for both teams, but we know that it's heavily mitigated by the fact that they do have Bloodlust, all of their damage cooldowns, 10 stacks of that Lantern buff helping them out. Remember, that's 50% damage and 50% healing that helps top everyone off whenever the damage goes out.
Mass Dispel and Dwarf ratio as well for bursting, so on a pull like that, a lot of the times you're going to be scared about rolling bursting stacks, but just like coming into Shadowlands, how bursting function changed so dramatically with the ability to be able to dispel it. Just slamming that mass res with this H-Priest that we see kind of being super popular in the meta this season. Crixus goes down with all of that trash relatively quick for PERPLEXED. MONKA hot on their heels though. Maybe something in the range of like 5 seconds separates these two teams.
When did we add the Rate of Chaos buff for the health bars? Was that this series, or was that in there for the past couple series as well? Is that brand new?
It's new today.
All right, great. So that's actually really important. I want to draw a little bit of attention to that as the team set up for the big pull. Remember, MONKA does go for this pretty large pull where they line of sight in this corner here. Skylark around the corner, obviously just now coming into the screen, is going to be pulling literally every single trash mob here. They're going to mass grip onto the Lantern once everything is nice and stacked up. Just got to wait for those sprites. Went out a little bit early there, so they started casting a little bit, but looks like everything is going to get in nice and clean. Now it's just a matter of making sure you get a good rotation of AoE stuns off and defensives whenever you're completely out of abilities. That Red Binding is scary for the Hunter. Going to have to disengage away to break the binding. Perfect. The Vanish was used on the Rogue to also get rid of that, and it looks like it's pretty clean here. These Curses Oppressions are going to go out, but that should be okay with everything as low as it is. Yeah, great execution there from MONKA.
So immediately I noticed a little bit of difference in the route. Is like PERPLEXED is delaying their, they kind of delayed their Lantern open, or at least they're delaying some of their, applying some of their stacks. Whereas MONKA, I think that they're just going to go for like a late refresh, getting some of these Acolytes and this Overseer killed off. And so that's going to allow PERPLEXED a different timing on their refresh of the Lantern buff, as you do see that they are starting to make their way into that Executor Tarvald wing, where MONKA here, killing these Oppressors, making sure that they're getting all these Acolytes and stuff killed off as well.
Yeah, MONKA, remember, they go for the full refresh here at the last second on this trash pack. Actually, they should be able to just cleanly finish this trash pack off and get the full reset off. The thing that I like specifically about MONKA's strat is you get the Drifter buff here, which makes the next couple of trash pulls that much more safer. The extra DR is really, really useful. Also, their route doesn't involve them pulling the Head Custodian Javelin there, which is a really nasty mob. Get hit by one of those tornadoes, probably get one shot or very close to it, which means any other extra damage will just completely kill you. They're going to go for a refresh here and then straight into the boss for MONKA. The second this trash pack is done, they go straight into the boss.
Yeah, and then I think this route, just like looking at the differences in the Lantern, makes a lot of sense for Perplex. So they're going to be able to get this Javelin killed off, and then they're immediately going to probably beeline to the right-hand side to get a refresh on the Urn. They're going to open that Lantern up and kill off this Quill Feather and just get that instant refresh. It's very important that they do maintain those 10 stacks. But Maystein going down on the side of MONKA. We do know that deaths here are very dangerous because it's kind of difficult to get like restacked on that 10 buff. But at the same time, they do have their Lantern opened right now. Maystein, if there was a time to die, it was definitely right there. And Ryson going down for the side of Perplexed, immediately getting res.
Swag as well.
Swag.
Purgatory?
No, this is so bad for Perplexed.
Can they pull through, though? The Swag being down is a big deal. As long as the Warlock stays alive, they can maybe get through, but everyone going down. This is going to be a complete team wipe for Perplexed here. Whereas over on the side of MONKA, yes, Maystein went down, but it was before all of the trash was done, so he was able to get a full 10-stack extend. This time around, every player in the group 10 stacks for Executor Tarvold. The Rogue is not going to be below the Priest this time around, and this boss should go down much, much faster for MONKA.
All right, and you do have the Urdis Mantler being proc for MONKA. They do pull some of these manifestations and some of these other trash mobs on top of the boss. Very dangerous to do on live, would highly not recommend doing. However, whenever you do have like a 10 stack of this buff, especially whenever you're getting like this Relic, there's a lot of different stuff going on. MONKA is very prepared to be able to deal with all of that trash on top of the boss. Skylark honestly didn't even flinch. He looked very healthy for a pull that was quite scary from a tank perspective.
Yeah, I mean, definitely scary, but the Dancing Rune weapon being up pretty much the entire time is very, very useful for those styles of pulls, right? The parry chance, very, very nice. Tarvold, very quick to go down here. Check this out. They still have their 10 stack.
Can they get a refresh?
They don't need to get a refresh. They're not going to get a refresh because they have to go pretty much halfway around the circle, but pretty much a 10 stack for the entire boss there. Pretty darn efficient. Yeah, pretty good.
So what we see here is, like you were saying, they're going to run back around. And so whenever they do run around this area, they're going to stop on the other Lantern on that right side whenever you come out of that Javelin room area, and then they're going to rebuild a 10 stack of that buff. And so while it is a little, maybe a little bit slower than if they were able to completely chain those 10 stacks into one another, at the same time, this is actually setting them up really well for the remainder of this area. So like the Barilia pull that's going to follow this with all of the trash, incredibly dangerous. But with that 10 stack, that 50% damage increase, it's not overly deadly. You do see MONKA here. They're activating their Lantern. They're getting all of this trash kind of cleaved. Maystein has to pop his Unending Resolve, which is not a great time in the Woe Drifter cast going off, dropping everybody super low. But now the trash starts to die. Mode needs to make sure that he's able to get an MD. Everybody looks fine off the side of MONKA. They actually didn't even use MD. They just used Dwarf Racial. So Mode didn't have to cast that there.
That pull is way more dangerous than we made it out to be. That's the pull that Perplex went for on their first Lantern refresh earlier on, and it was so much easier for them because they had the 10 stack of the Lantern buff. MONKA goes into that pull dry, no damage app. They have all their cooldowns available, but it's just that much more dangerous. There's 5 research scribes in that pack battles. One person gets 3 of those research, you instantly die. But this is the pull. This is the make or break moment for MONKA. This is where things went wrong for them last time around. Mode got peppered down with those Raxels from the Oppressors, instantly died. If he can stay alive here and they can make full use of this 10 stack buff on Grand Proctor Barilia, this will set them so far ahead in the dungeon of Perplex that there's no way that Perplex will be able to get back in.
So this is actually kind of funny. The Woe Drifter buff is... So they utilized it to make sure that they were able to get through the Tarvold area a little bit faster, just running down to this wing. But at the very beginning of Barilia, you see Maystein and Mode just sprinting around the room, picking up their orbs as fast as possible. Then they're able to plant and start casting on the boss again. So that allows them to have a lot higher uptime just on the boss, not only from the range, but for the melee as well, for them to be able to get back into melee almost instantly, utilizing that Woe movement speed. It's something that we don't talk about a ton. We talk about it whenever teams are moving from pack to pack, but infrequently is it something that we talk about on bosses.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so useful in general, even for dodging things, right? If you're on a boss, you need to dodge certain mechanics. It's insanely useful. Yeah, Warlock waddling around picking up those orbs is not very nice. You'd much rather just sit there and use cooldowns through the AoE explosion. But when you have this much of an advantage, playing safe is definitely the play, and the boss is definitely dying much, much faster. Remember, in our last matchup for Perplex versus MONKA, this battle res that they don't have available for the next minute or so actually ended up coming up before the boss died, and they had to use it in order to save themselves. This boss is going to die 30 seconds before that battle res comes.
This is still one of the most scary parts of this. So not everybody has their defensives up here. You do see Maystein does have that Unending Resolve available to him as he grabs 2 stacks of those orbs. He pops the Unending because he knows that he's going to be safe with just his defensive, and then they drop the anti-magic zone. And that's actually a super smart play. Typically around the 3rd or 4th set, that's when you see teams, a lot on live at least, start rotating through immunities, but you don't have that cloak and you didn't have that turtle available on the side of MONKA. So on that 23 Tyrannical, it could have caused problems, but that's why you saw the external and the anti-magic zone and Maystein popping his Unending and taking for stack. So this is really well choreographed by MONKA, just making sure that they had all their defensives available, and now they're on to that last little area, this call gauntlet that we have to see. And MONKA's going so fast right now, is ironic.
Dude, their run in the previous matchup was a 15 minutes, 50 seconds run. I would not at all be surprised to see them go like a full minute and a half faster here with a clean run. Only 1 death on the board, and it was a pretty unimportant death. Probably cost him maybe 10 seconds when you factor in the battle res timing and him losing his 10 stack on the big AoE pull. But man, at least he got the 10 stack right afterwards, right? This is very dangerous, though, going into a big double pull here. Remember, no damage buff here. They don't get that until later on in the General Call Gauntlet, so hopefully it goes clean for him.
Yeah, on the left-hand side of the screen, we do see Perplexed. They are downing Executor Tarvald here. They're in a position where if MONKA makes a mistake, maybe they would be able to capitalize on it, but they are still 1 full boss behind. They have to get the Borrelia dealt with. They're not going into that with that 10 stack of the Lantern, and so on a 23 Tyrannical, this boss is going to take Perplexed a ton of time, where on the side of MONKA, on the right-hand side of your screen, they're going to be going into one of their, the final Lantern of the dungeon here in just a moment. They're killing off that Woe Drifter. They're going to be gaining the movement speed in just a moment, and it's ironic. I don't know how much left there is for MONKA to wipe to. I don't think that there's maybe just one pull.
This is pretty much it right here. If they were to double pull, I would say this would be the most dangerous part. But it looks like they're not even going to go for the double pull. Remember, they don't actually proc the Lantern until the last set, so that they can pull it into the very final boss platform. If they did cadets plus the casters in the back, that would be pretty scary, but they're opting to play just a little bit safe here. Don't let the bursting stacks get too high, and they should be very, very safe here.
It's kind of funny because the boss pull itself, you would expect that to be really dangerous whenever they're doing all the trash on top of it. But generally with that 10 stack of that Lantern buff, plus everybody has their Dwarf Racial available for any bursting stacks, it's not actually as dangerous as you would initially expect. And so making sure that they are going to be able to get the 10 stack of the Lantern here, whenever they push Call into that last phase, and then they just run, they're going to even Warlock Gate straight down here with the Woe buff and stuff like that, and make sure that they propel themselves to have that 50% damage amp onto the end of General Call. That's the most important part for MONKA. But right here, we need to make sure that Skylark lives, and Blood DK hasn't had much survivability issue this season. Just Dancing Rune weapon uptime very high. You do see he pre-pops that Vamp Blood as well. He's really, really safe at this point during this pull.
Yeah, not sure how many other tanks can go ahead and just pull everything like he did while the other 4 members of his party are all line-of-sighted around the corner. Maybe a couple other tanks can do that, but not as safely as the Blood DK can, as everything just gets completely destroyed. I don't even think that were there too many cooldowns committed there. I think it was just the Infernal that was committed there, so pretty nice. 10 stack is up. They're going to go for a final refresh on these last 2 Stonewall Gargants at the very end here. And then we are into the final section of this boss. Going to pull all the remaining trash needed onto the boss, pop that Bloodlust, and off to the races we go. Remember, time to beat for them is 1550. I think Perplexed's clean run was like 1510. This is going to be way faster than either of those times.
On the left side of the screen, we do see Perplexed here downing Borrelia in just a moment, so maybe they're in a position where if MONKA wiped, they would be able to come back, but at the same time, they would have to go all the way through the Call Gauntlet. But everybody's looking on the right side of the screen here at MONKA. They have popped their Bloodlust. They have that 10 stack of that Sinfall Boon for that 50% damage gain. They need to make sure that they don't get cleaved down by the Chamber Sentinel swirlies on the ground. They need to make sure that they're not getting hit by that Vi Interceptor as RX ends up getting cleaved by it. Everything is fine, though. MONKA is topped off. They're going to start slamming some of their Dwarf Racials if they're scared of the bursting stacks. But I mean, this isn't even looking that dangerous. They're gonna save those stone forms for the General Call bleed. They don't even need it for the bursting.
I mean, that's about as picture perfect of a run as you can get. 1 minor death on the Warlock, and I think the worst part of that death was the fact that he dropped his Reign of Chaos. That was probably the worst part. Other than that, I mean, this run has been absolutely fantastic for MONKA, and I mean, setting themselves up great for either of our last 2 dungeons in the series. Remember, both of those, it's Necrotic Wake and Gambit, which are 2 just insanely quick dungeons. 1 mistake and you lose, so all they have to do is try to play clean either of those 2 dungeons, and they take this tournament. as long as they're able to get this last 4% of General Call down.
All right. General Call here dipping increasingly lower. They have lost that Sinfall boon buff, so they no longer have that 50% damage gain. But at the same time, they don't have any offensive CDs. They're just kind of peppering the boss. Eventually, it's going to hit that 50% HP threshold, in which General Call will end the key. MONKA is 100% enemy forces count, so there's nothing to worry about there. And they're going to be taking down General Call in 14:34 in the Sanguine Depths.
Man.
My goodness, this was a swift one.
Wow, that was, I almost thought it was a bunch of hedgehogs there instead of a bunch of dwarves, because, man, they went fast. MONKA taking out Sanguine Sonic Hedgehog. He's a fast hedgehog. Anyway, MONKA getting the win here, which, which is big in this series, too, because, again, they did lose this map to Perplexed a little bit earlier in the day. So coming back and giving us our fastest time yet we've seen on it by quite a bit. 14:33 to the 15:14 that we saw from Perplexed a little bit earlier. So pretty big statement by MONKA to come into the series and start off like that after climbing their way back through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and going into this series, all of us were saying, it's going to be really close. MONKA probably has a better Sanguine Depths route, but it's going to come down to execution. And I do want to highlight some things here. This was a beautiful routing from MONKA. We've seen it before. They are extending their buff here. Master Spell coming in to make sure we're not getting too much of those stacks on everybody. And then Skylar is going to run off and pull everything you see in the background to even extend that buff furthermore. Beautifully done. And they saved so much on buff uptime as well as on trash count with doing these huge pulls into lanterns. We said it before, it all comes down to having these buffs up and running. But then there was something happening on the other side of the screen. There was a pretty devastating wipe on the side of Perplexed. It all happened with one of these Woe Drifter bursts coming through, and then the group was not able to recover any of this. All of these trash counts not being able to extend their stack further. They had to get all of this back together. So it was really, really tough. And from there on out, they fought against the timer and against MONKA. There was one short moment where I feared something bad might happen. We're actually not seeing it on the replay here, but Maystein was shackled in the back and then was getting hit with one of these stones, but did not use cooldowns prior to that, so got rest instantly and then was able to send his cooldowns fully into this pack, making sure he gets all of those 10 stacks again. So while they did get the 5-second penalty, it wasn't that much of a loss overall with their main AoE DPS carry going down, and then this huge pull at the end pulling all of that into the boss. You love to see it. There's nothing greater than just getting all of these ads into the boss. Bloodlust, full blasting, anything and everything in your path, and they did a beautiful job in this Sanguine Depth.
I just gotta say, if Maystein is gonna die ever in Sanguine Depths, it's gotta be there. It's totally fine for him to have that 5-second penalty. You're not feeling great about burning a battle res there, especially with how Barilia went last time with mode getting kind of sniped. But at the same time, Maystein is able to immediately get a 10-stack refresh on the Lantern. He does drop his Reign of Chaos, which isn't great, but he doesn't lose any really offensive CDs, and they're able to go into the boss with everything available to them that they would normally have.
Yeah, and for Perplexed, too, I mean, it really is kind of like a spinning plates situation, too, where if you drop one of those plates, everything's going to come down, right? So it's just kind of the intricacy that a dungeon at this level requires, and I hope we get to see a clean run from both sides, and hope we get to see it come really, really down to the wire like we know it can. But with these pulls at this level, it's just so likely that somebody's gonna take a bad step somewhere or get caught by some mechanic. It's even the best teams in the world, you can see, it's just so easy to die here, which kind of makes it more impressive that we see teams able to beat these dungeons at all. But we are looking ahead to our 23 Necrotic Wake, Tyrannical, Raging, Volcanic. So Volcanic sticking around for an affix, changing things up a little bit with some of the mobs in the dungeon there with the Raging. But this is going to be another one that we have seen some incredibly fast times on. Even today, what was it? It was what was the quickest one? I'm trying to remember. It was fast.
We've seen some sub-11 runs. I don't think we've seen those this weekend, but we've seen some pretty fast runs here as well. I mean, Necrotic Wake is another dungeon where people have figured out the strongest way, the fastest way to do the dungeon. It's just consolidating all of the polls into giant single polls, right? You can pretty much separate Necrotic Wake out into, like, literally 4 AoE polls. And if you do those 4 AoE polls properly, you're probably going to have one of the faster times you've ever seen. And, it's just a huge execution check. When it comes down to these two teams, I think they can both do it cleanly, but it's going to come down to the minute details, right? Will you have one death here and drop your Arena Chaos? Will you have your healer go down, and that causes, a cascading effect? Any one of those things can go wrong, and these affixes, they really punish you. If you get everything into raging and you don't have an AoE stun ready for them, you could see your tank just instantly go down.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, I actually think that Perplexed has the advantage in this Necrotic Wake because of that. Because they've been playing together for such an extended period of time. They have 2 other Shadowlands seasons of MDI experience together. I feel like they should definitely be the favorites in the Necrotic Wake. They've seen a bunch of different iterations of this dungeon. They've seen a bunch of different affix combinations. They should have the advantage here over a team that was newly formed for this MDI specifically, even though MONKA, incredibly skilled, as we saw in that Sanguine Depths.
I mean, the thing is in their last series, MONKA did win the first map there too with that the other side, and then Perplex came back, won 2 in a row. So we'll see if that ends up being the case again here today as we go into Necrotic Wake. And it feels like when things go wrong in this map, a lot of times they'll go wrong in some of these very first pulls near Blightbone. So we'll keep an eye out for that. It's you really, this dungeon doesn't ramp up. You are thrown into the fire from like pull 1. So watch out.
It's like,
there you go.
The initial,
why are you leaving me hanging? Why are you leaving me hanging like this?
The initial pull too, just with
Sorry,
raging.
I'm just waiting for the game to start, right? I mean, we've seen so many Necrotic Wakes coming out of and in of this tournament, and it always comes down to how you execute it. Can you use those weapons perfectly? And there is one pull in that dungeon that I'm just gonna have my eyes peeled for, and that's the pull where you get everything onto a Marth. And if that goes cleanly for a team and just a little bit borked for the other one, then that could be the defining factor. And it's also my favorite pull in all of the dungeons anyway, so I'm really excited for it.
Me too. We're about to get started here. We'll see if Perplex can tie up the series the way they did in the first best of 3 we saw between these two teams earlier today, or if MONKA just wins it. I mean, they have a chance to just win the group right here. Both teams are going through to the global finals, but you want that extra prestige. You want that extra cash by getting the win. If you can do it in 2-0 fashion, that's quite the momentum to carry into those global finals a little bit later. So we'll see if they're able to do it or not.
The ball is certainly in MONKA's court here. They need to make sure that they are going to be super consistent. And like you said, the first pulls of these dungeons definitely set the tempo on raging. You need to make sure that those Blightbone pulls, like, we haven't seen many tank deaths, but if there's ever going to be one, it's definitely going to be like one of those fully enraged Blightbone. Like, that would be like a catastrophe, but it absolutely could happen in Necrotic Wake here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a restart for the key, so it'll be another minute or 2 before we get in there again. Yeah, I'm kind of curious with, like, Stitch Flesh. When did he install the transparent dome on his head? Like, at what point do you do that? Where it's like he's got like a transparent dome on his head. Haven't you seen this?
Going into the casters, can we start?
It's important to think about these things. It's important to think about these things.
Well, hold on.
We're I just becoming the YouTube chatters.
Don't
chatting.
Of course you are.
Can they start the game chatting? Why hasn't the game started? Chatting.
Starting.
It's time to chat. What can you say? You gotta fill. Would you rather have a break?
Well, okay, so hold on. Are they going to get close to this dome? Oh, interesting.
There it is.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. See? It is. So when do you, at what point in your life do you get, or unlife, do you get to where it's like, I kind of want to be able to see my brain when I look in the mirror?
Well, so I'm honest, I kind of want to see my brain.
I mean, yeah, but then it's like you get into the zone where it's like, do I wear a hat if I want to protect it? Like, and that's dangerous, right?
Well,
like, what if you fall and hit your head and crack your brain dome?
So actually, after the MDI today, I'm going to go get my brain cryogenically frozen. So I'll be back next weekend to let you know how it went.
Are you sure?
You think we will be
They
able
promised
to
me that I would be.
I don't know if you know what cryogenically frozen means.
They said quick and painless. I don't know what else they needed to tell me.
I don't think they do that for just a week. I think that's like Tettles wakes up 500 years from now and he's like, I wonder how MONKA did at the global finals.
Quick and painless. That's what they said.
Wake up after the great trash avalanche of 2505.
That's right. He just emerges from the garbage. I'm back.
Dear, wait a second.
I mean, Zyronic took it one step farther. Apparently, you were cryogenically frozen and then put into a landfill. I don't know if that's the plan. Is that what you were saying, Zyronic?
I mean, I was making a
reference
to a movie, but
can the chat help me out on this?
Chatting.
Oh, it's like
starting to.
Wait, were you referencing
assistance?
Were you referencing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze when Shredder pops out of the garbage?
I was not, but I can.
Oh, okay. I was just curious. I mean, that applies. Don't look at me like that, rhyme binder.
I was referencing Idiocracy.
Oh, okay. It's
a couple
probably not as good of a movie as
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at minute 31:48 in season 2, episode 4. What was that, Doa?
It was a movie. It was a movie.
How
Teenage
did you...
Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze. Everybody knows. It's the one where Vanilla Ice dances at the end.
Is this
Ninja, rap. Go Ninja, go Ninja. Somebody knows. Somebody out there knows. I'm telling you.
Might be one or two of them.
Oh, come on. You've never seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Secret of the Ooze.
They are getting older these days at their accelerated age. No.
I don't believe you for a second.
So...
Well, it's a great film, and, you know, we might have time to watch it before the ski starts, so it's something to keep in mind.
True.
I'm just joining in with YouTube chat.
Is there anything that could surprise us? Let's talk about WoW again, shall we? Anything in this dungeon that could surprise us in terms of routing, or maybe we're going to see an elemental shaman once again?
I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Makes.
Yes, I'm trying.
Necrotic Wake's been around for a while.
Tattles wants to tell the group something. Go ahead,
give it a shot?
I don't think that there's anything that will surprise us. It's like you need a rogue, right? So in a lot of dungeons we've seen this weekend, the rogue has been if you're swapping out a spec, it's going to be the rogue more likely than not. The Serve Hunter and the Destro Locked, their AoE damage, it seems like you kind of have to keep them. The rogue, at least in all the seasons that we've seen, the Trix has been super valuable for just carrying those weapons. And typically rogues are relatively durable, and their prio damage, just from playing that subtlety specialization, is fairly solid. I don't expect there to be anything unique coming out of the compositions. I think that most of the uniqueness is going to come from like strategy decisions between the two teams.
Right. So anyway, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: Secret of the Ooze begins in an underground shopping center. A young pizza delivery boy stumbles across some hooligans trying to loot the stores. It looks like things are going to go bad until our heroes in a half shell show up and show them what for. Let me tell you.
Turtle power.
But they do take the pizza in the end, but they pay for it.
Oh, that's nice. That's good of them.
Yeah, I mean they're heroes, right? In a half shell. Turtle power. Exactly.
Can you run?
Yes.
How did we get here? Can you run this one by me real quick? I'm just,
no.
Well,
just no.
Okay.
Don't.
There's a lot of ooze.
No.
There's a lot of ooze in this dungeon. There you go. There's a lot of ooze in this dungeon. It's caused a lot of mutations. Who's to say there aren't some Ninja Turtles somewhere as an Easter egg in this dungeon somewhere? They do that kind of thing from time to time, you know?
I mean, we should actually, maybe we can ask our observers to fly down really closely to those ooze puddles, and maybe we can spot a tiny turtle somewhere. I mean, we've just got ducks for the next expansion. Maybe we can also ask them to get turtles.
We've had turtles for a long time in the game.
But not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Not yet, no.
So confused how we got here, man. I'm still.
This is what happens when keys get restarted, you know?
I tried to direct it back to WoW, but Doa wouldn't let it go, so now I'm rolling with it. This is what you get.
Well, so let's have a more relevant WoW question then. I thought the mount that Amarth was riding on was unique, but you really see them all over the place. So how unique is it really?
Isn't it just like a flayed wing? One of these?
Are they all there?
Yeah. Look at that thing. The thing he's riding on, it's rare drop, you know? But should it be that rare?
I think that World of Warcraft utilizes rare very broadly these days. I think all mounts are the same. Let's be real here. All mounts are the same.
Wow. Are they?
Sorry?
Yeah.
You did not just say that.
Are we about to do a...
Who
Dude, it's a dragon.
No, I never
it's a dragon.
One, so I don't know.
All mounts are the same.
I have good news for everybody that has been waiting. The key is starting in just a couple of seconds. There will be no talk allowed about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Thank goodness, here we go. All right.
Yes,
good luck to Monka and Perplexed.
In the game, in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. Okay, please take it. It's ironic.
Well, that conversation that we just had could be referred to in other games as going 8th. As Swag just went 8th as he went down to a frontal from Blightbone. That's their battle res used in the first 30 seconds of the dungeon. However, they do get through all the trash. And you know what? You'd rather at least keep going than just have a full-out wipe there.
They didn't lose he didn't lose his Goliath Orb either. So in regards to like how bad that death is, that's basically just like a 5-second penalty. He did end up losing the Lust on him. He also, I think, lost his Coordinated Assault buff, so maybe it's a little bit more than a 5-second penalty, but at the same time, the Trash Pull did end up getting killed off. This is looking okay, but now you do see the difference in the boss HP from Perplexed to Monka, and that's probably off the back of that Swag death. It's just one of those things that, like, the death there, he ends up losing his CDs, and he's no longer able to pump as much bio damage into the boss. And Monka looking like they're going to be able to kill Blightbone somewhere in the range of, like, maybe 15 seconds ahead of where Perplexed are.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a pretty massive advantage. Of course, the big thing is just having that extra little padding of knowing you have that battle res in your back pocket just in case things go horribly, horribly wrong for you. I mean, if a tank goes down for Perplexed, that's all she wrote. Their pull is completely done. Whereas Monka, they have the pre-Soulstone ready on Skylark whenever they need it, if they do need it. Or Skylark not really going down to much at all this weekend, but you always want to have that just in case something goes horribly wrong. Perplexed does not have that for the next 8.5 minutes of this dungeon, and that's kind of a scary proposition when you know that losing this map means that you lose the entire tournament and you end up with a 2 seed and less money for the Global Finals.
All right, so Monka already getting their pull on top of Narzuda grouped up. Ooh, Mason drops incredibly low there, but they're making sure to stay stacked. Now these Marauders are coming in. You need to watch out of those Cleaves. Those gruesome Cleaves have been known to take down many melee, and so those Marauders are going to be dealt with. You need to make sure that the Fear also gets kicked. Monka doing a great job of just, again, staying stacked up, utilizing those Goliath Orbs, and just pulsing AoE on the whole entire pack. In addition to that, they are going to slam that Silence Orb to be able to silence most of those mobs. It just makes that pull a lot easier. You see a similar pull, maybe definitely less big, but kind of a similar-ish pull done on live from a lot of these high-end teams. And so it makes sense that a lot of these groups have adapted to this.
Slight difference in routing there has allowed Perplexed to get to the same point in the dungeon as Monka. There, Perplexed opted to get a little bit of extra trash on the first boss there, giving them 4 extra trash count. And when they did get the Narzuda, they didn't end up pulling those 2 Marauders that Monka brought in. The problem with those 2 Marauders is you actually just have to wait for them to run to the pack, which can cost you a little bit of time. That's why we're seeing them both be at the exact same point, even though Monka was able to get the first boss and trash pack down 10 seconds earlier. Really, like, we're neck and neck in dungeon progression right here. The only thing separating the two teams is the 5 seconds from that death timer, which means we are really, really close together. But here is pull number 3 of the dungeon. All of this trash on top of a Marth. This is where everything is used. If one thing goes wrong here for Perplexed, they don't have a battle res to catch them back up here. Are they going to be able to pull it off and keep themselves in the dungeon battles?
Immediately slamming most defensives. You do see Wolf Disco and Maystein immediately popping that Unending Resolve, trying to make sure that they're able to stay grouped up as well. So it's really annoying to get knocked up by the Volcanic if you are one of these ranged players that's like stacked on top of this pack, but you need to be stacked up for those Goliath Orb. The pulsing AoE from the Goliath Orb, it does a ton of damage, but in addition to that, it kind of keeps your group topped up. Otherwise, this is, like, more often than not, like a pretty unhealable pull, just with the amount of mobs that they had grouped for both Perplexed and Monka. But you did see just those Goliath Orbs. They were able to carry them. They utilized the curing weapons as well. And Perplexed is kind of able to catch back up in terms of boss HP, neck and neck with Monka on a pull that they did maybe 2 or 3 seconds later. They were able to completely negate that. They need to kill this boss maybe 5 seconds ahead because that depth differential is something that we need to continue to look at. Perplexed is starting to even pull further ahead just on boss damage.
Okay, important thing to mention here, though, no spear was used for MONKA there. They still have 2 spears and 3 hammers. You can check those buffs across their character frames at the top. Perplexed did use a spear there. Check the Kyrian weapon damage there. They have 3 million extra Kyrian weapon damage. MONKA has a massive advantage. Both teams killed that boss at roughly the exact same time, and that extra Kyrian spear is going to go a long way. MONKA did end up using one of those orbs, however. That was the minor difference in pull there, but I think that the spear is definitely a lot more useful than the orb when it comes to just pure boss damage. Perplexed might have a little bit of a safer time on this pull, though, with double orb.
I mean, we saw this a lot last season with just how the teams were utilizing their spears. I think the Complexity team ended up like javelining Nalthor whenever other teams weren't normally javelining Nalthor, and they were able to catch back up a ton of boss damage just by optimization of their Kyrian weapons. But right here, here's a pull where most teams are going to be firing off at least some form of the Kyrian weapons, and both Perplexed and MONKA dropping those silence orbs, those anima spheres, making sure that all of the mobs are getting kicked. The Flesh Crafter needs to get interrupted. You do see the Corpse Collector also needs to get interrupted, so it makes a lot of sense that you are dropping that Anima Sphere to interrupt everything.
Look at the difference in Kyrian weapon damage here. Spear plus orb used for MONKA. They use them at the same time, and the damage amp from the spear applies to the damage coming from the orb, so it amplifies it even further. I like the idea of using the double anima orb for Perplexed. They use them staggered so that the silencing portion of the orb would extend past just the 8 seconds you're using it, right? Because you use one orb and the other orb, no casts get off. It's definitely safer, but the pull just dies that much more slowly because of it, and MONKA is already through onto these 2 mobs, whereas Perplexed, they only just now spawned them.
So both teams now are pretty even up on their weapons, right? So they both have triple hammer plus 1 javelin for the remainder of the key. Now the question comes into like, where are you going to be using that javelin? I think that most teams are going to be using it on this next boss, utilizing it on Nalthor. Not always the most popular thing, but Stitch Flesh, especially on a 23 Tyrannical, very dangerous.
Definitely dangerous, and we've seen things go wrong for several teams, even some of our best teams just happening to miss a hook off to the left or right just a little bit. Really have to make sure that doesn't happen, because one of those missing could be the end of the key for you in this dungeon, just based off of purely time alone. These teams are so close together, even still within like 15 seconds of each other here.
I think that the MONKA usage of their weapons, like you were talking about, that kind of started opening them up a little bit more of an advantage coming into the Necropolis, and I think it also kind of provided for a bit of a safer pull. Would you tend to agree?
I do agree. I think it was definitely safer. Everything died so much more quickly for him.
Yeah. All right, so now MONKA getting Gorgrind dealt with. Those Gorgrind bits do need to get killed off. They are enraged, so kind of dangerous for Skylark, but overly not super worried here. He's going to be making his way towards this next abomination. You do see the Loyal Creation is mind-controlled by Skylark. Ooh, they're going to free that Raging Loyal Creation and kill it on top of Rotspew here with these leftovers. Whereas on the other side, left side of your screen, Perplexed, they have finally dealt with Gorgrind. And like you said, they're somewhere in the range of like 10 seconds behind. Perplexed is really going to have to push their damage as far as possible to be able to catch up, because they are that 10 seconds behind, plus the 5 seconds of death differential from that first pull that where we had Swag go down.
And remember, the only RNG that's really left in the dungeon to speak of is who gets targeted by Dark Exile, right? And when you're in the situation, when you're neck and neck like this, do you just go for it? Do you just slam the Warlock Gateway down and say, whoever gets Dark Exile, take the Gateway, and we'll res you if we have to at the end of the debuff? I mean, I think you kind of have to go for that if you're either of these teams right now.
Okay, so now MONKA gets Surgeon Stitch Flesh pulled. They're going to be... It looks like they're killing off the Dismantler here. So it makes a lot of sense that they are going to grab that Relic. If they do get the Dismantler dealt with while Stitch Flesh is alive, that's going to allow for a lot more Wildfire Bombs and just a decent amount more DPS coming into the immediate on the boss. Sometimes you're going to want to kill like a Vi Relic. Ooh, Perplex actually making a different decision here. They are killing the Vi Interceptor. So their haste buff, while it's going to last a little bit longer, it's less of an immediate gain in terms of power. But MONKA ended up killing just a little bit early. Did they miss a hook?
I believe they did.
They had to, because now they have 2 creations out.
There's a second creation.
Oh, that's so bad for MONKA.
Is it? You don't suppose that maybe it was on purpose to maybe get a little bit of extra single target damage out? Because look how much faster their boss is dying.
Well, they just javelined it. Perplex is saving... It looks like they're saving...
Oh, they're saving their javelin. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this.
So on the upside, MONKA did end up getting the creation dealt with. The other creation dealt with kind of quick. So Hopefully they don't have 2 out at once. They do get the re-grab on Stitch Flesh, so things are looking a little bit okay. But the miss on that first hook could put them in a weird spot here. Now you do see that Fleshcrafter coming out of the CC. Getting into melee, they're going to use the Throw Cleaver to kind of hit Stitch Flesh. It looks like MONKA's going to be able to kill Stitch Flesh off, so they miss another hook on the boss, which is not great, but it's looking okay. On the left side of your screen here, Perplexed, also having a lot of those A-bombs up at the same time.
MONKA committed the hammer just to make sure they got the boss down before he escaped again. That's kind of a big deal. Perplex is just letting that second escape happen. They're going to get a hook down. This is going to come down to just a pure single-target DPS race. Yes, MONKA is getting to the boss faster. However, Perplex still has 1 extra spear and 1 extra hammer. They're going to be able to get Lust plus a bunch of cooldowns in on that spear debuff as well. Oh, man.
Who's favored here? I don't even know who is favored
I don't know
here.
either.
So there is the 5 seconds of death differential, so Perplexed has to kill Nalthor with 5 seconds remaining. Both of these teams do also have to kill that Fleshcrafter. They're both at 99% enemy forces, so that's something that we have to take into account as well whenever you are looking at these things. But MONKA already at 76% on Nalthor the Rhinebinder as Perplexed are making their way up to the final boss here. MONKA still increasingly getting the boss lower. Their Bloodlust is going to be fading here in just a couple seconds. As Perplexed, we know they have a lot more weapons here. They have a lot more upfront damage. They have to pump, though, if they want to catch back up. Krim's dying on the side of MONKA. He does get rezzed here.
To just careen ahead of MONKA here. It's actually going to be so disgusting how much damage comes out. Look at that. They already have the boss down to 60%. They still have the Bloodlust rolling. The cooldowns are still active. Here they come. Perplexed catching right back up to MONKA here. This is going to be really, really close, Dettles. I don't know who's going to win it. Man, all of the hammers were used from Perplexed, though. They still have a hammer on the side of MONKA. And they still have their Lust. Oh, this is so close.
They need to get the Fleshcrafter to raging. I think that could actually be the difference for Perplexed versus MONKA here. Is just like how. So MONKA has already dealt with their Fleshcrafter, so they're fine. That mob is already dead. Whereas on the side of Perplexed, they continue to utilize that Fleshcrafter. They need to make sure it dies as well, so they have to get to 100% enemy forces count. I think this may be it from. I think MONKA may be able to take this. Ironic. Now they're the Rhinebinder at 14% HP, but that raging. Throw Cleaver for Perplexed, chunking Nalthor to 12% HP as these two teams are tied up. Again, the death differential is at 0 because Krims ended up sacking himself and getting battle rest here. Perplexed needs to kill the boss and kill the Fleshcrafter. MONKA here, 2% on Nalthor. Perplexed ended up taking it. Oh my!
Who took it?
Who won? Oh my god! Okay, we need an admin roll. We didn't have
a photo finish. It is a photo finish. We gotta wait. We gotta wait and see.
I'm pretty sure it's MONKA. Wolf died in the very last second and added 5 more seconds to the timer.
It seems that way.
Wolf died.
But we have to wait for an official ruling. It's close enough where, like, remember, the numbers we see on the screen right now are unofficial. But it is MONKA who takes the victory. Wow. I'm sure we'll see the exact time in a moment. But wow, so MONKA 2-0s the grand finals of Group B. Not only are they going to the global finals, like Perplex still is, but they are the champions here this weekend. And it could not have come in a more exciting fashion.
Man. That was as close a DPS raise at the end you could possibly get, Mix.
No kidding.
Insane. I mean, there was a lot that factored into this, but this was as close as anything could get. It is the death. Because at the very last second, Wolf died. They did so well with the crafter and raging it, then, like you said, chunking so much of the health out, but it wasn't enough. There was a lot that contributed to it being as close as it was, I would say. I think in general I like MONKA's routing better, but they had some oopsies here and there, and we're going to get into that in just a little second. But what a key!
No kidding. I mean, and to have it all come down to that death at the very last couple seconds of the dungeon for Perplexed, like that's a heartbreaker, but I mean, at least you got the consolation that you're going to global finals. You're still going to be feeling pretty good after this weekend as Perplexed, but man, that was easily the closest one we've seen yet in MDI this season, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we saw the Theater of Pain. That was also pretty close, but let's have a look here. So on this poll here, you see the Marauders coming in. It's something we've seen from other teams as well that Perplex didn't do. The way it works is the team pulls this big pack here and everybody stays with the tank, and just the priest, the healer, goes away, pulls those Marauders. They don't really do anything as long as you're far away enough from them, and adds them to the trash count here. And because they're easy enough to just cleave with them, It was really, really nice. Now, here is Arix doing that Door of Shadows, and because he did that Door of Shadows, saved just a little bit of timer on getting across the platform here while triggering that pre-event. We could barely see it in the mini-cam. And then here on this boss, MONKA actually missed, I think, 1 or 2 of the hooks. It wasn't really easy to see from our perspective, but they for sure had 2 creations. But then Perplexed did something different. They had 3 hammers available. They had that spear, and they didn't sacrifice any of it. They trusted in Divine Field being just able to face tank all of that while they finished off Stitch Flash. I was shaking in my boots watching it. And here is the very last seconds. You're seeing it. You're seeing the Flashcrafter getting Enraged, chomping away at the boss. And then in the background, there's Wolf Disco. And they're doing really well on everything with this boss here. But down goes Wolf.
Wow.
It is the exile that killed him.
Dark exile.
If they kill him 2 seconds faster, this is a completely different series because they win this dungeon off of that. That was not Wolf's fault. That was just, oh man,
no, it would have just happened anyway.
So for those at home who don't understand, like Nalthor, whenever he does his Dark Exile on you, he'll like send you downstairs. There are ways that you can not get sent downstairs, whether it be through Life Grip or whether it be through those Warlock gates that you see set up on the screen right there. And so he canceled the Dark Exile so he was able to pump more DPS into the boss, but it times out after 30 seconds and you end up dying just to like the debuff of the Dark Exile itself. He ended up dying. He soulstoned himself, so he was able to stand up immediately, which is why we didn't even notice that he died. But the 5-second death penalty was just, they just couldn't afford the 5 seconds. It's so sad.
I mean, it was the right decision, right? They needed the damage to try to keep up, and it nearly worked. If they had killed that boss like a split second before, like 1 second, maybe 2 seconds at the most before, he wouldn't have died. They wouldn't have had that on the counter, and it would have been a win for Perplexed. And we'd be talking about a 3rd dungeon right here. But as it is, MONKA got it done just that much, like 1 or 2 pixels faster than Perplexed, and that's going to be a 2-0 win for them. But wow, what a way to end the group. Group B's been awesome, and that was you couldn't ask for a more photo finish than that. You know, that was cool.
There is nothing more exciting to me as a caster watching games between 2 teams at the top of their game playing to their absolute strengths with minimal mistakes and just coming down to photo finishes like that. That is the MDI just in a nutshell right there. I love that. So good.
I also do want to highlight, looking at this overview of the bracket. I wanted to say tournament tree again, which is not the correct word. Just look at how it worked out. We had MONKA and Perplexed both battling it out in the semi-final. MONKA got sent down in a 2-1. Then won the lower finals, came back and swooshed that 2-0 in against Perplexed. And after having already played the lower finals before, like, they did not have a lot of breaks. I do want to highlight that. So coming in from this and playing as strong as they did, and even making up for those mistakes that happened along the way, is really not easy, and very, very well played by them.
Yeah, they did it so cleanly too. I mean, MONKA just with very few deaths, across the board today, and that's what you love to see, right? Excuse me. Because if you're going to be able to compete at this level, it's not just, playing clean. It's playing extremely fast and clean and making sure everybody's hitting everything. Like, the ability to win an MDI group is just, it's almost like unfathomable for the average player, right? I get the feeling I got when I watch StarCraft 2 pros back in the day, and they're going at 300 APM, and you're like, I just cannot do that. My hands do not move that fast, level of precision it takes to win something like this is pretty impressive.
I mean, it's pretty good for Global Finals too, right? Because knowing that you're the 1 seed, you're probably, if I remember correctly, you're not going to play against other 1 seeds, so that means you don't have to play Echo in the first round, which is always pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge benefit too. So there you have it. 4 teams, half of our teams for the Global Finals have been decided. Echo, Baldy from Group A, MONKA, Perplexed from Group B. Next weekend, we've got Group C. We've got 1 team coming in from China, which actually has been decided. So we do have 5 out of the 8 so far. We'll get that icon on there at some point. And then Last Stand Tournament will be that last opportunity to find that 8th team. And that is going to be madness, that Last Stand Tournament. So many good teams, only 1 spot to grab. And I'm glad I'm not playing it. I would not want to be one of the people playing in it. Well, there you go. This is our Group C. A look ahead to check out the affixes we're going to have to deal with. It's ironic. What's jumping out there?
Oh, Blackrick Hold is interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if we've got any Arcane Mage players in Group C. Ooh. Love to see some Bloody Arcane Mage action there. Spell stealing, some stacking buffs. One-shotting bosses.
PTSD from Sanguine in that dungeon. Just all of those mobs that are in that giant hallway, just standing in Sanguine, breathing fire in Sanguine. Somebody please get them out of there.
I love Blackrick Hold. It was one of my favorite dungeons back in Legion. And seeing it come back makes me so happy. Yeah, I know it's not very relatable to a lot of people, but I spent so much time in that dungeon farming trinkets.
23 Inspiring Tyrannical Mists is going to be a toughie. Oh my goodness, that is a key that on live keys, whenever it's inspiring, I will not zone into.
Look at the Halls of Atonement. Fort Raging Explosive 23 Halls. I foresee some Thrash deaths in the future. What do you guys think?
That sounds about right.
I'm kind of wondering about that, the 24 Necrotic Wake, too, with bolstering on that. I mean, some of those pulls that we've been seeing, fortified bolstering, that's gonna make those a little bit trickier, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
To say the least.
And then our 24s, Necrotic Wake and Tazavesh Gambit. That's the big boy Tazzy V.
Tazzy V.
A lot of bands coming in for
it stands for Tazavesh.
Tazzy V.
Tazzy V. Tazavesh.
Sorry, I'm not cool enough to speak that lingo.
Well, you can be. All you have to do is just do it.
I could be. I would rather not.
Fair enough. Fair.
All
right. Well, there you go. And don't forget, you too can earn the encrypted banner of the Opportune if you compete in the Last Stand time trials. I think you need a couple 15s to get it, so it's not that unobtainable for your average M+ dungeon runner. So go forth and do that. It's a cool in-game item, and it's going to be fun, right? Jump on the tournament realm, play some dungeons, and have a good time. Get a banner.
Yeah, get a banner.
Get a banner. I don't have the banner
yet. Get a banner, and
why don't you have the banner yet? I like the banner.
I didn't get the
banner. I really like slamming the banners down during the middle of raid. It makes everybody glow like this hint of gold. It's kind of cool to just slam it down. Yeah. Some people in my guild have it macroed into abilities. I don't really know why, but we get them slammed all the time.
I mean, that you can slam it down after a successful Mythic Plus dungeon run to show your appreciation before everybody zones out, or you can slam it down onto the body of one of your DPS.
Goes wrong. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, exactly. Somebody, maybe somebody. Here's what you do. As a healer, we saw this earlier today a little bit. You life grip one of your DPS into a statue on Lord Chamberlain, but then the follow-up is you slam the banner down on top of him at the end. Yep. That's swag. That's
anyone want to queue some keys? I have a priest. I can go right now.
I think I'm really busy that day.
Thanks for the warning. I'm like, I have to go buy a cat.
Said anyone.
Well, I think that's going to about do it for the Mythic Dungeon International for this weekend for Group B. So let's get some final thoughts before we close out the show. Mex, we'll start with you. Parting words for us.
I think it was really, really surprising to see MONKA take it away from Perplexed. I think those teams coming into the cup were the two teams that everybody was looking out for. Well, we got a good taste of a lot of new and fresh teams coming into the MDI as well. Speaking of Just Reset, speaking of Frog Gang, speaking of Dismissed Free For all of those teams really gave us something to look out for, and I hope they will and want to return in the next season. I'm really looking forward to that. I love getting new teams that are hungry for some Mythic Plus success, and yeah, I'm just happy that Team MONKA won. I think it's really, really great, and they have been working for this for a very long time.
Cool to see. So yeah, and now as a unit too. Yeah, it's ironic. What do you got?
I just want to emphasize the thing that Mix was talking about earlier. Having a team come from the lower bracket and win the grand finals is not something that happens that often. And if I had to go back and check, I can probably count it on one hand how many times it's happened in the past 3 years. Just a really impressive performance from MONKA. Really looking forward to see more from them and Perplexed in the global finals later this year.
Same. Tettles, your final thoughts on the weekend?
MONKA surprised the crap out of me just across the whole entire weekend. I was worried that they were going to be a little bit inconsistent with some of their pulls, but they ended up they were able to pull it together. They were able to look like a strong unified unit. It was just in a way that I wasn't super expecting. Perplexed, I don't even think Perplex has like a lot to really like work on. They looked super sick too. So both of these teams that are coming out of Group B are going to be menaces in the global finals. I do also think that there were a lot of teams that could give some problems during the Last Stand tournament if they really want to put in a lot of effort. Dismissed and Free For All had some insanely fast runs. It looked like their consistency wasn't where exactly it needed to be on all of their runs. Frog Gang and Soundproof also looked really good. Free For all of these teams that we had in this bracket, I think that did not qualify through could absolutely make an insane run in the Last Stand tournament.
Yeah, honestly, that tournament is going to be one of the most fun parts of the season. That is going to be awesome to watch, to see who claims that final spot. It's going to be great. But don't forget, next week we have Group C, one more group here at MDI to find out 2 more teams that are going to the global finals. That's going to be next week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, starting things out on Friday, so don't miss that. But until then, from me, from everybody here at the desk, from everybody working in production to bring this awesome show to you, and for all the players, thank you so much for watching. Go enjoy the World of Warcraft. Close a couple wounds, I guess, if you want to feel nostalgic about, Azeroth, I suppose. But at least be good to each other. Have a good time. Stay safe, and we'll see you next week.
Sniped out of the air.
What was that? I'm pretty sure.
Ha ha ha.